Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter became the master of Bellatrix and Narcissa. Here is short summary. Sent back in time with one goal, end Voldemort, Harry Potter changes history by winning the loyalty of the Black Sisters. With Narcissa seeking freedom and Bellatrix craving purpose, Harry becomes the future they choose. Together, they reshape the balance of power, protect the Black family from ruin, and turn Voldemort's greatest weapons against him. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Bellatrix looked out at the 7th year dueling class. Good evening. I am Bellatrix Fawkes, wife of Professor Fawkes. I will be teaching this class for the next week while my husband recovers from dueling our newest Dark Lord to submission. Let's get a few things squared away. Yes, I am Lady Slytherin. Yes, that means Professor Fawkes is Lord Slytherin. No, he will not, nor will I give any favoritism to Slytherin students. Also no, I will not be teaching any of the curses I used at Hogsmeade. If you wish to learn those, you can learn them the way I did. A hand went up belonging to one of the Ravenclaw twins, Nori, I believe. Bellatrix thought, yes. Your name and then question. Imoen Nori, ma'am. My question is, what way did you learn those curses? Imoen, like her twin sister Iris, was a slender brunette witch. She was the more outgoing one, while Iris tended to be nearly silent in classes. Through her observations, watching the classes when Harry taught them, Bellatrix knew that the Nori twins should not be discounted. They were very clever when it came to tactics. Bellatrix smirked. I learned them in the traditional way, having to dodge them. I wouldn't recommend that method, as you can only miss your mark once. Now then, are there any other questions? She scanned the room absently, her mind on Harry. She had agreed to take this position while Harry rested, because he was currently on orders from Madame Pomfrey not to cast any spells. Physically he was fine, if tired, but magically he had nearly exhausted himself by casting a cutting spell with enough force to penetrate Voldemort's shields. He could have killed himself doing that, she thought, but at the same time the idea that her husband was powerful enough to force Voldemort, formerly the most powerful wizard she'd ever met, into a retreat did put a rather pleasant tingle through her core. Today's class will be focused on precision. To that end, I want each student to stand up and get into a single file line. As the students did so, Bellatrix flicked her wand at the center of the classroom. A short stone plinth, roughly man-sized, appeared beside her. Each of you will attempt to cast a piercing spell at the same spot. She tapped her wand on the stone, causing a small circle roughly the size of a human heart to appear. One shot, then move to the back. We will keep going until the line has reformed. Once you miss, you will sit down. We will continue until I am down to a final student. That student will receive as a prize, tutoring by myself. The class progressed through the exercise. One by one each student cast their spell on the stone. One by one they were eliminated. The final 3 students were the Nori twins, and a Slytherin. Bellatrix knew this Slytherin, or rather, she knew her father. Kurt Avery was a tough, but effective Death Eater. He was the man Voldemort sent when he wanted a statement made, the statement being, here are your entrails, watch them flutter in the breeze. Johanna Avery appeared to be every bit the powerhouse her father was. The dull bee, own hair of the witch scarcely moved as she flicked her wrist and launched a piercing hex. Like always it hit its mark perfectly and she smirked before stepping back. Bellatrix wondered if Johanna was familiar with this exercise. She had chosen it because it was an effective way to help a witch or wizard gain their eye for targeting. Of course, when I learned it, Bellatrix thought, there was a screaming muggle attached to the stone. She still remembered the woman she had been taught on. Bellatrix doubted she would ever forget her. The screams, the look of terror, every moment of horror on the muggle's face was etched as indelibly on her mind as if it had been branded there. Before she had felt pride, but now the idea of hurting someone innocent filled her with disdain. Not for their sake, the old lessons of blood and purity did not vanish overnight. But for his. Harry would not like her acting like the other Bellatrix, so she didn't. She wouldn't become the woman who still gave him nightmares. Imoen Nori was next up. Her spell veered slightly north, so she was eliminated and sent to her chair. Next came Iris. Iris Nori, Bellatrix knew, was a student that Harry thought highly of. As Iris Mitchell, she had been one of his agents during his war. The Silent Witch had been responsible for one of the largest attacks on the Death Eaters, only to die at the wand of her own sister, who had become a Death Eater. Would I have turned on my sisters? Bellatrix didn't want the answer to that. She had murdered Sirius in that timeline. That act had probably shattered her sanity. She had already been evil in that timeline, but murdering family. Bellatrix, not for the first time, found herself hating that her. Iris had cast her spell perfectly, and so it was time for Johanna again. Johanna looked appraising Ly, not at the target, but at her competition. You are talented, she said softly to Iris, but too timid. She grinned and then sent the next spell into the stone. Iris said nothing. Instead, she waited for Bellatrix to allow her forward. Johanna brushed past her, the smell of cinnamon, and something else on her hair. 3 galleons says that you can't put a hole through the stone. The owned Slytherin taunted. Still, Iris said nothing. She turned and faced her opponent. 5. She said in a near whisper, 5 galleons. Deal, Johanna said, bringing her wand up, but keeping its point lowered. The two tapped wands, a bargain marked between them. The spell went true. Iris' piercing spell penetrated the stone, before striking the wall behind it. Johanna nodded, drawing her purse from her pocket and counting out the money. She palmed it, placing it in Iris' hand. Meet me during free period tomorrow. I think you and I should practice together. Johanna turned and cast her own spell, intentionally going slightly higher. The spell missed its spot and so she sat down. Bellatrix had watched the exchange silently. She didn't trust Johanna. She wondered if her father had decided to place her in the position of recruiter. Final lesson for today: how to spot if someone has placed a compulsion charm on an object in the dueling circle. Now, traditionally there should be nothing in the circle but duelists. However, never assume that your opponent is honorable. Something could be there but glamored to be invisible. She stood beside Iris. Miss Nori, please place your winnings onto my desk. Since you were just given something, you will be my guinea pig. Iris did as she asked, setting the 5 coins down. Bellatrix swished her wand down. The coins remained inert. Good. Had there been a charm of any kind, it would have glowed. Red for compulsion, yellow for confundus, bright blue for a time delayed. Portkey, etc. She looked at the students. Class is dismissed. Study your charms textbook. When we meet again I will be expected more from you. Once her classroom was empty, Bellatrix left it, making her way towards the infirmary. Andromeda hated being pregnant. She had begun to show now. She was sore, she was tired, and worst of all, Ted Tonks was in her waiting room. She'd managed to shift his case to one of the others. Meeting her former husband while she was carrying his child that she was claiming as another man's, after divorcing her husband for cheating, was not how she wanted to spend the day. In fact, she was quite ready to pack it in and go home. She sat in her office, scratching out a treatment plan for her current patient. Richard Travers, aged 44. The patient came in with injuries consistent with mauling by a manticore. Recommended bed rest, blood replenishing potions, and travel by flow exclusively for the next week. Poison from the wound was treated by switching charm, replacing bad blood with fresh. She looked back up from her work. This was basic stuff, the kind of thing she could do in her sleep. So why was it so hard right now? Sighing, she folded her notes and set them onto the outgoing mailbox. After a moment the paper folded itself into a plane and took off through a tube in the wall. She was irritated at the world. She was especially irritated at Harry. What's wrong with Nymphadora? I think it's a beautiful name. She wasn't sure how she knew she was carrying a daughter. But she was. In her mind's eye, she could see Nymphadora Fox, a beautiful, graceful child. Perhaps she would take her mother's interest in dance and become a performer in a ballet troupe. Perhaps she would be a gifted healer like her mother and aunt. But Harry was sure of 2 things, that the child would hate the name Nymphadora, and that she would prefer literally anything else. He'd even suggested just Dora, a suggestion swiftly vetoed. The nerve of him. It's not even his baby. Ted would have let me name best not to go down that road. Ted would have let her name the child whatever she wished, but Harry would never cheat on his wives. There was a soft knock on her door. Enter. She said, watching as the floor matron walked inside. Yes, Madam Curtis. Andromeda asked her. I wanted to see how you were coming along today. The matron said, Thomas said that you practically threw a case into her hands. I did. Jeanette told me who my next patient would be. I couldn't see Ted. Not so soon after the divorce. I asked her to take him. Andromeda sighed softly, it's still too raw for me to be able to do my job properly. The matron nodded softly, perhaps you should take the rest of the day off. You have finished your last scheduled case today. We've all heard about Hogsmeade, maybe you should go see your family. Andromeda rose from her seat, I will do that. Harry left the flow open for us, so I can use that. She left her office with Madame Curtis following. She would use the private flow to head into Harry's office. Amelia Bones sat at her desk, a paper cup of what the canteen had charitably referred to as coffee in one hand and the Daily Prophet in the other. Attack on Hogsmeade leaves Ministry shocked. Heir of Slytherin, fights terrorist leader. Barnabas Cuff. Terror gripped the heart of the Scottish village of Hogsmeade when a group of wizards led by the self-styled Dark Lord Voldemort, and a creature described by our contact in the Department of Mysteries as an abomination, attacked on Sunday. Aurors Amelia Bones and Diana Spencer were unable to breach the wards to call for backup and were forced to rely on assistance from Hogwarts Professor Harry Fawkes and his family. Professor Fawkes, most notable for the previous article where he saved the life of one Appaline Dubois, dueled the man known as Voldemort, eventually destroying his wand and wand hand. More interesting than the duel itself was the proclamation of Professor Fawkes that he was the Lord Slytherin, named by long-dead founder, Salazar Slytherin himself. Humbled, Voldemort left his dead soldiers via portkey. Our contact in the DOM had this to say, most likely, the portkey was connected to the wards that prevented anyone from leaving. He activates the portkey drops the wards. Further research into Harry Fawkes has discovered that he has married the widow Lestrange and that she has been named the Lady Slytherin. This is for sure, this will cause a shakeup among the houses most closely associated with the dark arts. Amelia frowned, they made it sound like Diana and I did nothing. She put down her paper cup and began to ball the paper up in her hands. We did a hell of a lot more than nothing. Diana caught one of the bastards with a cutting curse that took his legs off. I got one of them with a conjured spear to the stomach and they're just going to ignore us. It might not be Harry's fault, but she was still angry. Moody though, he'd been thrilled. The continued interrogation of Lucius Malfoy had revealed much. That Voldemort bastard's already losing supporters thanks to our own raids. But we've been picking up small fish. The big ones are hiding somewhere and Malfoy can't or won't tell us. Suddenly A.B. Ownwich sank into the chair opposite her. Can you believe those King duffers at the bullpen this morning? Hey Spencer, Bones, are you planning on letting a professor do all your work? King hell. Diana Spencer was many things, Amelia knew, she was talented especially with charms, she had a mean right hook as many of their fellow Aurors discovered during unarmed drills, but she was not ladylike. That her father was a Muggle lord and her mother the daughter of Celestina Roll had done nothing to make her any more socially appropriate. Amelia chuckled at her friend's outburst, yes I can believe it. The prophet makes it sound like you and I were playing Exploding Snap the whole time. She handed the paper over to Diana. The other witch began to smooth the paper out and read it. Amelia could see the anger growing in her eyes. That miserable, stinking, bloated, goat-loving, manticore-licking, no-mess, king bastard. I can't believe I let him touch my quaffles when we were dating. Diana spat, the paper catching on fire from a burst of unintended magic. I have half a mind to go over to the prophet and fling Barney out of his window. I have no doubt that you would. But now it's premeditated so you can't. Amelia said quietly, besides, all that would do is prove him right. Diana curled her lip in anger, so, I know what let's do. Let's go see Professor Fawkes, he can force a retraction. She rose and grabbed Amelia's hand, come on, our shift in Hogsmeade starts in an hour, we can go to Hogwarts early and talk to him. Diana began to tug her along. When they arrived at the Hogwarts infirmary, Amelia and Diana found that Harry was busy. Bellatrix and her sisters, along with the Vila, Appaline Dubois were already there. Bellatrix turned to see them, Auror Bones, Auror Spencer, what can we do for you? I would like Harry to write to the prophet. The hack who wrote the article has painted Amelia and me as useless twits. Diana said angrily, if he wrote to them, telling them of our actions, the prophet would have to print a retraction. So, were you planning on saying, please, or did you think you could demand something of my husband? Bellatrix asked the woman. Diana, to her credit, looked somewhat embarrassed. Please. Please what? Bellatrix pressed. Will you please write to the Daily Prophet and tell them to fix their damned article? Diana practically spat at Harry. Merlin's hairy sack, do you think this is how I wanted to spend the time before my shift? Coming up here to ask your husband to fix this? I was more interested in getting some lunch and then flirting with the cute bloke in regulations. Harry sat up on the bed and laughed softly. All right. I'll do it, then you can go flirt. I'll even make you sound suitably heroic, maybe tell them that I slipped and you helped me up. Now, I was having a nice conversation with my family about the fact that I just pissed off one of the most dangerous wizards I've ever seen. Would the two of you please, go away and bother literally anyone else? He wasn't that bad, was he? I mean, I know he has followers, but surely he's no, Amelia began, but Harry stopped her with a single look. Amelia, Tom Riddle hits like the night bus, his spells can puncture wards like a hot knife through butter, he is ruthless and he is merciless. He will kill anyone for any reason at any time. Harry said softly, his voice low and serious, he hates you for being a blood traitor, me for being a half-blood like him, and he hates Muggleborn students for being Muggleborn. Harry squeezed Narcissa's hand and continued, now he knows that I have the position in our society that he covets. His followers will start to talk, and when they do, he'll be driven to do something to prove to them that he is the strongest. He sighed softly, I'm afraid that I may have spurred him on to a worse act. Voldemort looked down at the stump that had been his wand hand, cold fury in his eyes. Nothing had gone the way it was supposed to have. True, his creation had caused some terror, but his forces had been defeated in battle. He lost his hand in a duel with a pretender to his heritage. Worse, he knew that his servants were starting to talk among themselves. They didn't know the scope of the mark on their arms. It let him summon them, it even let him hurt them with just a touch of his wand. But it also let him know when they gathered without his permission. Just such a meeting was occurring now. Concentrating on the marks, he could hear the conversations. Orion Black is making a move to replace me. He suppressed a snarl and apparated wandlessly to the Avery home. He could hear the conversation through the door. If Fawkes is the real Lord Slytherin, then we should work to bring him to our side. Voldemort knew the oily voice of Thurston Avery well, he was one of his politicians in the Wizengamot. He'll never join us, argued Orion Black, it would be better if the House Slytherin remained headless. Our families have filled that vacuum admirably. The Dark Lord, while powerful, was bested. We must work together to remove Harry Fawkes from discussion among our allied houses. And you would be the one to start that, Black. Would you be the maypole we would gather around? Avery pressed, the Dark Lord is more powerful than you. Perhaps, but he has been rather grievously injured. We wish the strongest of us to rule over the weaker, correct? I'd maintain that as the Dark Lord has been humbled in battle, we need, at the very least, a new figurehead to act in his place. Orion argued. Then the door flew open as Voldemort used a wandless banishing charm to open them. Such lack of faith, Orion. You seem to think that your lord is unable to continue his work without a proper period of rest. Voldemort smiled then, perhaps you are right. Perhaps a period of recuperation will renew me. From his robes, Voldemort removed a locket. This is the locket of Salazar Slytherin, I have placed an enchantment on it that will serve to allow you to act as the figurehead for our circle. He handed it to Orion, who seemed reluctant to take it, but, seemingly of its own volition, he took it. Put it on, Voldemort said quietly. Orion's hands trembled as he slid the necklace over his head. Open, Voldemort hissed, watching the locket click open and a black vapor billow forth. The vapor flowed upwards, going into the nostrils and mouth of the now frozen wizard. Voldemort took a deep breath before drawing a silver dagger from his robes and plunging it into his chest. He collapsed at the same moment as Orion before the stunned Thurston Avery. After a moment, Orion stood back up. His eyes glowed red, and when he spoke, it was with the voice of Voldemort. See, Avery, what happens to someone with ideas beyond their station? The features of the former heir of House Black began to melt away, revealing a rejuvenated Voldemort standing there. Dispose of that and then prepare your home. We will host a meeting and purge those who think they are more capable. That was when Harry woke up with a gasp in his bed at the Hogwarts infirmary. He hadn't had a vision like this since coming back to the past. His gasp of surprise startled his newest guest. "Harry, what's wrong?" Minerva said, jumping from her seat and moving to his side. She put a hand on his forehead as if checking for a fever. "I had a vision, I suppose." Voldemort put a locket around the neck of Orion Black. He commanded it to open, and when it did this, black vapor began to pour out. The vapor went up the nose of Orion Black, then Voldemort stabbed himself. When they collapsed, Voldemort was in the body of Orion. Harry explained, sitting back on his pillows. It was like he shoved his soul into the man. He drew in a deep breath, then turned, looking at the dark sky behind the windows of the infirmary. "What time is it?" Minerva drew her wand and cast a tempest charm. "A little after midnight. I wanted to see you before I went to my quarters. I must have dozed off in the chair." She smiled softly, her face reddening slightly. "Your students miss you." "The Lady Slytherin is much less forgiving than her husband," she said. "I overheard my 7th-year students complaining about one of her precision drills." Harry nodded. "I'll be with them as soon as I can hold my wand without feeling faint." He frowned, thinking about the vision. "Do you know of anything like that?" "The locket, I mean. Something like that. An artifact that can move souls has to be in a book somewhere, right?" She thought for a moment. This would be a conversation best had with Albus. He would have a better idea than I would. She stood. "I suppose I should go now. Please try to get some rest, all right?" When he nodded, she leaned in and keyed him softly before walking out. She made it roughly halfway to her quarters before the fact that she'd keyed him filtered through. She had just keyed Harry Fawkes, the man she had done her best to repress her attraction to. Morgana have mercy, I keyed him, and I enjoyed it. She paused in her steps, guilt flooding into her. "I keyed my closest friend, a married man. I was at his wedding. Hell, I was his best man." She leaned against the wall outside of her classroom. Rubbing her temples, she tried to process what happened. "Why did I keyed him? I know I have this attraction to him, but I thought I was better than this." But she wasn't better. She knew this now. She knew she wanted him. She also knew she couldn't have him. Not as a wife, not as a consort. "I don't want just a line continuation contract either. If I were to have him, it would be to have him completely." Minerva knew that she couldn't have him completely. Decision made, she would apologize to him in the morning and chalk up. What happened to her being tired? That didn't make her bed any less empty though. As she climbed into it, it felt far too big. Normally her bed was the proper size, but today, with the memory of dotting Harry fresh, her bed felt as if it was the size of the room itself. She stared at the ceiling, counting the stones usually worked to help her fall asleep. She counted them all, 10 times before her eyes began to feel heavy. Why did she have to fall for someone like Harry? He was the first man she'd really paid attention to since the day she had stopped responding to the letters of her handsome farm boy back home. He was a muggle, she was a witch. She knew from watching her parents that a relationship of that kind was too difficult to make work easily. Finding out that he married had hurt Minerva more than she had expected. She hadn't wanted him to wait forever. But the knowledge that he was married and had found someone else to love should make her happy for him, but she felt empty. She fell into an uneasy sleep. The next afternoon Harry had 2 visitors. Sirius, along with Lily, had come to see him. Seeing his future godfather holding the hand of his mother had Harry concerned, but for the first time, the fact that he was from a different timeline gave him comfort. There was never supposed to be a Harry Potter in this timeline, so maybe in this reality, Sirius and Lily got together. It was still somewhat uncomfortable though. "Everyone in Gryffindor is talking about your fight in Hogsmeade," Sirius exclaimed. When McGonagall came back with the students, they all ran to their houses. "Not just in Gryffindor," Severus said that nearly every Slytherin sent an owl home. Lily amended as Sirius nodded. "Remus Hufflepuff sent one out too. I'm surprised you haven't seen any letters yet." Sirius said to him, "Sissy is keeping your mail for you, isn't she? Or is it Professor Bellatrix?" He teased the older wizard. "Actually, it's your mother. Ever since she brought Regulus to live with us, she's been handling all of my business mail." Harry explained. Regulus Black had been the lost Black, basically ignored by his parents. Luckily, being out of Grimmauld Place and surrounded by Bellatrix and Andromeda managed to blunt some of Walburga's influence. Harry decided against telling Sirius about the vision regarding the death of Orion. So, he said to Sirius, I understand that once I am up and running again, you and James Potter have a detention with me. Would you like to tell me about it now? It was my fault, Professor Fox, Lily said. James threw a fit that I hugged Sirius after Sirius was nice enough to try and cheer me up. I nearly slapped him when he acted like he could claim me like the last packet of crisps. She looked over at Sirius. I should have slapped him. Lily, while seeing James get smacked would have been hilarious on many levels, I wouldn't want to see you get in trouble. James isn't an awful guy, he just needs to mature. Sirius said to her, squeezing her hand. I wasn't much better. If he'd come downstairs before I did, he would have done the same thing. Yes, but you wouldn't have been ready to throw a punch if he'd hugged me. Lily pointed out, you also wouldn't have caused a scene in the Great Hall because he had the audacity to have breakfast with me while we discussed potions. She smiled at him. Harry was saved from a further contemplation of his mother and godfather being a couple when Bellatrix appeared at the door with Albus. Sirius, Miss Evans, I think the headmaster is here to speak with me, Harry said as Bellatrix went to his side. Albus stood at the door until Sirius and Lily left the room. Minerva spoke to me. This vision you had is rather troubling. I have taken the liberty of writing to our mutual friend in the Department of Mysteries. They will, no doubt, wish to speak with you soon. What could it be? Harry asked. How did that vapor turn Orion Black into Tom Riddle? I have a theory, one that I dearly wish to be false. Do you remember ever hearing the word, Horcrux, in your previous timeline? Albus asked. When Harry shook his head, Albus sighed. A Horcrux is a dark method for extending one's life. Potentially forever. The vision you had seemed to show Voldemort using one to possess the body of Orion Black. So what do we do? Harry asked him. I take it that it won't be as easy as finding them and setting them on fire. Albus pursed his lips in thought. Fiendfire perhaps, or basilisk venom. Something potent enough to destroy anything it comes in contact with. The problem is finding them. Going through your memories, I looked at the diary Lucius Malfoy gave Ginny Weasley. I believe that may have been a Horcrux. Bellatrix sat on the edge of the bed. Harry got the message and shifted so that she could sit beside him. I'll go to Grimmauld Place and check the Black Library for books on Horcruxes. I doubt there'll be anything. From the way the headmaster here is looking so worried, this is probably a very hidden type of magic. She said, taking Harry's hand. Indeed it is. Very little information exists on the ritual to make a Horcrux, save that it is one of the darkest things a person can do. It requires the theft of a valued item, the murder of an innocent, and the rending of one's soul. Albus explained, the more times a soul is split, the more fragmented the person. He becomes harder to destroy, and as he becomes more insane from the lack of a true soul, he becomes more dangerous. So, he used up one of his fragments. Harry asked, sliding a little closer to Bellatrix, that means the locket is worthless to him now. He hoped that was the case. If it could be reused, that means it would be even harder to defeat Voldemort. I am unsure, Albus said, more research will be needed. Over the Yule break, I will do just that. By the time you and Narcissa Fox arrive back at the school, I should have some answers. Harry had been cleared to leave the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. Provided that he kept all magic use to a bare minimum for at least another week. At his side, Bellatrix and Narcissa kept pace with him. Are you sure that you wish to do this, Harry? Narcissa asked him. The portrait isn't going anywhere. It's not like we can't see him later. Harry nodded. I need to speak with Salazar. If anyone would know about Horcruxes, it would be him. He led them down the path towards the chamber's entrance. I'm ready to start casting spells again. I've been laying in that bed for what feels like weeks. Bellatrix squeezed his hand. It's been a week, Harry. You nearly died, Harry. Please just go down to the chamber, talk to the portrait and then come back to your quarters and rest. Harry smiled and brought her hand up to his lips and key. It. Bellatrix smiled when he did that. That's your charming way of telling me that you're going to do whatever you want, isn't it? His response of a smile made her sigh in resignation. Narcissa kept pace with Harry and her sister. These were the last weeks of term before the Yule break. Then she would leave as Narcissa Black and return as Narcissa Fox, the Lady Peverell. Lady Peverell. She thought lady of our house. Bella is the Lady Slytherin and is as such lady of a powerful dark-aligned house, but Peverell, that is a name that will allow me to make contact with the light and neutral houses. We could create our own block at the Wizengamot. That was an idea that Narcissa found had a lot of appeal. She knew that Harry enjoyed being a professor at Hogwarts. But her family, she felt, was meant for better things. Minister Fawkes or Supreme Mugwump Fawkes, or what about Chief Warlock? Chief Warlock Fawkes, leader of the Wizengamot. Perhaps not as impressive on the world stage, but here in Britain it would make us essentially untouchable. Harry wasn't much of a politician, but that was all right with Narcissa. She could help with that. Provided we get him out of his recklessly noble mindset. No wonder he was a Gryffindor when he was a student. They arrived at the girls' bathroom. Stepping inside, Harry opened the chamber and summoned the lift. You know, riding a magically levitating stone should feel less special once you know what's down there. Bellatrix mused, but it's still very exciting. Harry nodded, slipping his arm around her. Are you ready to give up your teaching duties? He asked his wife, I've heard how well you've been doing, maybe you should stay on as my assistant. He teased her, earning a soft elbow to his ribs. If anything, you would be my assistant, Bellatrix replied primly, her regal voice and straight back at odds with the elbow that Harry had received. Once inside the chamber proper, Harry walked over to the portrait of Salazar Slytherin. So, my Lord Slytherin, I understand there was some commotion in the village. The old wizard said from his place in the painting. When Harry looked confused, Salazar smiled. I built most of the ward structure for the castle. It is safe to say that there is very little I do not know. The false heir used a ritual to create madness from the corpses of muggles, didn't he? Harry nodded. He also might have used a Horcrux. He added, I had a vision. I guess I saw him kill Orion Black by putting a locket on him. The locket opened and black smoke poured out and went into him. Salazar held up a hand. A locket. How did it open? He spoke in Parseltongue. Harry said, it opened when he told it to, and then that smoke went into Orion. Then he stabbed himself with a dagger and fell, transferring his soul into the healthy vessel and leaving his body to wither. Clever, very clever. Salazar paced inside his portrait. That is indeed a Horcrux as I've seen it described. Herpo the Foul created 7 to hide his soul. I would expect the false heir to have done the same. The locket was mine. Salazar indicated a gold chain beneath his robes. I would not doubt that he has used my ring as well. This leads me to believe that he has sought artifacts from the founders. Would the cup of Helga Hufflepuff count? Bellatrix asked as she came over from where she and Narcissa had been standing. When I was married to Rodolphus, he gave us the cup for safekeeping, and said to never let it leave our vault. Salazar thought for a moment. Helga's cup would be a prime target for making a Horcrux. So would Rowena's diadem, though I don't know where that would be hidden. For Godric, I can't think of anything. Most likely he would have used the sword, but as that never leaves the headmaster's office, I doubt he would have a chance to get it. We'll go to London and get the cup. Any suggestions on how to transport it, and more importantly how to destroy it? Harry asked Salazar. Rodolphus put it in bare-handed. Bellatrix told him, I don't think it will be too risky to bring it back here to destroy. As for the destruction of a Horcrux, you need either fiendfire to completely destroy it, or basilisk venom. Salazar said, the best thing to do, in order to prevent him from knowing what you are doing, is to keep them here until you can destroy them all at once. That concept worried Harry somewhat. If they had all of these incredibly dangerous objects, what would stop someone from trying to get at them? So, we just pile them here until we can destroy them all at once. Harry asked, what if someone tries to steal one? If there was one thing you could count on, Harry knew, it was that the wizarding world was full of greedy and stupid people, any of whom could be tricked into doing Voldemort's bidding. Salazar chuckled softly, you forget, this is my chamber. I know it better than you do. Stand by my portrait and say, vault. You'll see why. Harry came closer to the portrait. After hissing the phrase in Parseltongue, the portrait swung like the ones that stood guard over the common room he'd spent his school years in. Behind the wall was a door. Harry tugged it open and looked inside. Galleons, piles upon piles of them. Jewels too, enough to make the richest man in Britain envious. In the center of the vault there was a small dais. Sitting on top of that was a bowl of black liquid and a set of small silver tools that looked to Harry like a Muggle surgical kit. From behind him, he heard the slightly muffled voice of Salazar Slytherin. this is the true wealth of my house. In the center of the vault you should notice a basin. Pure basilisk venom. The tools beside it were used to extract the venom. In any case, that venom should be enough to destroy the Horcruxes. How is still viable? You've been gone for quite a while. Harry asked as he stood back. The vault shut itself and the portrait swung back to face him. Salazar was looking at him with an amused glint in his eye. You don't know much about basilisk venom, do you? It is so caustic that it would remain viable for another 1,000 years. Salazar went into the background of his painting and picked up a book bound in red leather. This book is my personal journal. It is enchanted so that only someone who can speak Parseltongue will be able to read it. It should offer some insight into the enchantment on my ring. That ring will be deadly to the wrong person. Sirius and Lily were sitting at the common room table with Frank and Alice. This was possibly the first time since officially becoming her boyfriend that Sirius Black found himself annoyed by Lily. It wasn't her fault, not really, she was just very devoted to her studies. The problem lay in the fact that it was the weekend and he was ready to do literally anything else but look at his charms textbook. Lily, please, it's Sunday. Can we go for a walk or something? Sirius begged, dropping his head onto the book. I'm dying here. He heard a soft chuckle from the corner of the room. Shut it, James. I can throw this book better than I can read it right now. Lily closed her book. I suppose we can if you'd like. She put her book back into her bag and rose from the table. Sirius didn't bother to put his up. Instead, he jumped from his seat and took her arm. As the two left the common room to head down to the courtyard, James Potter decided it was time to begin the first phase of his new plan. His partner in this little endeavor, a fellow second-year student from Slytherin, would be in her usual study space at the library. When he arrived, he found her at the same table he'd met her at when the Pruitt twins suggested James meet with one of their other pranking protégés. Regina Parkinson, an auburn-haired Slytherin who, as James had found out from their first meeting, tended towards subtle pranks. Her favorite was a sticking charm on the chair of her target. Grant Bletchley had been trapped in his seat in potions for nearly the entire day after he'd pinched her bottom. Potter, Regina said without looking up, you'll be pleased to know that Snape won't be joining us for dinner tonight. Someone stuck his shoes to the ceiling of the Slytherin common room. Bastard only has one pair. Regina Parkinson had been chosen because she despised most of the other Slytherins. She was Muggle-born in a house that did not care of those. Her fifth cousin, Patricia, heiress to House Parkinson, would barely admit that she even knew of the non-magical branch of her family. Regina had to rely on her wits to survive in Slytherin, and she was fortunate to have those in spades. Brave woman. Touching his shoes, I mean. Looking at his hair, I doubt he washes anything. James said, earning a slender raised eyebrow, but no comment from the auburn-haired witch. Fabian and Gideon will be joining us in a bit. They said they had some plans for Operation Prank Lily and Sirius. Don't you mean Operation Be Jealous of your former best friend and his girlfriend? She said with the first trace of a smirk on her lips. It's not like you aren't doing this to try and break up Evans and Black. If you don't like the plan, why are you a part of it? He asked her crossly. Regina, he'd learned, was one of those people who seemed to know your thoughts. It rankled him, being forced to deal with a witch who could read him so well. First year, Black thought he would get the best of me by filling my satchel with dung bombs. Because I was a Parkinson and a Slytherin. So, I've been racking my brain for a way to get back at him. All of my ideas ended up being dismissed as too lethal when I thought them over. So, if we can get him to feel some pain, then it's worth to me. Regina replied, closing her book as the two were met by the Pruitt twins. Morning all, Fabian said, flopping down beside James, and how is the happy couple? They're wonderful, Fab, just wonderful, can't you see the love sparkling in their eyes? Well, it's either love or gas. I can never tell which is which. Gideon said as he sat down beside Regina. In any case, are the two of you ready to get the better on our dear ever so slightly trumped up Mr. Black, and the lovely Miss Evans? Fabian added with a sly look to James, surely seeing another beautiful redhead on your arm will drive her to the heights of jealousy. So, she'll either come running back or possibly kill Reggie here. Either way, fun for spectators and those of us selling umbrellas and Wellingtons for the cleanup. Gideon said, that would be us by the way. James smirked. The Pruitt twins were 7th-year students, each one well known as a prankster on their own merits, but when together, they were the stuff of legends. He had approached them earlier in the week, wanting their assistance in how to break up Sirius and Lily. After a quick deliberation they had introduced him to Regina and spelled out the plan. James would study harder, do his best to become a star pupil like Lily. Regina would be his girlfriend, in name only. Fabian had been quick to add when Regina had drawn her wand. Her job would be to act like the supportive partner and thus, draw Lily into being angry. Angry Lily was driven Lily. Driven Lily would drive Sirius insane and they would be broken up before Valentine's Day. That was the plan, as it had been outlined. What James and Regina didn't know was the non-outlined part. Fabian and Gideon liked both of their protégés and thought they'd be much happier together than they would if James was with Lily and Regina was, well, alone again because no one in her house liked her. So, first step is make your relationship believable. Tonight at dinner, I want you to go to the Slytherin table and ask her if you can sit with her. Odds are good someone will make a noise, so instead she will offer to sit with you. Gideon began, with me so far. Good. He hadn't gave them a real chance to reply. He was on a roll after all. So, you two sit down near Sirius and Lily and while you are eating, between mouthfuls James, we are not animals, you will discuss one of your classes. Figure that out ahead of time, pick one you both aren't great at, maybe Dada, Merlin knows Trevian is terrible. Fabian added, do that, offer to meet during the free period to discuss classwork and make it look like you have a connection growing. Then Sirius and Lily will notice, if she likes you, and who wouldn't like James Potter, Fabian said. Besides all of Slytherin, half of Ravenclaw and 2 people in Hufflepuff, added Gideon. Right, anyway, if she likes you, she'll get jealous. Then when you ace your next exam and thank Reggie with a big hug, she'll get mad. Then she'll have to try and beat you. She'll go into study mode, Sirius will get bored and possibly smacked, and before you know it, you're picking up the pieces. James smiled listening to the twins' plan. This is perfect. There's no way Lily won't go spare when she sees me with a beautiful witch and doing better than her. Harry and Bellatrix were in London making their way into Gringotts. Per the advice of Salazar, they were carrying a large dragonskin bag that Bellatrix had enchanted with an impermeable charm. Harry looked at the crowd. Did they ever have bank holidays? He mused, more to himself than his wife. Bellatrix shook her head, not goblins. Crafty bastards. On their sacred days, they use their prisoners to operate the bank under the watch of the guards. She gestured to a shabbily dressed goblin at the doorway of an office, see that one. Those rags identify him as a debt prisoner. He does the scut work for the bank in order to pay off whatever debt he owes. Harry looked at the goblin. He was young, possibly the youngest he'd ever seen. He had short dark hair slicked back in a way that reminded him of a young Draco Malfoy. Thinking of him made Harry think of his old life. Had he prevented anyone else from being born? He didn't think so since he hadn't come across any of the parents of his friends. The spawn of Death Eaters. I don't know if I'd be sad if they're gone, but do I want that on my conscience? Would they still be bad if their parents weren't Death Eaters? A lot of them are still in school. If I can stop them from joining Voldemort, maybe I can prevent the next generation from following him. Left with his thoughts, he ignored Bellatrix as she got a teller to summon a cart for them. He followed her and their attendant to the carts. The ride, as always, was stomach-churning. Harry and Bellatrix found themselves at the Lestrange vault in short order though, and Bellatrix handed the key to the goblin. Inside, was the collected treasures of House Lestrange. Bellatrix walked along, tapping her wand almost lazily at what appeared to Harry to be random places. There we are. She said to herself, the replication charm is disabled, now we can take the cup. Harry drew his own wand and watched as the cup rose and then moved to hover in front of Bellatrix. Bellatrix opened the dragonskin bag and moved it forward, enveloping the cup. All right, now we can take it back and deal with it, Harry said as Bellatrix closed up the bag. We can, but I think first you and I need to take a brief trip to get that ring Slytherin told you about. If we destroy the cup, there's no way he won't know that we are aware of his soul anchors. Bellatrix said, taking his arm. Besides, I don't get enough time alone with my husband. James and Regina were pleased by the first part of their plan. They were currently working together on an assignment for Professor McGonagall. It was a course that James had always enjoyed. Regina, on the other hand, preferred charms and potions over transfiguration. This allowed them to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The first part was that it would genuinely help their grades, the second, and for James, the most important part was that it would make Lily jealous. It was supposed to anyway. The problem lay with the fact that Lily didn't seem to be paying much attention to them. She and Sirius were busy with her own projects. You see, Sirius, it's very simple. The basic law of magical transference means. It means I'm going to fall asleep, Lily. I love that you're fascinated by this. I really do. You are the smartest person I know, with the exception of liking me. He said with a little grin, but I can't study all free period. I haven't pranked anyone in weeks. I'm losing my touch. Maybe you could teach me how to prank. Lily offered. I don't just study, you know. I can be fun. I know you can be fun. You are fun. Sirius said, putting his hand on hers. How about this? We'll finish this chapter, and then I'll teach you some of the spells we've worked out as Marauders. When she turned her hand to hold his, she smiled. We're second years, we've got 5 more years to get all the studying we need. We can take some time for fun. That's easy for you to say, Sirius, Lily said, your family is rich. You could live in luxury until you're older than the hills and you'd still be rich. I'm Muggle-born, I have to work twice as hard as a pure blood to get a job. She was right, Sirius knew. The Bagnold administration was not known for being welcoming to Muggle-borns. Her undersecretary, Fudge, he believed he'd heard his grandfather say, was a toady to the pure-blood families. If he ever became minister, Sirius doubted anything would change. Lily deserved a chance to show the world how brilliant she was. So, how much more studying would I need to do in order to get a good enough job to one day be minister and give you a cushy job? He asked her, couching his real question in the joking boast. Sirius the Minister for Magic would be able to do a lot more than Sirius the jobless playboy. Lily frowned. I don't want a trophy job, Sirius. I want to prove that Muggle-borns belong in our world. She moved her hand from his. Do you really think I would take a cushy job if I didn't deserve it? Sirius sighed. You would deserve it. You are the smartest person I've ever met. You are going to be a witch that changes the world. He said, looking at her, watching as the anger slowly began to fade. I'm an idiot who just happens to be obscenely wealthy. The system favors people like that. They do, Lily said, a tiny smirk twisting her lip, but that's why I want to change the system. I want a world where I have a better chance at a job because I'm smarter than you. Here she flicked his nose with her finger, not where you have a better chance because your uncle has tea with the minister. The pair dissolved into laughter then. From their own table in the library, Regina and James continued to work. James looked over when he heard the giggles from Lily Evans. He turned back and glared at his textbook. You know, Potter, drawled Regina Parkinson, making eyes at your textbook won't make it give you answers. The last wizard to fall in love with a book was Dedrick Alston in 1449, who married an illustration of Helga the Red. James turned his glare to Regina. Parkinson, I'm not making eyes. You are not making this plan any easier by sniping at me. I'm supposed to find you charming enough that I want to date you. It's rather hard to do when you're glaring at those two. It's not much for my confidence as a witch either. Regina finished the last part a bit quieter. James frowned then. I'm sorry. Maybe we should study somewhere else then. It's still early, how about we go to the courtyard? When Regina seemed pensive, James held out his hand. Come on, you can tell everyone that you made. James Potter apologize, that brings the total number of people that made me apologize to 1. Regina glowered, but the glare was spoiled as she smiled. All right, Potter. Come on. She took his hand and led him out of the library. They missed 2 smirking Gryffindors watching them leave. She made him apologize. Fabian noted, marking a spot on his parchment, that's a galleon to me. Gideon pulled his coinpurse out and handed him a coin. Yes. But it was an apology before the first key. So my bet holds, and that's 3 sickles to me. He grinned as his brother pulled out his own purse and made the change. Appearing at the shack, Bellatrix and Harry found themselves standing there looking at it. Neither one really wanted to go inside first, but they knew they needed to. Casting a quick scanning charm, Bellatrix nudged Harry. Nothing except the ring. Riddle didn't even put a repulsion ward up. Probably didn't think anyone would come here. Harry nodded. Remember, I have to touch the ring. I'm his heir, so the corruption curse won't affect me. He made his way to the door, wand drawn, Bellatrix close behind him. Inside, the shack reeked of spoiled milk and moldy wood. Various stains of unknown origin covered the floor. Most notably dark specks of some liquid covered a particularly battered broken bed. Bellatrix wrinkled her nose in distaste, looking at the crude scrawl above it. Whoever this Merope was, someone enjoyed making them bleed. She touched the bed for a moment before turning back to him. The Gaunts, from what the rumors say, were a particularly inbred bunch. Breeding, true, until they lost most of their magic. Pure bloods need to marry into other families if they want to stay pure and also cast spells. Harry was only half listening to his wife. Instead, he was casting a detection charm, leading him likewise to the bed of Merope Gaunt. There, under the bed, was a small box. Harry reached for it and Bellatrix swatted his hand. "Don't touch it. Not unless you know it's what we are looking for." Her tone was harsher than she intended, and she looked down for a second. "Please." Harry took her hand and squeezed it. "I will be careful. I promise." He cast another charm on the box and then nodded. "That's it." He picked up the box and opened it. Inside sat a heavy and ornate-looking ring. A large emerald sat at the center, inside the mouth of a silver snake. Maeve's scorn. "It's the ring of Slytherin," Bellatrix said in a reverent near whisper. Her hand went out to touch the ring, but this time it was Harry who swatted her. "No, only I can touch it," he said to her. "Open the bag and I'll put it inside." Bellatrix opened the bag and Harry placed both the box and the ring inside with the cup. "Right, we'll take them to the chamber and dispose of them," he said as Bellatrix closed the bag. "Hopefully between these two and the locket, there aren't any more." Narcissa found herself leaving the library later than she had intended. The break was coming up and she wanted to leave with everything prepared. She was so lost in thought that she failed to notice two of her fellow 7th-year Slytherins watching her. Alecto and Amicus Carrow were not, by any stretch of the imagination, good people. Amicus was already a proficient Muggle baiter, thanks to a stolen wand. His sister, Alecto, had a habit of taking her rage out on attractive Muggle women. Normally, they stayed away from their fellow pure bloods, but Narcissa had done something earlier in the day that they decided needed to be dealt with. She had beaten Alecto's results on the latest potions exam. Alecto knew the perfect way to deal with someone she didn't already like. Especially not someone considered the most beautiful witch of their year. Narcissa didn't hear the stunning spell until it was nearly too late. She twisted her body and brought her wand up, casting the Protega shield she had mocked Harry for drilling into the students just a few months ago. "The Carrows," she thought as she sent a stunner towards Alecto. Alecto wasn't as fast as Narcissa, the thicker-bodied witch dropped as the red light made its impact against her body. Amicus, seeing his sister fall, began to cast more curses. Narcissa took note as one purple spell collided with the wall and began to eat away at the rock. "This is more than simple assault. That was lethal," she thought, sending another disarming spell towards the standing Carrow. Amicus dodged it and then sent a cutting curse that struck Narcissa, slicing into her cheek. She hissed in pain, feeling blood trickle down her face when she remembered a curse Great Aunt Cassiopeia had taught the Black Sisters, Duck Harine. She shouted as a blue light hit Amicus. At first, Amicus was cocky. The spell had hit but it hadn't done anything. Then he coughed, spitting up a tiny amount of white sand. Then he began to choke. Each grain of sand was multiplying inside of him. He felt it settling in his stomach, distending it. Narcissa cancelled the curse once he dropped his wand, his fist too stiff to hold it. "I need a house elf," Narcissa called out. With a pop, an elf appeared at her side. "Get Professor Slughorn and Headmaster Dumbledore immediately," she said to the tiny being who vanished again. It was Albus who arrived first on the scene. "Miss Black, what is this?" he asked her, waving his wand and, as painlessly as he was able, summoning the sand from Amicus. "Headmaster, Amicus and Alecto attacked me. I stuck to non-lethal spells until Amicus sent an acidic curse at me," Narcissa said. "I used the sand creation curse my great aunt taught us and halted it once he was no longer a threat." She offered her wand to Albus, who took it carefully. Albus silently caused the wand to reveal its spells. "I see. You are correct, Miss Black. Stunning and disarming spells, interspersed with a Protega. Here is your wand. When Professor Slughorn arrives, he and I will check the spells of Mr. and Miss Carrow." Provided everything is as you say, and I have strong reason to believe that you are being truthful as you are not the type of student to attack others for fun, they will be leaving Hogwarts in the care of one of the Hogsmeade Aurors. He took note of the blood on her face and robe. With a quick swish of his wand the blood was gone. Please go and see Madame Pomfrey. She will need to tend to the cut so that it doesn't scar. Narcissa winced at her mirror, touching her cheek stung even now after Madame Pomfrey had treated her wound. There was a line, nearly imperceptible but it was there, on her cheek. A tiny white line that went from the corner of her mouth to just below her left ear. It's horrible, she thought as she turned to go through her makeup case. I'll be getting married in less than 2 weeks, and I can't get rid of this stupid thing, and I refuse to let Harry see it. She applied a dab of Mistress Mab's magical concealer, and gently worked it into her skin. She hissed in pain. This scar was from a curse, and those scars did not like being hidden. There's got to be something I can do about it, she thought as she stepped closer to the mirror. She'd very nearly killed Amicus Caro. Cassiopeia Black's multiplication hexes were well known in the family. Bellatrix had applied a variation to the treasures of the Lestrange vault when she'd married Rodolphus. It was a simple enough spell, it conjured a single item and then began to copy it. Once one item had been copied enough times, it would switch to the next and repeat the sequence. The version in the Lestrange vault was a piece of fake silverware with a contact-sensitive burning rune etched onto it. Narcissa thought about that as she tried to distract herself from the pain on her cheek. I'll see Andy. Perhaps she'll have something. She gave up on the scar and sat down on her bed. Just as she lay back there was a knock. Come in. She called out watching as the door opened. Harry and Bellatrix walked inside the room. They were carrying a small gray bag, and she noted that Bellatrix had a look of triumph on her face. I take it your excursion went well. Very. Bellatrix said. Now, why don't you explain why there's a scar on your face? When we left you said you were going to be studying. She walked over to her sister, who did this. It doesn't matter, Narcissa began. Bellatrix held up a hand. Tell me who did this to you. Her voice was soft and even. Narcissa knew this tone. This was the one she'd used when she'd threatened Rabaston Lestrange when he'd tried to paw her. This was her, I am going to murder someone, give me a target, voice. Bella, it doesn't matter. The headmaster has them, they'll be sent to the ministry. Narcissa said, holding her hands up, I used Great Aunt Cassiopeia's replication spell. I filled his stomach with sand. Who? Bellatrix shouted, coming up to Narcissa's face, I swear if I have to use legilimency I will. She said, someone attacked you. I will call blood feud on them and their entire line. It was the Caros. Narcissa finally admitted, they attacked me in the hallway. But I stopped them. I stunned Alecto and cursed Amicus. Headmaster Dumbledore has already taken them. She stepped back from her sister. It's over. It's not over, Bellatrix said, until I see their wands snapped, and preferably their necks as well. She looked at Harry. Will you let me call for blood feud on the Caros? Blood feud. It was a simple enough concept. As the twins were the last of their line, calling for a blood feud meant that they were recognized as enemies of the family. It meant that, wherever and whenever possible, a member of their family would seek to destroy them. What Bellatrix was asking for was to bring war on the Caro family. If they get out, there's no way they won't seek to hurt Narcissa. Or our children. So yes, call for it. Harry said to his wife. He didn't like the idea of wiping out families. But, he wasn't blindly forgiving as his Dumbledore had been. Harry had found himself wondering about the difference. This Dumbledore was much more proactive than the one he'd known. That was the moment the headmaster came to the room. In his hand lay a small unassuming leather-bound book. Alistair had a very interesting conversation with Mr. Malfoy. At the end of it, he delivered this book to me. According to Lucius, this is a very important item to Voldemort. It was the diary. Harry would know it anywhere. This was the book that had nearly eaten Ginny's soul. Suddenly he remembered the conversation at the Gaunt Shack. The ring and the cup weren't the only ones. The diary had contained a piece of Tom. He could have slapped himself. As for the Caro siblings, they left with Alistair. They have been taken to a cell and will await sentencing. Harry took the book and placed it in the bag with the ring and the cup. That's 3. I wonder if there are any more. Sirius and Lily were in the courtyard watching as Remus and Jane played gobstones. Do you want to play? Sirius asked her. He looked over at his friend. I bet you are better than Remus. I suppose if you want to. She offered, taking his hand she led him closer to Remus and Jane. Just in time for Jane's stone to send out a jet of foul liquid. Lily grinned as he heard Jane curse under her breath. It was to Remus' credit that he didn't laugh as his quasi-girlfriend applied a drying charm to remove the mess. Sirius, however, had laughed aloud. Keep it up, Black, I'll leave you stuck to the Whomping Willow, naked. Jane threatened as she pocketed her wand again. All right Remus, you got me this time. She said to Remus as she stood up, I've got to meet up with Alex, we've got a defense test tomorrow. She leaned over and keyed at his cheek, winking before she turned and walked away, leaving Remus touching his cheek. Mind if we play Remus? Sirius asked. Seeing no response, he snapped his fingers in front of his friend's face. Remus. He shook his friend lightly. Remus. He began to shake him harder. Remus snapped out of it, get off. He snapped at Sirius before looking back at the door Jane had walked out of. She key ed me. Jane key ed me. He touched his cheek. I what? He said, finally taking full notice of Sirius and Lily. We wanted to know if we could use your gobstones. Lily began, her face pink from held in laughter. Was that your first key? She asked him. At his shy nod, she smiled. She certainly seems to like you. Remus smiled absently. She's amazing, you know. She's incredibly smart and she likes me. So, she's not that smart. Sirius interjected with a sly grin before wincing at his girlfriend's sharp elbow in the ribs. Ow. Hey, abusive wench, he muttered as he rubbed his side. Lily gave Sirius a look before turning back to Remus. My boyfriend is an idiot, please continue. She missed the little upturn on Sirius' lips. He liked that Lily defended Remus. One of the little things I wait, shit. I don't love her yet. I love that about her, that's different than loving her. That idea drove him out of the conversation. He knew Remus and Lily were talking about Jane, but he couldn't stop thinking about the idea of loving Lily Evans. Images of Lily, dressed in ladies' robes befitting the station of Lady Black flitted into his mind. He couldn't help but scoff quietly at them. Lily would never wear formal robes except to parties and very much under protest. A more likely image of Lily in Muggle jeans popped into his mind. That made much more sense to him. Would pure blood society ever accept a Muggle-born lady? Easy answer, no. Honest answer, ditto. The bigger question was, would Sirius ever give a toss about their opinions? Not even slightly. Bellatrix would have her vengeance against the Caro twins later, she knew that much. For now, the trio of herself, Harry, and Narcissa joined with Dumbledore made their way into the private vault of Slytherin. In her hand was the bag containing the cup, the ring, and the diary. They were about to witness the destruction of 3 incredibly powerful dark objects. The Slytherin in her regretted their destruction, even as she knew that it was for the best. Such powerful objects should be studied to see if their enchantments could be replicated and their powers harnessed. Everyone thinks Ravenclaw is the house of the brilliant, but there are plenty of genius Slytherins. Merlin knows people should be aware of that, literally since he was a Slytherin. There sat the basin of venom. Harry stepped over towards it, so I guess I should just dunk them in the venom. He wondered aloud. The tools are Goblin Silverlord Slytherin, the muffled voice of Salazar reminded him. Goblin-forged tools draw in what makes them stronger. The scalpel will do what is required. Harry looked at it. It was a small tool, smaller in fact than the scalpel Remus Lupin had used to cut through a runic brand he'd been given as a birthday gift by his original timeline's Bellatrix. That brand, Harry remembered, had interfered with the wolfsbane potion Remus had needed to take. During the full moon, Remus had killed many innocent muggles because of it. Only in the daylight had he been able to fix the problem by marring the brand. Another thought of the world he'd left behind. In a way, he was glad that reality didn't exist anymore. All of his friends, his true family were dead. It had been a world ruled by darkness because they hadn't been ready. Even Dumbledore hadn't prepared properly for the world that Harry had grown up in. All right, I know what the diary can do, so I'll stab that one first. He said, the ring has a powerful curse on it so we should probably handle that one last, after the cup. Harry said as he reached for the bag held by Bellatrix. She slowly handed him the bag, her own thoughts of the treasures before them and their encroaching destruction distracting her. Are you sure there's no way to save these items? She asked him, watching as Harry drew out the leather-bound book. Helga's cup was said to replicate perfectly anything drinkable that was poured into it. Think about healing potions, or... I'm afraid Mrs. Fox, Albus said softly, that once an object is turned into a Horcrux, the foulness of the ritual used to craft it as such corrupts the vessel forevermore. He looked sorrowfully at the bag. If there is a way to return them to usefulness, it's beyond my knowledge. Harry could feel the darkness inside the diary more strongly than he had before. As if he were more in tune with the wrongness inside of it. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he knew what it was now, he couldn't say for sure. Instead of trying to figure it out, Harry touched the scalpel to the venom and then stabbed the blade into the book. Ink began to spurt out like blood from an artery. In the ink blood, Harry saw shimmering patterns, appearing and fading away. He saw a teenaged face that recognized as Tom Riddle, then it vanished, turning into the screaming face of a young woman, her features locked in a silent scream of terror, and then nothing, it was gone and the diary was powerless. The cup next, Harry said softly, dreading what he would see as he drew the chalice from the bag with his wand and set it down before him. Sorry Tonks, but I've got to destroy a priceless artifact of your founder. He thought as he repeated the actions. This time as a dark liquid began to bubble into existence, Harry saw an older Riddle, perhaps in his 20s now, and then an old woman, limp in her chair. The liquid began to steam and boil in the cup before evaporating away. Finally, the last object. The ring. Harry repeated the actions of bringing the box containing the ring out of the bag. He opened it, revealing Slytherin's ring and dipped the scalpel into the venom once more. This time it wasn't liquid, but smoke like the locket he'd seen in his dream. This one revealing another young Tom Riddle, and then a man with coldly handsome, aristocratic features. The serpent's mouth holding the stone inside the ring began to turn as if the snake was recoiling from the venom. The gold of the ring sizzled and bubbled away, leaving a small stone. Harry picked up the stone and looked at it. What is it? He wondered aloud. If you could face me, my heir, I will explain it. Came the now familiar muffled voice from the portrait. Harry led the others from the vault and allowed the portrait to swing forward. It is the resurrection stone, treasure of Cadmus Peverell and despised by the same. With it, he brought back his beloved, but each moment she spent in the mortal world was agony. In his heartache, he took his life, to join her side. The resurrection stone, Albus said softly, one of the hallows in your very hands. He looked at Harry for a moment. Do you know of the hallows? He asked. Before you died, you were adamant that I learn. 3 brothers, 3 gifts, from death. The elder wand which Draco Malfoy stole from you after he and Snape murdered you, the stone, which as it turned out was inside the ring, and the cloak of invisibility, tool of the wisest brother. Currently owned by the last Peverell descendant, the Potter family. Albus finished. He who wields all 3 will be the master of death. We have 2 here now. Harry, this is not my fight. It can't be, not truly. You are the one destiny brought to this place. I need you to do something. I need you to disarm me in a formal duel. You must earn my wand's loyalty, and that is the only way. Your 7th year class will watch the 2 of us duel. We need the students to know that you have bested me. Once they know, Voldemort will know. But won't that cause him to come after the school again since this is where I am? Harry asked. Albus nodded. It may. But it will also cause him to act to safeguard his remaining Horcruxes if indeed there are any more. The duel was arranged for Friday afternoon. What was meant to be just an exhibition for the 7th year students quickly turned into more. After all, Professor Fawkes was going to have a mock duel with Professor Dumbledore, and once news of that spread, every student wanted to watch. It's almost like you arranged for the rumors to go around so that the largest possible crowd would come and watch. Harry said as he left the headmaster's office with Albus. Perish the thought, Professor, said Albus innocently. In an unrelated note, would you mind terribly wearing your formal professor's robes? The Daily Prophet may be coming to watch. And the Daily Prophet is going to be here because. No response, so Harry asked, you are going to charge admission for this, aren't you? When Albus merely began to whistle nonchalantly, Harry found himself wishing for a moment that this wouldn't be a mock duel. Come, Harry, we must get down to the Quidditch pitch as soon as possible. Change and meet me at the entrance to the Great Hall. Albus said before speeding up and going past Harry. Harry watched as he was left behind, I swear to magic itself if I get down there and there's even one souvenir table I am tying a new knot in his beard with his saggy undercarriage. He thought as he opened the door to his quarters. Inside, Harry found Bellatrix wearing fine black robes with the emblem of Slytherin on an embossed patch. Hurry up and get changed, she said, tossing him a package. Those are your formal robes. I had Madame Malkin make a few alterations to yours. Harry opened the package to find his black robes, with a matching Slytherin patch and the insignia of the Peverell family on the other side. How did you even know to do? Dumbledore came to you and told you to prepare my robes, didn't he? When she nodded, he groaned in annoyance and began to strip. He was bare-chested when his door opened, revealing Minerva. Harry, She stopped in the middle of her sentence as she stared at his chest for a moment before collecting herself. I came to tell you that Lady Doria Potter is here to see you. She said it had to with a letter you were supposed to receive. She's in the Great Hall speaking with the headmaster. With that, Minerva turned and left the room. Aunt Doria, what does she want? Bellatrix asked him as he pulled the robes over his head. Task complete, she went to his side and began to smooth them down. Remember the will? I met her there and asked if the Potters would join the alliance between the Blacks and the Peverell family. She said to expect a letter from her husband Charles, but I never heard anything. Harry replied as she straightened his seams. Apparently you getting ready to duel Dumbledore is a big enough deal that she wants to chat now. Bellatrix said, looking him over. So, you look ready. How do you feel? I know I'm going to win. That's the whole point of this charade. I show up, we cast some spells at each other and at some point I'll disarm him. Harry began as he and Bellatrix made their way out of the room and into the hallway. Bellatrix frowned. It's not going to be that easy. To win the wand's allegiance, you've got to win it honestly. She took his hand. Dumbledore knows it, so he'll make you work for that wand. I'm sure he will, Harry said as the pair went down the staircase that led from his floor to the Great Hall. I think it won't be that bad. He stopped as he heard the murmuring from the hall. Sweet fancy Merlin, how many people are in there? He asked Bellatrix, who shrugged. Wonderful, well, let's greet the fans. The noise, as Harry had called it, was nearly deafening when they stepped inside. It was the entire school sitting at their tables. The noise died when he and Bellatrix entered the hall and made their way towards Albus and Doria Potter. Ah, Lord Peverell, we meet again, Doria said, offering her hand to Harry. I am terribly sorry about the delay. Unfortunately, Charles was indisposed due to illness. He's feeling better now. Once this business is concluded, perhaps we could host you and your wife for dinner. That would be excellent, Lady Potter, Bellatrix said to Doria. Uncle Charles wasn't seriously ill, I trust. No, Doria said, just a touch of his old gastric troubles. The potions always upset him, so he prefers to let it run its course. She turned to look at Harry. So, the story is true, you really are the new Lord and Lady Slytherin. Harry nodded. Salazar Slytherin chose me himself. That caused a dark gray eyebrow to make its way towards her hairline, did he? That will earn you a fair bit of favor among my cousins. Nearly every Black went to Slytherin, you know. Sirius is the only Gryffindor that I know of, Harry said, as if summoned. Sirius and Lily came over to them. Speak of the devil. He said to the second year. Hello Sirius, Lily. Professor, why are you and the headmaster having this duel? Lily asked him. She then looked at Sirius. This one thinks you're after the headmaster position, which I said was silly because Professor McGonagall is his deputy and it's just an exhibition. I was on the American circuit after all. The headmaster feels that this will be an excellent opportunity to show Magical Britain just how rigorous our dueling classes are. Harry explained. He wants to make dueling a full-time course after I take the defense position next year. Wait, you're replacing Professor Trevian? Sirius asked him. That's awesome. Trevian is terrible. He is rather exact with what he considers a proper essay. Lily amended. If you become our new defense instructor, I see that class becoming much more enjoyable. Ah, Professor Fox, come along. We've got to get to the pitch, Albus said as he walked over. He'd changed into less ornate robes for the occasion. They were perfectly ordinary blue robes. At least Harry thought so until he turned around. Then he noticed, shoot to thrill, stitched on the back in golden thread. Okay, so that wasn't what I expected to see, Harry thought as he was led out of the castle. Hello to all of our esteemed guests, sounded the voice of their chosen announcer. Phileas Flitwick, welcome to our first Hogwarts dueling exhibition. Today we have our very own headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore versus our dueling instructor, the Lord of Slytherin himself, Professor Harry Fawkes. The crowd roared and Harry and Albus each waved at the assembly. At their sides, we have Professor Minerva McGonagall is the second for the headmaster and is the second for Professor Fawkes. We have Bellatrix Fawkes the Lady Slytherin. Minerva and Bellatrix each stepped out beside their respective partner. Bellatrix, Harry noticed, was eating the attention from the crowd up. She leaned in and at his cheek, causing even louder cheers from their audience. Duelists, are you ready? Phileas asked them. After each man gave their assent, Phileas flicked his wand and a great white circle appeared. Duelists, please stand in the circle. Harry and Albus did so. As they did, Harry noticed how quiet it had become. Bellatrix and Minerva moved to stand behind them. It's a duel to a draw, so when you hear the explosion, bow and bag, kaboom. The sound echoed through the now still air. Phileas looked over where the caretaker was standing beside an antique-looking cannon wearing a ratty tailcoat. Pringle shrugged at the look on the charms professor's face, then walked away from the cannon. Phileas sighed and brought his wand to his throat a final time. Begin. Albus and Harry bowed quickly and then it was on. Albus struck first. Operetta. He shouted as a blue light hit Harry. Harry found himself with an uncontrollable urge to sing to the first person he saw, that person being Minerva. And if you could have seen her there. Boys, if you'd have just been there. The swan was in her movements and the morning in her eyes. All the roses of the garden must bow and ask her pardon. For not one can hold a candle to the Queen of all Argyle. Harry saw the reddened cheeks of Minerva and silently cast a finite on himself before sending a dancing jinx at Albus. The rosy light caught him in the knee, causing Albus to do a spirited jig before cancelling the spell. Lovely singing voice you have, Professor. Perhaps you should ask Phileas if you can join the frog choir. Albus teased as he sent out another jinx. This one Harry dodged and sent one of his own. As the yellow light sped past Albus, Minerva couldn't get Harry singing to her out of her mind. Operetta is a spell that causes a person to sing based on what they think of when they look at the first person they see. Does he really see me as beautiful? As much as she wanted him to see her that way, she knew that it wouldn't serve any purpose. Still, the thought of the key she'd given him that day playing with her mind. Most interesting. Doria Potter thought as she watched the duel. At her side was James, Regina and Peter Pettigrew. James pumped his fist in excitement as a spell struck the ground, turning the grass purple. He tore away from the duel and looked over through the crowd. He saw Remus with Jane and Alexandra sitting with the Hufflepuffs. Over at the Slytherin stand, he saw Sirius and Lily beside Narcissa. Fitting that ease with the snakes. James thought, anger touching his face, and anger noticed by his aunt. James, I want to talk to you before I leave. I've heard from your father that you've been getting better marks in some of your classes. Could it be that we have Miss Parkinson here to thank? Doria asked, watching a slight blush come to the quiet auburn-haired girl. James looked at Regina and smiled, then to his aunt. Regina is a whiz. Regina nudged him lightly. A whiz, Potter. Don't go sweet-talking me too hard, she said dryly before allowing a small smile to touch her lips. Harry spun as a leg locker curse went past him. Bellatrix was right. He's going to make me work for this. Harry decided to try something he'd learned in his old life. First came a spell to turn a patch of ground icy, then a burning charm turned the ice to steam. He pushed the burning cloud towards the headmaster, who brought up a shield before turning the steam into pebbles and shooting them back rapidly. From their vantage point beside Narcissa, Sirius and Lily watched on. Sirius had been to exhibition duels before, but not like this. The headmaster is treating this like it's a party game on his birthday. Lily jumped as a spell went awry and struck the barrier that the white circle had made. All right, Lily, he asked her, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. It's very nerve-wracking, isn't it? Lily asked Sirius, grabbing his arm as another spell hit home and Dumbledore was sprouting a fine set of antlers. That's really dangerous to perform partial who. It's a transfiguration on the headmaster's hat, not his skin. Narcissa opined from beside her. My fiancé is a smart wizard, he knows what he's doing. She smiled as Harry conjured a red cloth and pretended to bullfight for a moment, before throwing the cloth back towards Albus and letting it catch on his temporary antlers. Harry banished the pebbles and tried another tactic. He sent a flock of birds from his wand up into the air. As Albus was busily vanishing them, Harry sent a disarming spell at him. Albus noticed just in time and conjured a marble slab which took the spell. He made a stabbing motion with his wand into the ground. Harry felt the ground tremble and stepped back just as a column of earth shot upwards. Harry got lucky then. He sent another jinx at Albus. This one clipped his elbow and caused it to reverse. Now Albus' wand arm was sticking the wrong way. Harry cast his disarming spell again and this time he saw the wand fly. Accio Dumbledore's wand. He gave the summoning charm and watched as the wand flew towards him. Harry caught it in his hand and with that, the match was over. "I yield," Dumbledore shouted, a twinkle in his eye hidden from the crowds. This had gone the way he'd wanted it. "Now, if you wouldn't mind writing my arm, Professor. Actually wait for a tick." Dumbledore used his arm's new rotation to scratch his back. "There we are, now if you would please." Harry used the Elder Wand to cancel the spell. With a pop, Albus had both arms facing the right way. He drew a second wand from his robes and brought it to his throat. "Professor Fawkes is the winner of the duel. He had won the loyalty of the wand of Gellert Grindelwald from me. Luckily, my mulberry wand seems to remember me." Bellatrix raced into the circle and threw her arms around Harry Key, dotting him soundly. "I told you he'd make you work for it, didn't I?" They were quickly joined by Narcissa who key at him as well. "You did very well for yourself," Narcissa said quietly, though with the noise the crowd was making, Harry would be very surprised if someone would have heard them if they had been shouting. "Everyone watched you best, the headmaster. Everyone." That was the important part of this little charade. As far as the idiots that supported Voldemort was concerned, Harry Fawkes had just won the most sought-after wand in existence. They would tell him and he would make an attempt to claim the wand. "I just hope we're ready for his scrutiny," Harry thought to himself as he and Albus were led towards the cameras of the Daily Prophet. "I was expecting something big and dramatic," James said as he was led back to the castle by Doria, Regina following beside him. "I wanted to see explosions and fiendfire, instead I got the singing charm and a backward-pointing hand." "James, let me ask you something. If the headmaster and Professor Fawkes had used deadly spells, which one would you have liked to see break through the barricade and hit me?" Regina asked coolly. "The spells weren't inherently dangerous because they weren't trying to kill each other. There was a barricade to prevent spells from going too far, but I'd point out that both men are incredibly powerful. If they had penetrated the barrier accidentally, how many people could have died?" "But you're absolutely right, Regina," Doria said, interrupting James before turning and looking at her nephew. "James, I've seen the sorts of spells that you wished to see out there. Merlin willing, I will never see them again." James looked down and Doria placed a hand on his shoulder. "I understand that you wanted to see something exciting, but there's a difference between exciting and deadly. Ideally you want the one that traumatizes the fewest children." "I'm sorry, Aunt Doria," James said before looking at Regina. "I wouldn't want any spells to hit you, Reggie." James wasn't willing to think about why the idea of Regina being hurt bothered him so much. He was aware, of course, that seeing anyone actually die wasn't something that he actually wanted to see, but somehow the idea of Regina being hurt, even slightly, bothered him greatly. Regina looked at him for a moment. "Don't think I'm not going to hit you for calling me Reggie. I am, but later, not when your aunt is right here." She grabbed his hand as they walked inside. "Don't get any ideas, Potter. This is just a handy way to keep track of you." Doria watched them as she slowed her pace and let them go ahead. A plan was forming as she watched her nephew walk alongside the auburn-haired girl. "James, do not forget that we need another guest for our table at the wedding. Since Sirius will be at the black table, why don't you ask Regina here?" "It's all right," Regina said softly, taking her hand from James's. "I'm not really a party girl." She didn't turn back. "I'll see you after the break, Potter. Happy early Christmas." She trudged down the hall towards the stairs that led to the dungeons, leaving them. "James, why don't you go and pack your things? I'll be along shortly. I need to see to something," Doria said before leaving him to go gather his things. Sirius and Lily were slower in making their way into the castle. Harry had asked him to stay back. After a brief conversation, he walked back to Lily's side. "He wants me to be one of his groomsmen," Sirius told her as they walked back up the path. "Really? Why?" Lily asked him, curious, surely he'd want someone more his age. She thought for a moment, is it because of his status as Regent Black? Sirius shrugged, search me. He wasn't sure why he had been asked either. Surely, Sirius thought, he's got other people he could ask. Lily decided to take advantage of Sirius' still somewhat stunned state and reached for him. All right, I will. Her fingers worked against his side, tickling him. I don't see anything here, maybe here. Her fingers moved higher, causing him to laugh. Sirius moved to catch her hands, but the two fell into the snowy grass, Sirius taking the brunt of the fall. Their eyes locked on each other and all Sirius could do was key her. She returned it. Sirius smiled into the key. It wasn't the precursor to anything physical, nothing more serious than their arms going around each other. Lily, will you come with me to the wedding? Sirius asked her, his eyes never leaving hers. Of course I will. I don't have any formal robes, but I have a nice dress my mother got me for Easter, will that be all right? She asked him. Lily had never been to a fancy occasion in the wizarding world. She knew that most well-to-do families had formal robes, but the Evans family wasn't the most upwardly mobile. Hopefully, the dress she had would work. It'll be fine, I'll ask Bellatrix if she can pick you up, will that be all right? Sirius asked as they started to stand up, brushing snow off each other. Lily nodded her assent and the two of them made their way into the castle. Two former best friends and their dates going to a wedding. The girlfriend of one is the unrequited love of the other. Harry, sitting in his office finishing up the last bit of work he had before he and Narcissa left Hogwarts for Pound's house for the last time as Harry Fox and Narcissa Black, felt a cold shiver go down his spine. What's wrong? Bellatrix asked from her seat. You look like someone just walked over your grave. I don't know, Harry admitted, I just got this feeling of imminent peril. Doria caught up with Regina before she made it all the way to the Slytherin common room. Will you take me inside? I haven't seen my old common room in more years than I want to think about. I wonder if the graffiti Violetta and I scrawled in the fifth-year girl's bedroom is still there. Doria said to Regina. If you'd like. Regina said as she walked up to the door and gave the password, Serpentis Fregus, and then led the older woman inside. I doubt it's changed much since you were here. Hogwarts has a very medieval castle and by Mab, we're going to stay that way, feel about it. Doria smiled. True, but it did serve as a handy way for me to get you alone. Do you wish to go with James to the wedding? Doria asked the younger girl. I would be happy to pick you up if you'd like. It doesn't matter. My part of the Parkinson family is Muggle. I can't afford formal robes and I don't have any dresses at home. My family can barely afford to send me here. Regina said. James is better than I thought, but your family is rich. People know me and they know I'm not. They'll just think I'm with him for the free stuff. And you'd know the truth. He would know the truth. Do you honestly think that James would care if we bought your gown? Doria asked, a gray eyebrow raised in question. When Regina was silent, she continued, you, my dear, will be accompanying me to Madame Malkin's during the break. He doesn't want me. He wants Evans. I'm just supposed to make her jealous. Regina admitted, when he makes me laugh, he's doing it for her. Regina hated this fact. She hated the fact that she did like James. All that will happen is he'll use this to make sure that Evans sees him in his formal robes. I've seen how he looks at you. You seem to claim that he only has eyes for another girl. But I saw the look when you asked him about which lethal spell he'd rather hit you. He didn't make a joke. The idea scared him. He might have it in his head that he cares about her, but fear makes us all show our honest selves. Doria smiled at the younger girl. So, what will it be? A challenging note colored the voice of the woman. Will you let another girl win before you've even tried? Regina Parkinson was no coward. She'd faced the scorn of the acceptable Parkinsons from the first day she'd stepped foot in Hogwarts. When Doria Potter made her final question, it rankled her. Fine, I'll be waiting for you. My family lives in Surrey at number 6 Church Bell Street, Guildford. Regina said, her chin going up, but if Potter steps on my toes once, I promise you'll be short a nephew. Doria kept her victorious look internal. I'm sure that James will be careful. James has been in dance lessons since he was 6, just you wait. Dora thought as she made her way out of the common room, just as Alexandra walked inside. What was she doing in here? Alexandra asked the younger girl. Regina looked at the 5th year. She wanted to know if the graffiti she and a friend wrote was still in your dorm. She watched Alexandra's eyes widen slightly. I take it that it is. Alexandra nodded. Holy shit. That's who wrote that. Oh, I've got to tell Jane. She grinned. I wonder if it's true. What? Regina asked, an eager note touching her voice. Alexandra turned and went to the door. You'll have to wait until your 5th year. With that, she turned and left Regina alone in the common room. Jane and Remus were among the last to reach the castle. She had lingered with Remus, enjoying sitting with him as the others milled out towards the castle. Remus looked as if he had something on his mind and Jane was curious, but she didn't press. So, Sirius' cousin will be getting married to Professor Fawkes during the break. He's invited me, and a guest to sit at his table. Remus said after a time, would you be my guest? Jane smiled and took his hand, inviting me to a wedding. Ooh, this is serious, Jane teased him lightly. I'd love to, Remus. She at his cheek. It'll be good practice. Practice? Remus asked her. Jane's smile turned into a full grin at that. Why, for our wedding of course. She giggled at the reddening face of Remus Lupin. Not yet. I'll take a page from Ma and Da and wait until you've graduated. She said, pulling him in tight. Unless you're a good dancer, then I'll slip you an aging potion and take you to a Muggle all-night chapel at Liverpool. Remus looked horrified at the idea of being married so young, a look at Jane found incredibly funny. In truth, it wasn't the idea of being married at 12 that scared him. It was being married, period. The risk of passing on his curse. Or of hurting her one night. Jane, I need to tell you something. Only the professors and my best friends know it. I'm a werewolf. You should probably find someone that doesn't turn into a monster every full moon. He admitted quietly, moving from her. I can go to the wedding by myself. Suddenly there was a weight like an iron chain around him. Jane had put both arms around him, drawing him against her in a fierce hug. You listen to me, Remus Lupin, and you listen good. You are stuck with me. So you turn into a monster once a month. You haven't seen me when I forget my potion. She said, at least with yours we know when to expect it. Full moon, every time, it's nice and easy. Remus didn't know what to do at this moment. Ever since he was attacked, he'd always felt wrong. His survival had meant the near ruin of his family. But he remembered his detention with Professor Fawkes. He thought I could be strong enough to do the right thing, even if it wasn't the easy thing. He hugged back, if you are sure. But promise me something, if there's a full moon and we can't get apart quick enough, the change usually takes about 30 seconds to a minute. If you can't run or apparate, stunning doesn't work, you'll have to kill me. Kill you? Jane said in a horrified whisper. Remus, I'm not going to kill you. She drew in a breath and continued, we studied werewolves in defense this year. You're only a danger to humans. I can study to become an animagus like McGonagall. If we're out on a full moon together, then I'll just become a wolf myself. After all, Jane Lupin is just another way to say, Jane the Wolf. Animagus aren't threatened. I have to tell the others. James and Sirius might still be sulking, but this is huge. Remus thought as he hugged his girlfriend. Narcissa sat in her room. Everything was packed and she was ready for Harry to collect her for the trip. I can't believe we have to use the express instead of traveling by flow or even apparition. She groused as she looked into her mirror. I suppose it is nice that this is my final time on the train as Narcissa Black. Narcissa Fawkes is far better than Narcissa Malfoy. From time to time, Narcissa wondered about Lucius. Not out of any sort of misplaced fondness, but out of regret for the Narcissa that Harry had known before. She pitied that woman. Of the 3 Black sisters, best friends since we were born, none of us made it out alive. Bella was lost to madness and rage. Andy lost her husband, her daughter, her grandson, and her life struggling against the man I served, and then there was me, trapped in a marriage to an odious man. She knew that this time, things would be different. For better or worse, Narcissa would never kneel at the feet of Voldemort. She, with her husband and sisters at her side, would bring hellfire upon him. Perhaps they would die, but they would never be Avs. The door opened and Harry entered with Bellatrix at his side. He crossed the room and Narcissa, are you ready? He asked her. I am. Is everything prepared for our trip on the express? Narcissa asked him, returning the key, and rising to walk with him and her eldest sister. All my coursework is graded and everything is secured in my office, Harry replied, offering his arm to his fiancée as the trio left her room for the stairs. How was your practice session with Nori? Harry asked Bellatrix as they descended the stairs. She is a talented witch, just like you remembered. I think she's sweet on Avery. Bellatrix said. After class, they were in the courtyard studying together. Iris Nori and Johanna Avery. Maybe it'll be good for them. He mused as they turned the corner on the next hallway. Her sister, Imoen, that was the one who ended up being a Death Eater. It's strange, she doesn't seem the type. Narcissa mused. In care of magical creatures, she's always the first one to find something cute about any beast Kettleburn brings out. I think she was under the Imperious curse. Harry admitted, his voice soft as they came to the doorway leading out of the castle. That was how he filled his ranks, capturing random wizards and putting them under compulsion spells. It made it harder to fight when we didn't know if someone was innocent or not. Compulsion charms are hard to fight, but if you pay attention they can be detected. Narcissa said. Professor Trevian said that it's all in the eyes. Makes me wish I'd actually graduated Hogwarts. Harry said. Still, I led a war against the most powerful dark wizard in the world with a 5th year's education and mentoring by former graduates. I think I've done all right so far. We'll need to discuss your status with the unspeakable then, Bellatrix said. Status is everything. You are becoming a known entity in our society, they'll need to get you some credentials. That can wait until after the ceremony, Harry said as they found Sirius and Lily waiting for them. Hello, Miss Evans, he said in greeting. Hello Professor, Lily said. Sirius wanted to ask if you could collect me for the wedding, Mrs. Fox. Bellatrix looked from the second year to her cousin and then to Harry. I suppose. You'll need to tell me where I'll be coming. She broke from Harry's arm and looked at Sirius with a glimmer of humor in her wide violet eyes, a muggle-born sitting at the black table. Oh, Sirius, you are going to have fun upsetting the family, aren't you? Sirius smirked. You know it, Bella. The only relations that won't be ready to take their own names off the tapestry will be Uncle Alfred and maybe Aunt Doria and Aunt Cedrella. Cedrella? Harry asked. I don't know her. Narcissa spoke then. I'm not terribly surprised. Before you removed Orion, she was, along with Uncle Alfred, probably the next to be blasted from the family tapestry. She married Septimus Weasley. Will the Weasleys be showing up? Harry asked. The guest list is in your side of the family's hands after all. Septimus will most likely not show up, he's been in poor health. Great Aunt Cedrella will go along with her youngest son Arthur and his family. Bellatrix said to him. To spread out the attendees, I've put the more renegade blacks and their families on your side. The Weasleys, the Pruitts, and the Potters. Don't tell me it'll be more than Aunt Doria and Uncle Charles. Sirius said despondently. James is going to be there too, isn't he? I am. What of it? James Potter's voice came from behind them. He stood there with Doria and Regina. We received an invitation just like anyone else connected to the family. Sirius, please, Lily said, taking his hand. Don't start a fight, not here. She said softly, her eyes going to his. As gray met green, Sirius felt his temper easing. Lily sensed most of the battle was won. Thank you. Lily said softly, squeezing his hand. He turned back to James. Nothing is wrong with it. It'll be good to see you at our table. Sirius said. It wouldn't be a social event if Sirius and James didn't make fun of everyone under our breath. James smiled at Sirius for the first time in what felt like ages. Beside them, their respective dates for the party looked at each other. Will you be attending, Regina? Lily asked the other auburn-haired girl. I will. Lady Potter is taking me dress shopping later for it. She looked at Lily. You are welcome to come with us if you'd like. She turned to Doria. If that is all right. That is fine, Doria said. Sirius is family just like James. I need to get you both prepared for if your dates get fresh after all. She smiled teasingly to James and Sirius, perhaps a localized sticking charm to keep them on the edge of their seats. This time a cold shiver of terror ran through James and Sirius rather than Harry. Harry sat at Pound's house in his private study. Sitting on his desk were letters that Walburga had wanted him to reply to. Happy Christmas, Harry, he thought to himself as he penned a response to the director of St. Mungo's. The door to his study opened and Andromeda walked in. You must have known I was writing to your boss, he said with a smile. Director Walsh wants me to donate to the development of a long-term ward for victims of spell damage. So, I can't think of any better way to use the money from the Lestrange vault. Andromeda leaned against the door frame. That's a lot of money. It was indeed a lot of money. The Lestrange family had been very wealthy. The sheer amount of gold in that vault would be able to fund projects like that for a very long time. Does Bella know? Harry nods. She was with me before she left to collect Sirius date. It will never stop being bizarre referring to my mother as Miss Evans, or Lily. He thought absently before looking to his letter. I'm nearly finished with this. Did you need me for something? Finish your work, I can sit on the chaise and we can talk. Andromeda said, sitting down and resting against the back of the soft chair. I'm taking some leave from my position after the new year, she told him. It will give us a chance to make others think that you and I have been intimate. Harry nodded. Does anyone outside of the family know yet? Only my superior. Andromeda said to him, I haven't told mother or father yet. Father would be thrilled to have a grandchild, but mother would insist on creating a marriage contract, possibly with Sirius firstborn to bring our family into the Black family more completely. Harry thought for a moment. We should probably prepare for scrutiny anyway. It's hardly necessary, Andromeda said quietly. As Lord of Houses Peverell, Slytherin, and Lestrange, you are allowed to take a wife for each in order to continue your line, and should an unmarried witch ask it of you, as I have, you may take a consort for each house as well. Yeah, I won't be doing that. Nonsense. The four of you are plenty. He laughed softly. As it is, I need to arrange something with Appaline to formally name her as the consort for Slytherin. Harry hadn't spent nearly enough time with Appaline to consider an actual relationship with her yet. If he were honest with himself, he had been hoping that she would feel a connection with another person and leave. He didn't dislike her, he just hadn't spent time with her. She's still here, so I suppose I need to try and meet her halfway. Are you still thinking about naming your child Nymphadora if it's a girl? Harry asked, bracing himself for what is to come. Andromeda Tonks, in his timeline, had been one of the strongest-willed people he'd ever met. But, he also knew that wherever Tonks was, she would never forgive him if he didn't try. She'd probably be mad enough that her mum and dad got divorced. Why do you hate that name so much? It's beautiful, and it's accurate. Gift of the nymphs. Weasleys aside, pure-blood witches don't have large numbers of children. She'll probably be the only one I have, especially since I'm tying myself to House Peverell. Andromeda said quietly, you will have children by Bella and Sissy to name. Why won't you let me have this? I just imagine a little girl going to school with the name Nymphadora and coming home in tears because her classmates are little shits. Harry said, or when she's an adult constantly having to bite her tongue because those same shits didn't improve with age. He didn't want to think about all the times Tonks had cried in his arms when they'd been able to hide in a safe place long enough to sleep for more than an hour at a time. It hadn't always been about her name, of course. She was stronger than that, but it had been everything else. Losing her father had hurt, especially since it had been Bellatrix who'd murdered Ted Tonks. Losing her husband in an attack a few weeks later had nearly destroyed her. After Ginny died, they had been two broken people who had cobbled together as close to a new normal as they could. Then she died. Another life was taken by the Death Eaters, another part of his soul ripped out. Supposing I were to change my mind, what would you suggest? Andromeda asked him carefully. Not that I am changing my mind, but if I were. Maybe something a little less embellished, like Phoebe or Diana. He suggested, even just Dora if you wanted to keep that part of the name. Andromeda sighed. I will think about it. But those are all awful choices. She rose and made her way out of the room. Bellatrix looked at the Muggle neighborhood with some distaste. All of these bloody houses look the same, she thought as she walked up to the door and knocked on it. The door opened, revealing a girl roughly the same age as Lily. Can I help you? The girl asked Bellatrix. I am here to collect Lily Evans. Bellatrix said, you must be her sister Petunia. Sirius mentioned you. The coldness in Bellatrix's voice hit Petunia like a hammer. The disgust that had came up when Bellatrix announced what she was here for vanished, replaced by terror. A word of advice, for however long it takes for me to get your sister in her bag and then leave you would do well to remember two things. That I do not like you, and that I can easily make you vanish from this world. With that, Bellatrix stepped inside. Where is Lily's bedroom? she asked the terrified girl. Petunia pointed up the stairs. You up the stairs to the left. I'm leaving anyway. I don't want to be around freaks like you. With that, the brown-haired girl turned and ran out of the house. Bellatrix smirked and stood there watching her run. This isn't a flow, no need to announce your departure, she called before turning and ascending the stairs to the appointed room. I needn't have bothered asking, her name has a plate on the door. She knocked on the door lightly. It's Bellatrix. I'm here to take you to Pound's house. She called out. I may have scared your new sister into running off as well. The door opened and Lily came out with a small leather satchel. Petunia will no doubt tell Mum and Dad that you threatened to kill her, she said, closing the bedroom door. Bellatrix laughed softly. I did. Now, give me your arm, she said as Lily's eyes widened. Come, we haven't all day. Lily did as requested and Bellatrix apparated them both to the Pound's house apparition point. Lily felt miserable and stood there for several seconds trying to will her morning's Weetabix to stay down. Bellatrix watched her for a moment, stepping back imperceptibly. You've never sighed along apparated before, have you? She asked the younger girl. No. I don't like it very much, Lily admitted. It felt like you were being pulled through a very small pipe. That's normal for first-timers, Bellatrix replied. Now, let's get you settled in one of the guest rooms. Sirius will be along with Andromeda before too much longer. At the utterance of her boyfriend's name, Bellatrix noticed that Lily became more animated. You really care about him, don't you? Lily blushed. I didn't before. I rather hated all of them, except Remus. He was always kind to me. But Sirius was a prat, not just to me, but to Sev as well. She looked down at the snow-covered ground of the path leading to Pound's house, but then he comforted me when he didn't have to. He risked his friendship with Poe with James for me. She smiled then. I really like him. That stopped Bellatrix. You know, I met someone once. I was my usual ball of sunshine and good humor self, and he still found me worth keeping. I married him. Sounds like you might have found your future husband, she said, watching the red on Lily's cheeks grow deeper. We're only 12. Well, actually I'm 13 now, Lily said, but we still have 5 years before we need to think about that. Lily didn't really want to think about it if she could help it. Ever since she'd arrived back home she'd had conflicting thoughts about the future. Sirius was the next Lord of House Black, and in pure blood society, that meant he would most likely have an arranged marriage. For now, any contracts would have to go through Professor Fox, but that's not to say his mother hasn't already arranged something, she thought, trying and failing to keep her face from falling. Bellatrix noticed the look but said nothing. She wasn't the sharing type really. Emotions tended to make her deeply uncomfortable, so she kept most interactions on the skin-deep level. With that, the pair walked silently up to the house. Doria had picked up Regina in the afternoon, just after collecting Lily from Pound's house. Like Bellatrix, she had been less than pleased with the neighborhood this part of the Parkinson family lived in, but not because it was a Muggle neighborhood. Her problem was that she knew the Parkinson family. They were wealthy, perhaps not in the sacred 28 range, but wealthy enough. It appears that the opulence the mainline Parkinson family enjoys came at the expense of cutting cousins out of the family vault. She'd thought to herself. Regina had let them in, her mother was home and had offered Doria and Lily a cup of tea and a biscuit. Doria had accepted it graciously and used it as a moment to take in her surroundings. The house was small, but it was very clean. Doria marveled at the amount of work that must go into it. There are no cleaning spells, no house elves, cleaning in the Muggle way. Mother and father used that as a punishment in our home. Here it's just the way that things are. The tea was fine if a bit sweeter than she liked. The biscuit was a crumbly Muggle confection, not to her taste, but she hid that fact behind the polite mask she'd developed over decades of dealing with parties hosted by trophy wives, the worst of whom she felt had to be the Lady Parkinson. Virginia Parkinson was, in all fairness, probably the worst person Doria had to be around in her capacity as ICW liaison. Virginia Parkinson is far too haughty for a woman who had to retake her NEWT year, Doria thought with a smile as she finished her cup of tea. Regina came into the kitchen with her own suitcase. I'm ready, Lady Black, she said. Thank you again for picking me up. Regina had barely slept the night before. She'd been far too excited about going to her first high society event. And seeing James again, she admitted to herself. Somehow, James Potter had managed to get under her armor. Maybe it was the fact that he was actually willing to apologize to her when he did something wrong, whereas with almost everyone else he would play it off as a joke or a prank. Maybe it was the fact that she thought his bum looked nice in his robes. She wasn't sure, and she didn't really care either. Regina hugged her mother and then Doria apparated them, first to Potter Manor, and then once everything was left in the capable hands of the Potter house elves, Doria took them next to Diagon Alley. Regina had studied the effects apparition had on the passenger and had prepared the night before by drinking ginger beer the night before and the morning of her trip. It kept the nausea at bay long enough for her to take several steadying breaths. Doria was impressed. "You take to apparition very naturally, Regina. I think you will be a natural when you get your license." She led the girls to a small shop a few streets over from the alley proper. "This is Master Sartor's shop. The discerning eye has been outfitting the Potter and Black families since the late 1700s, she winked playfully at the younger girls. "Master Sartor has probably been there since then as well. The man was positively ancient in my youth, and that's been far longer than I care to mention." Once inside, Regina was poked and prodded by the old man in a way that reminded her of being fitted for her wand by Mr. Ollivander the year prior. "Green velvet with silver lacing perhaps," the old man said to himself as his tape measure flew up and down the girl's body of its own volition. No, dreadful, common colors for a girl from Slytherin, everyone would expect it. Eventually, the color was decided upon, a light buttercup yellow dress with slightly deeper gold accents. The gold made it appear as if the designs were only there if you were looking for them. It was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen, and when Master Sartor gave the price, Regina felt her heart drop. "It's beautiful," Lily exclaimed. "It's far too expensive," Regina began, only to be cut off with a raised eyebrow from Doria. "Nonsense, I won't have another word. The Parkinson family might not treat your branch as deserved, but there's at least an outside chance that you'll be my niece one day, so I say I'm buying it and you will just say, 'Thank you, Aunt Doria,' to get into the habit." Thank you, Aunt Doria," Regina said, cheeks reddening as she took the box containing her new dress from Master Sartor. The two departed, only to come face to face with Virginia Parkinson and her daughter Patricia. "So good to see you, Doria," Virginia simpered, her eyes flicking over to Regina and Lily then back, a flash of disdain marring her artificially beautiful features. "Doing some charity work today?" "It's, take your mudblood shopping day," Patricia said, glaring at her cousin. Patricia Parkinson hated everything about Regina. She was, to Patricia's mind, no better than the Muggleborn beside her. Worse, Regina insisted on excelling in classes, not having the common decency to be terrible so Patricia could ignore her. Now Patricia dear, there's no need for insults. She's not worth them," Virginia said, "but I am curious why she's with you, Doria." That was what Doria had secretly hoped to hear from the woman. "Not that it's any of your business, since none of the Parkinson family was invited except Regina, but she will be attending the wedding of Lord Slytherin to Narcissa Black," Doria said, before taking Regina and Lily's hands. "Come along dear, there's the faint reek of old by.ch here." With that, the trio vanished, arriving back at Potter Manor. "I hate wretched cow," Doria said to Regina, "I always have." "Why did they hate me so much?" Regina asked. "I mean, besides the fact that Patricia has never gotten a better grade than an acceptable." Regina stopped. "Bragging isn't ladylike, I'm sorry." "It's not. But there's no shame in being proud of your accomplishments. You just have to remember that not everyone is worth your time. Time speaking to the wrong sort is time wasted." Doria smiled at her. "I'll take you to your room, then we can put away your dress until the wedding." Regina held the box closer to her as the trio went up the stairs. It had taken the loss of their paperwork and their boat being designated as lost at sea, but Lucius Malfoy and the Carrows were no longer guests of the Ministry on their way to Azkaban. They had been met at their boat by Barty Crouch Jr., who had killed the Auror assigned to them before modifying the paperwork and sinking the boat in the deep waters of the Ministry's harbor off the Scottish coast. Now they were back with their kind, and to Lucius, it felt like a modification of his death sentence. He didn't yet know how right he was. Voldemort himself had greeted them, leading them into the ritual chamber of Avery's home. Among the assorted Death Eaters were two women Lucius didn't recognize. "I would like to introduce the envoy to the Wiltshire Vampire Coven, Lady Alice Declan, and her assistant." Her name is unimportant, my lord. She hasn't yet been given a proper name, she only has her wretched mortal name at this point. Alice said looking at the three, so, this one is Malfoy, I presume. She asked, looking at Lucius, yes, I remember his father. Her gaze turned to Lucius, you have his eyes. Lady Declan actually worked for your father many years ago, an interesting bit of shared history isn't it Lucius? Voldemort said, she has worked her way up the ranks of the coven and is here today because I wished to make an alliance with her people. She has agreed to all of my terms, provided I give her something. The air was thick with tension as Voldemort stepped closer. Did you know, Lucius, that the diary I gave you, my own personal journal from my Hogwarts years, has somehow vanished from your home? Someone managed to get into your home, a home that should have been locked down as you, the only surviving Malfoy, was being held captive at the time. Voldemort's eyes were cold and dead as he continued to speak. You gave them permission to enter the house, didn't you? Lucius tried to close his mind, but Voldemort's probe was like a battering ram. I see, Voldemort all but hissed. You gave that miserable Alistair Moody permission, and even told him what to look for. Voldemort stepped away. I'm afraid that betrayal can only be met with retribution Lucius. Lady Declan has asked that you be given to her, as payment. Not just for your crimes against me, but for your family's crimes against her. The vampire came closer. In an instant her hand was at his throat with a grip like iron. Your father took me into his study and used me. Over and over he used my unwilling body to slake his pathetic lusts. Then, he threw me into the forest for the wolves. But the wolves didn't find me, my own master did. She said, her voice low and even, I was shown the beauty of the night and the power that blood truly has. She lifted him off of the ground, pressing him against the wall of the ritual chamber. Has fear silenced you? She asked him, her voice turning oddly playful. It makes no difference. The others watched in horror as the life of Lucius Malfoy was taken by the vampire. His throat ripped out and his blood drank by Lady Declan. The ruined body was left to drop onto the floor. Lucius watched with wide, helpless eyes as Alice lifted her wand and cast a familiar curse upon him, Corpus Uri. Alice shouted as the spell began to reduce the dying Lucius into a pile of ash. Voldemort turned to the others, never forget that I own you. If you betray me, I will kill you. If you fail me, I will punish you. If you do well, I will reward you. Cantankerous Nod was pushed into the center of the chamber by one of the others at a look from Voldemort. Mr. Not here has been busy putting his few talents to good work. He has been keeping my personal library in good order. I must say that he makes a better house elf than a wizard. A few of the more sycophantic Death Eaters laughed at that, and then Voldemort continued, but, he has performed admirably enough. Not, you will accompany the Lady Declan to Wiltshire as my envoy. Continue to perform, and you will be rewarded. Fail and you have seen the punishment. As the trio left, Voldemort turned to the Carrows. Electo, Amicus, you seek payback for the injuries and humiliation thrust upon you by the soon-to-be Mrs. Fawkes, do you not? Yes my lord, the twins said as one. Voldemort allowed his lips to curl into what an insane person might consider a type of smile, but looked more at home on a predator. You shall have it. Regrettably, we cannot infiltrate the Fawkes home as we did before. Instead, you will work here and assist Avery in preparing some very special potions. There's going to be rather a large explosion in the alley very, very soon. Like the wedding of Bellatrix and Harry, Narcissa's wedding would be held at Pound's house. Harry, currently, was using his wand to levitate tables into long rows for the reception. Around him, Dobby worked swiftly to place decorations and tablecloths on each. This was his task, specifically given to him by Narcissa, probably to keep me out of her hair, he thought with a grin as the final table was settled against the wall of the reception tent. Narcissa said you wished to speak with me. Appaline's voice came from the opening to the tent. Turning, Harry beckoned her inside. I did. I wanted to apologize for not spending much time with you. I was hoping after Yule break is over and everything is settled, you and I could do something together. Harry said as she came to her side, I know I want to talk more about the bond you say we share. We do share a bond, you saved my life. When you went into the chamber, I knew you were there. Appaline sighed and looked at her hands for a moment. I am not expecting your love, Harry, just that you will allow me to remain here with you. For Vila like Appaline, a bond was a blessing and a curse. It meant that she knew without a doubt, who she was meant to be with, but if they didn't share those feelings she was unable to leave them without risking damage to their magic or their lives. Appaline wanted to have something real with Harry, but thus far she had been unable to figure out what to do about it. He was utterly dedicated to Bellatrix and Narcissa, so much so that while he seemed fine with having consorts, it was clear that he didn't plan on being with them, not of his own choice anyway. He is only doing this because he feels an obligation, she thought sadly. Harry noticed the despondent look on her face. Is something the matter? He asked her. He knew he was at fault for not spending enough time with her, but it was difficult. He was expected to be at the castle unless it involved his business as head of his house. Bellatrix made the effort to come to see him. Perhaps he should ask Appaline to visit Hogwarts from time to time. She stopped and collected her thoughts. I wish I could break this bond between us. Her words were soft and sad, and Harry could practically feel the pain in them. I wish I could go back home to Paris, and find a man who I will not be third or fourth choice for. Tears gathered in Appaline's eyes, that I could find a man and give him my heart and get his in return. That is what I wish, but I cannot. For ill or fair, I am connected to you. Harry pulled the owned witch into a hug. I am sorry that we are bound in a way that hurts you. But I do not regret saving your life. I would do it again, even now knowing what comes from it. He said softly, as he felt her begin to softly weep against him, but I promise you this, I will never treat you like you are my third or fourth choice. We will find a way to make whatever we will have work. She looked up at him then, her eyes bright by the tears. You make it very difficult to dislike you, Harry. She said with a watery smile, we will speak again later after you and Narcissa have your time. This dress is so out of date. Narcissa exclaimed as she opened the box. This was the best mother could do. It was an archaic thing in her mind, all lace and what seemed like 1,000 mother-of-pearl buttons. Really, it's the absolute limit. Bellatrix shrugged from her spot by the bed. It's the proper dress for a proper lady marrying into a proper family, properly of course. She rolled her eyes and brushed an errant bit of lint from her own dress. The important thing is that you and Harry will enjoy removing it much more than we'll enjoy putting it on you. Andromeda stepped over and looked at the dress. I think this is the same one that I was supposed to wear. She stifled a shudder and pulled the dress out. Well, it's not like we have a better option. The hell we don't, we have 8 hours before everyone shows up, right? Bellatrix said to Narcissa, who nodded. Who wants to grab Appaline so she can come with us for the last-minute spree? That's awful polite of you to invite your consort to go shopping for my wedding dress. Narcissa pointed out to her sister, but if my consort is coming, I suppose we should bring everyone. Grand, I'll go find her. Bellatrix said, leaving. Chuck that antique into the fire and meet me in the entry hall. She indicated the box before shutting the bedroom door behind her. If you set that dress on fire, Mother will probably try to guilt you into marrying off your firstborn to whomever she owes the most money to. Andromeda pointed out to her youngest sister, luckily you can just play the good little wifey angle and tell her that Harry makes those decisions. Mother would never just let it die like that. If she couldn't wheedle it out of myself, she would not rest until Harry was as browbeaten as father. Narcissa said, looking down at the pale ivory dress. Her lip quirked into a smirk. Do you think she'd lose her cool if I told her white is not a suitable color for the event? Andromeda cackled at that, not a titter, not a giggle, but an outright full cackle. If you tell her, please make sure I'm nearby. I need to see her reaction. The two black sisters laughed together as they waited for Bellatrix and Appaline to arrive. Narcissa sighed as the laughter faded. She is convinced that she will take on a preeminent position in the family now that Walburga is no longer in line to become Lady Black. That thought rankled her. Druella Black had never done anything to deserve the honor of guiding the Black family into the future, to set its destiny. She had merely acted the part of a dutiful wife when company was over and ran roughshod over Cygnus when it wasn't. It wasn't that the Black sisters hated their mother exactly, it was more that she was indicative of the old ways. The same old ways that had bound Bellatrix to Lestrange, had cast Andromeda from the family and had nearly sold her off to Lucius Malfoy. They were stupid, the old ways, and they needed to be changed. Narcissa made her choice then and there. No one would ever tell her what her place was. She would never be a good little wifey, as Andromeda had termed it. Harry, she knew, would not have a problem with his wives acting as his partners. He'd never espoused the beliefs of the old set, probably because he wouldn't be born for another 8 years. She thought with a little grin. That mindset, besides the bravery and indeed cunning that he'd shown since she'd met him, was what had most drawn her to him. She was proud to be his fiancée, and in a few hours' time, she would be proud to be his wife. Jane found herself sitting in the living room of the Lupin family home. It was clear to her where her boyfriend had gotten his cautious nature from. It had taken Mr. Lupin nearly 10 solid minutes to key her into every ward, even temporarily, so that she could come onto the property. Remus sat on the couch with her both hands on the mug of milky tea his mother had prepared for him. "You're sure that you are invited, Remus?" Mrs. Lupin asked for the 3rd time this morning. "Yes, mother," Remus said. "Sirius made sure that I was invited as one of his guests to help fill out Professor Fawkes' side of the aisle." Sirius had invited each of his fellow Marauders. Peter had accepted but had sent a letter the day before that his mother wouldn't allow him to come after what had happened at the first Fawkes wedding on Halloween. "Tell me, Mr. Lupin," asked Jane, "what are you thinking about as a career?" "I'm looking to become an Auror with my friend Alexandra Tate. We've been planning our courses out since the 3rd year to make the most of our time. If something unforeseen happens, then possibly taking over my father's potion shop in Cardiff." Jane replied, "But given that Alex and I are in the top 5 of our year, I think we'll be alright." Remus spoke up then. "She's helped me with my defense coursework." He knew that Jane was brilliant, not to mention magically powerful. That and his own insecurities about his condition was why he still had no idea why she was interested in him. "Don't sell yourself short, Remus. Without you helping me with charms, I wouldn't have gotten an outstanding on my last essay." Jane countered, "You are top in your year behind Evans and Parkinson. That's nothing to sneeze at." Remus turned slightly red, a fact that was not lost on his mother, who smiled and turned back to Jane. "Remus' bag is prepared for travel. You can use our flow to travel to Potter Manor." Then she turned to her son. "Remus, you will listen to Lady Potter and you will be on your best behavior, am I understood?" "Yes, ma'am," he said. His mother rose and hugged him. "Have fun, dear." With that, the pair left via the flow. Arriving at Potter Manor, Jane was finally aware of how wealthy the family of the more annoying of Remus' 3 friends really was. Came sideways, this place is huge, she thought as she stepped into the foyer. Standing in the doorway was a tall, regal gray-haired woman that could only be Doria Potter. At her side was Lily Evans and Regina Parkinson. "Greetings, Remus, and you must be Jane," she said as she snapped her finger and a pair of house elves took their bags and vanished. "Come along, I was just about to take the girls on a little tour of the grounds before we left for Pound's house." The 4 women that made up the Fawkes family found themselves in the middle of a Muggle shopping district. "Trust me when I tell you that wizards don't have anything on Muggles when it comes to why outfits," Andromeda said to them. "We might be able to make dresses that sing, 'Oh come all ye faithful,' but they have a lock on why negligées and naughty nighties." Personal experience, Bellatrix asked as they were led into a small boutique. It was not what she had expected from a Muggle shop. It was clean and open. On each mannequin, there was an outfit of delicate lace and seemed to tease the viewer with promises of hidden pleasures. "I will just say that I have an extensive collection from an ill-fated attempt at seducing my fool of an ex-husband and move on," Andromeda said as she took Narcissa's arm and began to steer her towards a particular section of the shop. "You and I are going to find the most scandalous item in this shop. We didn't stop at Gringotts to exchange for pounds for nothing." That left Bellatrix and Appaline alone in their own corner. Bellatrix looked at a pair of elbow-length fingerless gloves and debated wearing them for Harry one night. "What do you think of these?" she asked the French witch. "I'm thinking of wearing them the next time I decide to surprise Harry in bed." "Does he like surprises like that?" Appaline asked her. "I need to plan what I will do if I can ever spend enough time with him to get to that point." Bellatrix drew in a breath to gather her nerves for what she was about to say. "Why don't you use the flow one day? Go to his office and when he comes back from lunch, pull him into his bedroom." She looked over at Appaline. "You are beautiful, Harry knows that. You have that damnable connection him after he saved your life, just shag him. Trust me, he's very malleable when you're BPD and there's a bed." She grinned remembering their first time. "Don't try and force a grand romantic gesture, just be with the man and let things happen." Appaline sighed and set down the stockings she had been holding. "It's not that easy. He has you, he has Narcissa." Yes, it is that easy. If you're going to be around my eventual children, then you are going to show them a strong, confident woman. I won't have my daughters thinking that since Aunt Appaline is mopey that they can be. Bellatrix said to her, now pick something, say. Why, she directed, after Harry and Narcissa finish their honeymoon you are going to meet him at Hogwarts. Amelia sat in her flat at the kitchen table, beside her, reading the Daily Prophet and scowling at a smiling picture of Barnabas Cuff was her roommate Diana. Stupid Barney, of course, he found out about my father. Sure enough, on the front page the headline Order of Royal Appointment. Complete with a picture of her from the day she received her badge. Diana crumpled it up and tossed it. Now people are going to know that I'm the daughter of Lord Spencer, she said, her voice doing a more than passable impression of a condescending drawl. Worse is what would happen if the director decides that I'm just who he needs for the Royal Security assignment. Both witches shared a grimace. The RS assignment, otherwise known by those unlucky enough to get it, was essentially a babysitting job for the royal family. It meant that they would be mostly cut off from the magical world. As a half-blood, Diana was well suited for the job, they both knew that. But her father's place as Lord Spencer was the issue. Amelia knew that Diana was concerned they would try to make her act as if she was married to the current heir to the British throne. Diana knew Charles, and she hated him. A spoiled frog-faced shit-licking pillock, she had described him more than once. Hopefully nothing will come of it then, Amelia said. If worse comes to worst, you could always leave the Aurors and become a personal hit witch. Maybe. Merlin knows I don't have much interest in being the nanny to that twat, she said, draining her morning tea. Are you going to the Fox wedding? She asked Amelia. I was invited, it would be rather rude of me not to show up. At least he's rich enough that I don't have to buy him a gift. Amelia looked at their meager flat. Her parents had not been especially keen on their only daughter becoming an Auror. Their constant disapproval had made living at the ossuary untenable. So, Amelia, upon graduating from the academy, had, along with Diana, set out to find a place that had led them here. It was small and dingy, but it was theirs. You know, Fox is pretty decent looking. Maybe you should talk him into a contract, that'd keep your folks out of your hair, Diana said to her friend, grinning as Amelia choked on her tea. In that case, Amelia said quickly, why don't you do the same? They can't make a married woman pretend to be a princess. Diana rolled her eyes, but then grinned in thought, I could probably talk him into it. She leaned back, letting her pectoral muscles contract, causing her beasts to move in her robes. Think he'd like that trick? You are horrible. Besides, Bellatrix Lestrange isn't really the sharing type. The only reason Narcissa Black is getting married is that she's her sister. Otherwise, she'd have probably cursed her eyeballs into glowing coals and let her head burn. Amelia replied. Amelia had never liked Bellatrix. Going back to their Hogwarts days they had fought over everything from grades to who would get the best compartment on the express. Now she was with a handsome and powerful man, and Amelia was secure enough in her emotions to admit that she was somewhat jealous. I should go get ready, Amelia said, rising and using her wand to send her dishes into the sink before going to her room to change. At Potter Manor, 3 girls began to change into their dresses, while a young werewolf changed into his formal robes. At Grimmauld Place in London, Sirius and James did the same. Back at Pound's house from their shopping trip, the wife, fiancé, and 2 consorts of Harry Fox began to dress. Narcissa had not found anything suitable to serve as a proper wedding dress, and so she relented and began to put on the one her mother had given her. Each person prepared themselves for their part in the wedding of Narcissa and Harry. None knew at that moment just how important to the future of the wizarding world this day would be. Harry was charged with greeting the guests as they came from the Boundary to Pound's house. The carriage house had finally been prepared for horses, and with the hiring of a local squib from Plymouth, a carriage waited to bring the guests from the Boundary to the house proper. The first group was the guests that Harry had been wanting to see the most. His first real example of a family that loved each other. Stepping out, dressed in clean but plain formal robes, stood Arthur Weasley and his wife Molly. The tall ginger-haired man Harry had considered a father figure was only a few years older than Bill had been when Harry had met him the first time. Speaking of, a squirming baby was in the arms of a thin woman Harry had never met, must be Bill being held by his grandmother Cedrella. Harry noted as he held out his hand to Arthur. Mr. Fox, Arthur Weasley, he said, shaking Harry's hand, this is my wife Molly, our son Bill, and my mother Cedrella. Harry greeted Molly with a polite key to the knuckles. It was quite a surprise when we received an invitation from Walburga Black to your wedding to her niece. The Blacks don't normally associate with their more far-flung relations, Arthur said, stopping when his mother scoffed. Far-flung. Please, Arthur, I am her cousin, not a forgotten daughter of a fifth cousin thrice removed. Cedrella said, shifting Bill to her other side, she just doesn't associate with me because I did something she wasn't brave enough to do. Cedrella looked at Harry for a moment. You've done a great deal to shake up the family. Good job. Harry smiled. Well, it's definitely a better path for them than the one Orion wanted. He said, earning a slight twist of the older woman's lip, please call me Harry. He told the Weasleys, come along and I'll lead you up to the tent while Joseph leads the carriage back for the next guests. As he led them down the path, thankful for the line of warming charms Narcissa had insisted upon, it was Molly who spoke to him next. Molly tilted her head slightly and thought, I understand you were British-born, but you grew up in the States. I did. Harry lied, my parents wanted to leave after the war, so they moved us to Boston, which is where I grew up. Harry looked at the path for a moment. I really need to start writing down my backstory, so when people ask I can give them all the same one. I am not aware of the Fox family. Molly continued. Harry nodded, you wouldn't have. My family did their best to stay out of wizarding politics. He chuckled, they'd rather spend time figuring out the functions of rubber ducks. At that, he saw Arthur's eyes light up, and thus began the conversation that took them to the reception tent. Narcissa fretted at her mirror. This Morrigan be damned scar won't fade no matter what I do. I've got find some way to cover it up, but it shows through every product I have. She was so intent on frowning at her reflection she almost didn't hear the door open. In her mirror was Walburga. Since coming back to Pound's house, Narcissa had avoided being around the woman who would have sent her to Lucius Malfoy. Your parents have arrived. Bellatrix is busy keeping your mother from coming in here. She said stiffly, your father asked me to give you this. Walburga handed Narcissa a small box. Opening it, she found a small opal ring with a delicate setting. Beside it was a more sturdy ring in a men's setting. Inside the box with the rings was a note, written to her by Cygnus. Dear Narcissa, I've been dreaming of and dreading this day since the moment the healer handed you to me. My baby girl, the youngest of my three, is grown up now. These rings are your key to allow yourself and your husband entrance into our home and our vaults. The ward scheme for both will recognize you as welcome. Now that you will be Narcissa Fox, the Lady Peverell, I wanted to make sure that you never felt like you needed permission to enter your family home or your family vault. I am very proud of you. Love, Father. Narcissa smiled as she read the letter. The words from her father took her mind away from the scar stinging underneath the magical concealer she was using. Thank you, where is father? She asked Walburga. With your mother, helping Bellatrix keep her distracted. Walburga said, looking at the gown her youngest niece wore, I see Druella gave you the heirloom dress. Fitting I suppose, the first two sisters were an obligation and a runaway. Narcissa rolled her eyes at the older woman, and now they are free from yours and my mother's machinations. Bellatrix is happily married to a man who loved her unconditionally, and Andromeda is going to be the consort to my line. Walburga stepped back to the door. Pray then, that your husband does not decide that his heart lays with another woman, one outside of your little family. With that Walburga left the room, leaving Narcissa to finish her preparations. The attending members of the families were settled in their places. Harry, again with Minerva at his side, this time along with Sirius, stood there waiting as the music began to play. First came the bridesmaids, Appaline, Andromeda, and Bellatrix's maid of honor. They took their places opposite Harry, Minerva, and Sirius. Then, as a surprise for Harry, came Lily with the basket of flowers, her task of creating a path for the bride complete. She went back to sit with Regina, Doria, and James. Finally, Cygnus, walking with the assistance of a silver-headed cane, led Narcissa to stand beside her very soon-to-be husband's side. The music, courtesy of Professor Flitwick and several charmed instruments, quieted as the same druid who had joined Harry and Bellatrix began his work. Join your hands, and with your hands, your hearts. He said to them. Harry took Narcissa's hands in his own, Behind the brave front she put forth for him, it was clear by the tremor in her hands that she was nervous. He gave them a reassuring squeeze, and when it drew her eyes to his, he smiled at her. These are the hands that will lift your burdens, these are the hands of comfort. These are the hands that will carry you through trials and tribulations, these are the hands of strength. These are the hands that will light your darkness, these are the hands of guidance. These are the hands that will share your sorrows and share their blessings, these are the hands of love. With each line, the druid used his wand to conjure a different colored strand that wound their way around Harry and Narcissa's wrists and hands. Eventually the 5 strands were finished and the druid lowered his hand. One string will break easily, but when others are brought together, just as members of a family, here, the druid looked in turn to each member of Harry's family from Bellatrix, to Andromeda, then Appaline, and then back to Harry and Narcissa. By the power given unto me by magic itself, I name you Harry and Narcissa Fawkes, the Lord and Lady Peverell. The druid said, placing his wand on the conjured rope and then raising it, the strings flowing up their hands and turning into matching rings. You may key the bride. He said to Harry. And key the bride Harry did. There was applause, more from Harry's side of the tent than Narcissa's. Most of the old guard of the Black family were still dubious of the man that Arcturus had chosen to guide them until Sirius was old enough to take on the duties. From his seat, Cygnus clapped loudly. Loud enough, it seemed, to draw the ire of his wife who stiffened in her place beside him. Druella had made plans for her children. Each one had a purpose to the marriage partners she'd chosen. Each of those plans had been foiled. Andromeda left the family for a mudblood and then left him to become consort to Harry Fawkes. Bellatrix had dutifully married Rodolphus, only to betray him and act as Harry's second in a duel to the death, and finally, there was Narcissa. Narcissa's marriage to Lucius Malfoy would have meant the union of the 2 proudest pure-blood families. But no, now Lucius was lost at sea on his way to Azkaban and Narcissa was married to Harry. Worse, the other consort isn't even human. It disgusted her. It truly did. Her children were meant to usher in a new generation of superior pure-bloods, and instead, they were aligned to a traitor. At least Walburga looks as disgusted as I am. Druella thought with some comfort. Walburga fumed silently. The look of utter happiness on the face of Narcissa infuriated her. Just as with Bellatrix, Narcissa had found the love that Walburga had spurned. They have no right to be so happy while the man I love is dead. She thought angrily. James Carver had been murdered by Orion. Harry's removal of Orion from the family had given her a measure of comfort, but she'd wanted to see more. She'd wanted to see him suffer. She scoffed in disgust as she saw Narcissa embrace her husband, crying tears of happiness against his neck. Disgraceful, utterly disgraceful. She curled her lip in distaste. When she saw the look of pride on Harry's face he held his new wife, it caused her to imagine James embracing her in the same way, and that in turn caused her to grow even angrier. Angry with them for having the chance she never got, and for herself for throwing said chance away. After the wedding, came the reception. That saw Harry and Narcissa take their first dance together as man and wife. This is so wonderful, she said quietly as she and Harry led the opening dance. This was exactly what she had dreamed of, a dance with the man she loved, surrounded by her family. She wished she could amend that to friends and family, but Narcissa knew that she had very few of those. I will probably have little time to gain friends now, she thought. My mastery and Mediwitch internship will be grueling. Harry noticed the change in her eyes and squeezed her gently to gain her attention. Are you all right? He whispered, not preparing to run away. Are you? That earned a small laugh from his wife. No, Narcissa said, I was just thinking that I should have probably been more social. You've only been here for less than a year and you have friends. This is my original timeline and I have none. Harry leaned in and at her gently. Then we'll share. At their table, Sirius looked at his girlfriend and, not for the first time, was awestruck. Lily's dress was by far and away the most unadorned of those he could see, but it suited the Muggle-born witch perfectly. It was a soft blue color that, while not made of acromantula silk like many of the others, seemed to shimmer in a way he'd never seen before. So, aren't you going to take your girlfriend onto the dance floor? She said, grinning at his stunned expression. That seemed to startle him awake, and the pair made their way onto the floor. Likewise, James and Regina made their way, James holding her hand. Regina was surprised, pleasantly so, when James took the lead and began to guide her around the floor. You're pretty good at this, Potter, she said quietly, enjoying the feel of his hand at her waist. Not bad yourself, Reggie, he said quietly, earning a glare from her this time. I've been studying dance for a few years. Have to act all, firstborn son to Lord and Lady Potter-ish, after all. Jane, dressed in soft purple, had little interest in the dance floor. She wasn't a dancer, she was agile on a broom, but not on lacquered hardwood floors. So, Remus, what do you say we go for a walk on the grounds? She asked her date. If you would like that, yes, Remus said, standing and offering Jane his hand. She took it, rising from her seat, and with that, the pair stepped out from the reception tent and onto the grounds of Pound's house proper. The warming charms extend a fair bit, Remus said. Professor Fox showed Sirius the boundary. Apparently, it goes all the way to the orchard. He pointed to the rows of apple trees. Professor Fox wants to make cider and mead to sell. My parents love cider, I wonder if it'll be ready for sale by their 20th anniversary. She mused, more to herself than Remus. Professor Slughorn likes mead, according to Alex. Maybe you should get a bottle when he's ready to sell it and give Slughorn it before your OWLs. Back inside the tent, Sirius and James had done the unthinkable. James had, quite politely, asked Lily to dance, and she had allowed it. Sirius and Regina, likewise, danced together. You're not nervous that Potter will steal Evans away from you, are you? Regina asked, teasing evident in her voice, though her eyes revealed that she was worried about that very thing. No, I trust Lily. I trust James, to some extent anyway. Sirius said, we're together. If Lily wanted to be with James, then she would have taken one of the 50 or 60 times he'd asked her. Yeah, but that was the old, Pratt, James. The new James is different. He's more thoughtful, he's a better student now that he's taking it seriously, he's. Regina stopped as a deep blush touched her cheeks. Do you mind if I cut this dance short? Sirius' grin told her didn't, and she broke away. She made her way over to James and Lily and tapped his shoulder. Po James, can I speak with you? She asked hesitantly. Lily stepped back and looked over at Sirius. My boyfriend has a look on his face that says something happened that will make me want to key him or kill him. She turned to the other two. I'm going to see which it is. Once she was gone, James looked at Regina. He'd never seen her like this. She looked determined and terrified all at once. Regina wa. And then she was dotting him. As first go. This was something James would always want to remember. Regina smelled like honeys. Thanks to the perfume she had borrowed from Doria, and James found that the scent of honeys, mixed with the natural scent of Regina Parkinson, was his favorite blend. When the key broke, Regina looked down at their hands, which had joined during the key. I really like you, James. I want you to be my boyfriend, she said simply, not looking up at him yet. James was a Potter. Potters knew when the time for words had passed. This was a time for action. The action he chose was to key her. From across the dance floor, Doria Potter smirked as she spun with Harry, Narcissa close by with her father. That went quicker than I expected, the older witch thought happily. Harry and Narcissa stayed at Pound's house for the majority of the holiday. It was safer, if less exciting than going on the lavish affair she had wanted. However, the trade-off was that Harry and Narcissa would spend one night out of the manor and in Muggle London. That was what led them to this moment, dinner at a restaurant that Harry could only designate as opulent. He smirked as he looked over the menu as he imagined what Vernon Dursley would think about this. Harry, the lord of several prominent houses, married to 2 incredibly beautiful women, and richer than he could ever hope to be. He'd probably say that it didn't count because I'm not president of sales or some nonsense. Harry thought as he looked over to his wife. See something you like? Narcissa nodded and set her menu down, the roast duck with cherry balsamic reduction. She smiled as Harry felt her foot, free of its shoe, slide up his leg, hidden by the tablecloth. And you see anything that looks good? Yes, you nymph, he said, grinning. I see a very delicious wife that if she doesn't behave, I'm going to take right back to our hotel room. He looked at the menu. That said, I was thinking of the lamb ribs. The waitress arrived and Harry was very thankful that Narcissa calmed her actions as they gave their orders. Once they were alone again, Harry took her hand. So, Narcissa Fox, are you ready to finish out your 7th year? I am. I am also interested in continuing with my apprenticeship as a Medi-Witch. She said, sipping her wine. Madame Pomfrey believes I have the talent for it. So do I. I've seen you practice, you clearly want to be the best you can. Harry remarked, so, I certainly hope you aren't asking for permission because you do not need it. That drew a smile to Narcissa's face. She knew that she loved her husband, she'd known it for some time now, she'd fallen for him shortly after he became her fiancé. But this, the knowledge that he wanted her to chart her own path, that cinched it for her. She knew at that moment that she would never love anyone the way she loved the man sitting in front of her. The food arrived after some more conversation and the two began to eat. Harry ordered another bottle of the wine they had been drinking for the trip back to their hotel room. This is perfect, he thought with a smile. Harry should know better than to tempt fate by having the audacity to be happy in public. He should, but he didn't. Appaline had left Pound's house for Diagon Alley with Andromeda. She wanted to do something nice for the pregnant witch who was, as she reflected, the closest thing to a friend she had currently. She wore the consort ring Harry had bought for her after the wedding, a simple silver band with the sigil for Slytherin set into it. Andromeda, likewise, had a silver band with the emblem for Peverell. It marked them as consorts, and thus under the protection of Harry Fox. It's a bit late, isn't it? Andromeda said after a moment, looking over at Appaline, all the reputable shops are closing soon. Perhaps, but I was thinking of something a bit different than the domestic shops. She reached into her pocket and drew out a shrunken trunk. I took the liberty of asking Dobby to pack a few things for the two of us. As you are on leave now, I am taking us to France for a few days. Won't the others worry? Andromeda asked. The idea was quite tempting, however, she did worry. They were considered a threat by Voldemort now after all. Dobby has instructions to tell everyone where we are if asked. Besides, I believe it will do us both some good. Harry is on his honeymoon, it is not helping anyone that we are there. Appaline replied. At that, Andromeda nodded and allowed Appaline to lead her to Gringotts. The international flow that connected Gringotts London to Gringotts Paris was expensive, but the coffers of their respective houses could bear the burden easily enough. In their haste, they did not notice the two black-robed figures skulking near a rundown shop that, judging by its tattered signage, had been an apothecary. Electo Caro swiftly began to place her packages down as Amicus began to trace runes into the brickwork. The runes, meant to amplify pressure, would turn the explosion's shock wave into a deadly weapon that should, if they had done their research correctly, triple the damage. That task completed, he traced the second series of runes that would activate 10 minutes after the explosion. It would send another shock wave out to ensure that any onlookers would be maimed if not killed. They had chosen this building for a few reasons, most notably that by being abandoned it wouldn't be paid attention to. No one spared a glance at the dilapidated shop, so the twins were free to fill it full of explosive potions, as well as a healthy amount of Muggle petrol. The job done, Amicus dropped a time delay explosive rune into the middle of the bottles and then he and his sister used their portkeys to vanish from the place just as the explosion began. Appaline had just began up the stairs when she felt the wave of pressure knock her and Andromeda down. She heard muted screams through the dull roar in her head, both from striking the marble steps of Gringotts as well as what she believed to be shock. Andromeda hit the corner and was unconscious, she noted dimly. Dobby. Appaline called for the Fox family house elf. Instantly, he was there. Miss Appy is calling. Dobby asked, then stopped as his huge eyes took in the surrounding chaos. Miss Appy and Miss Andy are in danger. Take her to St. Mungo's. She directed. Andromeda is injured. The ringing in her ears was slowly beginning to subside. Appaline saw carnage behind them. The dead and dying seemed to stretch as far as she could see through the haze of dust. Appaline watched as Dobby grabbed the unconscious witch's robes and they vanished with a pop. She sat up and rubbed her head. Everything hurt, but she didn't feel as if anything critical was broken. Slowly, she began to rise to her feet. Unsteadily she took a few steps to make sure she could walk under her own power. A series of cracks heralded the arrival of the Aurors. Most of them went to the still smoldering ruins but a few went to check on the injured. One of whom, a young dark-skinned Auror, came to see her. Ma'am, are you all right? He asked Appaline as he drew his wand and began to cast diagnostic charms. I believe so, she said. She went to continue to speak, before another explosion drowned her out. She saw, rather than heard the Auror cry out in the direction of the attack. Kingsley had been an Auror for less than a year. He had graduated from the academy and had taken his place in the DMLE, wanting more than anything, to make a difference and to keep people safe. Looking at the ground now littered with the bodies of his fallen colleagues, he didn't feel confident in his abilities. He lifted his wand and sent out an emergency signal to the bullpen, calling every available Auror. He did not know that the distress signal would also notify one Cecil Croker of the Department of Mysteries. The Chief Unspeakable, upon receiving the signal, summoned his own team of hidden Aurors. These were unspeakable field agents that worked as Aurors and hid wizards in order to gain information. They were sent to the crime scene with strict orders to observe and report everything they found while assisting the others. Bellatrix found herself looking into her mirror. The charm confirmed it. I'm pregnant. It's only a few weeks along, but I am carrying Harry's baby. She smiled at that thought, remembering her daydream of those 3 black-haired children in the orchard. She wondered how Harry would react when he found out he was due to be a father. Besides the child he is claiming of Andy's, that is. This is our child inside me. His task completed at St. Mungo's, Dobby immediately went back to Pound's house to inform Bellatrix of what had happened. He found the Lady Slytherin standing in front of her mirror, inspecting her flat stomach with one hand. "Lady, my lady." Dobby cried, "Miss Andy is at St. Mungo's. There was an attack." That instantly roused Bellatrix from her reverie. Guilt at the annoyance she'd felt flooded into her. "What happened?" she demanded, summoning her cloak to her with a flick of her wand and rapidly putting it on. "Dobby doesn't know, mistress. Dobby was summoned by Miss Appy to take Miss Andy." Miss Andy had fallen and was sleeping. Dobby replied, looking miserable at his inability to give her more information. "Damn it all. I will return, find Harry and Narcissa and tell them what has happened. No matter where they are, do you understand me?" Bellatrix demanded before leaving the room and vanishing into the flow inside the study. Inside the foyer of St. Mungo's, Bellatrix found a circus as the wounded were brought inside. She rushed up to the front desk, pushing a man with a boneless arm out of the way. "Andromeda Fox. Where is she?" she demanded the welcome witch. Our room 415, she managed in a terrified squeak at the frantic witch before her. Bellatrix drew in a breath and rushed towards the lift. The lift felt as if it would take an eternity, but eventually, she found her way to the 4th floor and then to the 15th room. Andromeda was laying in the bed unconscious. Beside the bed was a pale Ted Tonks. "What are you doing here?" Bellatrix hissed as she took in the numerous wounds on her sister's body. "Andy, what happened to you?" Ted didn't look at the witch. Instead, his eyes remained on his ex-wife. "She forgot to remove me as her emergency point of contact," he said absently. She's carrying my baby." There was a note of something in his voice, a trace of wonder that surprised Bellatrix. "No, she is carrying Harry's," Bellatrix said. "Have they said anything about her yet?" Ted nodded. "Before you left. She's been stabilized and the baby is all right. She hit her head in the explosion." He looked down at his ex-wife. She was, as ever, the most beautiful woman in the world to him. He'd thrown everything away because of his own idiocy. "That is my baby. But if she does not wish me to have claim, then I will not fight her." Ted stepped away from the bed a final time. "It's good that you will be here when she awakes." He said no more as he walked out of the room. For a moment, Bellatrix found herself wondering how Harry would react if their positions were switched. It was difficult. Harry, she knew, would not stray from the women he was with. He hadn't touched either of his consorts, though it was his right. But if Harry and I had divorced somehow, and he found out that I was pregnant. She shook her head. It didn't matter. She was with Harry and for the first time, she had someone she could trust. The door opened and Harry, along with Narcissa, entered. "Dobby found you," she said to her husband. "He did. Luckily we were walking back to the hotel and had taken a stop in the park." "Is she all right?" Harry looked deeply worried, while Narcissa's normally carefully put together makeup was already streaking with tears. "What about the baby?" he asked her. "Both are fine according to what I heard when I first arrived in the room. She's resting now until they believe she's ready to have her wounds magically healed." Bellatrix explained, leaving Ted's name out of the discussion. They mentioned an explosion. "It was an attack at Diagon Alley," Appaline said as she entered with a white-robed Medi witch. Someone set up an explosion in an abandoned building. It was a series of them, one delayed until the Aurors had already arrived and were investigating. The Mediwitch said nothing as she began to cast charms to gauge Andromeda's status. Harry hugged Narcissa to him, allowing her to cry against his shoulder. A delayed explosion. I know that trick. Bellatrix thought in horror and growing rage. Harry, I think I know who was responsible. Riddle crafted time-delayed runes for exactly this sort of thing. Harry's fists clenched around the upraised rail of Andromeda's bed. I'll kill him, he said, his voice a quiet oath. He drew in his breath, trying to calm himself down. He's hiding behind his charm, sending agents out to attack the wizarding populace. It's a recruitment tactic. He's showing those who would follow him that his reach and his plans are both inescapable. With this attack, he's showing that he is smarter than the DMLE. Bellatrix pointed out, we need a war council before we decide what to do outside of just stopping him and killing him. We need the unspeakable, the headmaster. You need to speak with Salazar as well. She looked at her sister. We need to know if there are any more of those soul anchors, and then, if there isn't, we need to force him out of hiding. Barty Crouch Jr. enjoyed watching the commotion in the bullpen. The activity surrounding the tragedy in Diagon Alley was fun for him. His mission was to listen in and report back to Voldemort. The Dark Lord will enjoy finding out that two of Harry Fox's chess were in the blast radius, he thought with a small smile. Seeing Amelia Bones filling out some paperwork, he decided to walk over. Good morning, Amelia. Terrible what happened today, he said, adopting an appropriately sorrowful look. It is, she said, frowning at her paperwork. We lost 3 Aurors. She sighed sadly. Hammer, Stout, and Grayson. They had been good Aurors. Constance Hammer, in particular, had been a friend from her days at Hogwarts. Moody asked me to come and assist routing the papers to their proper places, she said, as she tapped her wand to the stack and it began to fly away. I'd be happy to help you, he offered. There's no one heading to Azkaban today. Amelia shook her head. I'm nearly done. All I have left are the copies to make for Moody to take to Bagnold. She looked at Barty. What did they have you doing today that you're looking for extra work? Technically I'm not working today. I came by when I heard about the attack to see if I could help. But it's a closed scene and no one here has enough seniority to let me pass. He shrugged. Since I can't work the scene and you are nearly done, I'm going to get a cuppa. You are welcome to join me at the canteen, he offered her. Barty was a well-known flirt in the department. Nearly every witch had been to dinner with him or had it offered. Constance Hammer, one of the dead Aurors, had been out with Barty a few times. She'd been holding out a hope that it would turn serious, but Barty Crouch Jr. was the least serious person she'd ever met. He never treats anything like it's important, Amelia thought with some annoyance. If he hadn't failed the Patronus test, he could send a messenger to Moody. It was known, by all the wizards, and the witches who hadn't fallen for his supposed boyish charm, that the only reason he was an Auror at all, was that his father demanded nothing less. The newly installed director for the department, Bartemius Crouch Sr., was a hard man. He was absolutely dedicated to the laws of magical Britain. Actually, I have to meet Diana. We are going back to Hogsmeade for patrols after I finish this and she finishes her own tasks. At the thought of the witch most considered one of the most attractive in their department, Barty smiled again. You two lucked out, didn't you? Best friends getting the same beat. He scratched his chin absently. You two were in the village when the attack happened a few months ago, right? Amelia nodded. We were. I saw Professor Fawkes take the hand of that up-jumped supposed Dark Lord, clean off with a cutting charm of all things. She grinned. Diana and I used burning charms to take care of his little walking corpse pile. For a moment she thought she saw a flicker of anger in the eyes of the easy-going man. You all right, Barty? Fine, fine. Just angry about missing out again. I was working with the broomstick inspectors at Wimborne. The most exciting thing there was getting a splinter. Barty drew his wand and cast a Tempest charm. I'm going to the canteen, Bones. I'll see you around. Amelia watched his retreating form and then turned back to her paperwork. She didn't see Barty slip into the records room. He smiled charmingly at the clerk. Hello, Queenie, how are you? Queenie Greengrass was the middle child of the Greengrass family. She didn't have the title of primary heir that her brother Martin had, nor was she the baby of the family like her sister Dion, who could charm their parents into anything. She hadn't inherited her mother's lithe form either, instead, she was short and stout like her father. Seeing the handsome son of the director smiling at her caused Queenie to blush. Hello Barty, what can I do for you? She asked him. Hey, I want to boot polish a little, could you get me a copy of the report on the explosion in the alley today? He leaned in, you must be wearing a new perfume today, you smell absolutely delicious. Queenie went red and giggled. She looked into the files that had just landed in her basket. Tapping her wand to them, she made a copy of the file. Here you are, Barty. She handed him the file. The charm will fade in a few hours, sorry. That's fine Queenie, I only need it long enough to read the file and convince my father to let me do something more complicated than polish his badge. He winked and walked out of the office. Stupid cow, he thought with a smirk as he stepped out of the hallway into an out-of-the-way office. He read through the file carefully, making sure to commit everything to memory. Once his task was complete, he used his wand to vanish the copy before leaving the office. The Dark Lord will want to know what the department knows, he thought as he made his way to the apparition point and vanished from the DMLE. Bellatrix sat beside Harry at St. Mungo's. Andromeda was sitting up in her bed, looking out the window. Before Narcissa had been born, Andromeda had been her best friend. She'd nearly been killed because of the man she'd once followed. There has to be an end to this, she thought as she took Harry's hand. He squeezed it gently and she took comfort in it. You look like you have too many thoughts in your head. Harry said to her, what are they? Riddle has nearly caused the deaths of members of my family. I almost lost my father and my sister to his actions. She looked at their hands, I served him willingly. I've seen what could have happened. She ignored the look on Andromeda's face, how could I have ever believed anything he said? You were looking for a way out of your marriage. He promised you freedom. Harry said quietly, you are free now. He brought her hand up to his lips and key, at it. Andromeda watched the moment between Harry and Bellatrix with open longing. She remembered when she believed that Ted could love her that way. She knew it was the near-death experience talking, but she missed her ex-husband. She wanted someone to look at her like Harry looked at Bellatrix or Narcissa. When she'd left the family, it had been with her head held high. She'd been proud to abandon her family's blood supremacist views. She had planned to live her life, happily and with the man she believed she'd loved. Now she was pregnant with a child he would never meet and officially the consort of another man. Ted had ignored her and cheated on her. She could have forgiven the ignoring, but the cheating, never. Are you all right, Andromeda? Harry asked, pulling her from her reverie. Blinking, she nodded, I'm fine. Just thinking is all. But she was not fine. Harry, for all his faults, could at least tell that much. Hey, Bella, will you give us some privacy? Harry asked his wife. She nodded and slowly rose, exiting the room. Now that it's just us, he said, will you please tell me what's wrong? You are not a Legilimens Harry Fox, don't act like one, Andromeda said quickly. Save your concern for your spouses. You are a member of my family. He said quietly, I just want to know if I can do anything. Yes, you can go back to my last year at Hogwarts and convince me to pick a different wizard than Ted Tonks. You can also help me by, she took a deep breath, by acting like you could have a shred of interest in me. You practically live in Sissy and Bella's eyes. How often have we talked since we met? She looked at him, and Harry saw a wealth of pain in her eyes. I'm sorry, Andromeda. What can I do to make it up to you? Harry said, placing a hand on hers. At that touch, the stubborn tears began to prick at the corner of her eyes again. Look at me so that my daughter will believe that you care about me too. Internally, she cursed herself. A brush with death and she was practically begging Harry to love her. She felt Harry's hand squeeze hers gently. Harry felt the gentle pressure as Andromeda squeezed his hand back. It was a start. Regina Parkinson, now back home, found herself in an unusual position, playing host to her cousin Patricia. Patricia, for once, wasn't insulting her. In fact, her normally abrasive cousin wasn't doing anything except sitting by the fireplace staring into it. Virginia Parkinson and her husband Gregor had died in the explosion. Patricia had been knocked down and spent several moments trapped under the corpses of her parents. Now, her closest family still living in Britain was the cousin she had spent both years bullying. Now she would be staying with them until she reached her majority. Patricia was still so stunned that she had barely paid notice to the television in the other room. Mrs. Parkinson came downstairs, smoothing her hands over her dress. Patricia, dear, your bed is made and I've moved Regina's things from her second dresser. Would you like to see your new room? She asked kindly. Ellen Parkinson had not expected any of this. She knew that she had family in the magical world, but they had never treated her side of the family with any sort of kindness. Ellen had raised Regina alone all of her life. Her daughter is the result of a brief relationship she'd had with a young Irish soldier who'd lodged with her parents. Silently, Patricia rose and went up the stairs, Ellen following her. Emotions. I have emotions regarding my cousin. Regina thought with equal parts annoyance at feeling pity, and guilt at being annoyed. Her parents just died. Regina, you need to act like you have some sort of emotional depth. She drew out some parchment and began to write a letter to James. James. Patricia is staying with us now. Her parents were killed in the attack. Please refrain from pranking her. This is one of the few times I am glad that my mother is non-magical. I very much doubt my aunt and uncle would have taken me in. I am already looking forward to class beginning next week. I really want to have something to occupy myself with. I keep feeling bad for Patricia, then feeling angry because of how she'd treated me, then feeling guilty about being angry. I have too many thoughts in my head at the moment. Please help me deal with them by sending something to make me laugh. Literally, anything will be fine. Also some dark chocolate frogs. Dark chocolate. Not that super sweet milk chocolate guff that you like. If you can't guess from my charming and upbeat attitude, I like dark, bitter chocolate. I also miss you, I suppose. Regina. That should do, she thought as she rolled it up. She tied a ribbon around it and walked into the backyard of her home. There was a large outdoor birdcage against the back wall, and inside it was a short ball of fluff and pin feathers she called Cedric. Cedric, will you please deliver this to James Potter at Potter Manor in Guernsey? She tied the note around the little owl's leg and watched as he flew out the cage and into the blue sky. He began flying east when she shouted up to him, "Seed. Guernsey is west of here, west." The little owl turned and began to fly in the correct direction. "I didn't know you had an owl," came the quiet voice of her cousin. Turning, Regina saw Patricia standing at the door. We were on our way to buy an owl for me." The red-rimmed brown eyes of her cousin filled with tears again, and Regina suppressed a wince and then hugged Patricia. "Please don't get snot on me," Regina thought as she let Patricia cry against her. "I don't like emotions. I really don't like emotions. Oh, Morrigan, she's going to get snot on my shirt, I know it." But she was snot-free as Patricia let go and dabbed at her eyes. "I'm sorry," Patricia said quietly, stepping back. Regina still didn't like her cousin, but she knew something important. Patricia had been through a very traumatizing event. Regina wasn't sure if she was a good person or not, but she knew enough that she couldn't let Patricia look this miserable without at least trying to make her feel somewhat better. "We're here now. We live in the same house. We won't always get along, but we can at least try not to hate each other," she said to Patricia. "Your mother is very kind." Patricia said, "Mother wouldn't have let you inside our house." Regina refrained from pointing out that she had thought the same thing just a few moments earlier. Life was very strange sometimes. She'd ended up with her least favorite relative living with her. But that least favorite relative was in a position that Regina would gladly trade anything to avoid. Regina loved her mother dearly. She was the only person she could say unashamedly that she loved with her whole heart. "So," Patricia said, in an effort to keep from dwelling on her status as an orphan, "you attended the wedding of Professor Fox. As the date of James Potter no less. How was it?" That caused a small smile to ghost upon the lips of Regina. "Fine. It was fine. We've agreed to begin dating." Suddenly she remembered dancing with him, dotting him after Sirius had accidentally made her realize that she cared about James more than she had allowed herself to believe. Dating James Potter. Keep that up and you might end up respectable. Did Patricia just make a joke? Regina wasn't the best at reading people. Her expertise was in spells, particularly the arithmancy books she had bought at Diagon Alley. Arithmancy and runes were subjects that fascinated her. She could read the magic in those disciplines far better than she could the intentions of others. "Mab forbid I'm not respectable to the Ponzi upperclassmen," Regina replied dryly, causing Patricia to actually laugh for possibly the first time in all the time she had known her cousin. Maybe this could work out. A thought shared by both girls. Tragedy has a way of showing people their true selves. Patricia had been welcomed into the home of people her own parents wouldn't have spit on if they were on fire. She decided that she would make sure they were aware she was grateful. Regina had a glimpse of her worst fear. She would never let her mother believe she was being ungrateful. The two girls walked back into the house. Regina decided that it was time for Patricia to learn about television. "Patricia, I'm going to show you something called New Scotland Yard. Mum loves it." Thus began Patricia's introduction, not just to Muggle television in general, but procedural crime shows. It would end up sparking something within the mostly unmotivated student, but she didn't know that yet. Harry sat with Narcissa as the express took them back to Hogwarts. At his side sat a small dragonhide attaché case. A Christmas gift from Cecil Croker. Inside it was all of the paperwork he needed in case someone questioned his credentials. He was now, legally, Harry Fawkes, born in Bristol and raised abroad. He'd gotten his magical education at a private magical school in Boston. The marks were remarkably average. He had his mastery in defense, and O's in charms, transfiguration, and potions. After those, however, it was a smattering of passing and failing grades. The point had been to make it look boring so that no one would read too deeply into it. It would be enough for him to take his position next year as defense professor. "I wonder how the curse will try to get me," he mused as the train continued to chug along the path. The compartment held himself, Narcissa, James, and Regina, as well as Sirius and Lily. Remus had ridden in another compartment with Jane, and as for Peter, Harry hadn't seen the fourth Marauder, but James had told Sirius that he was riding with his cousin Connor Yaxley, a first-year Slytherin. "I didn't know Wormtail was related to the Yaxleys. I wonder how Connor Yaxley is related to Corbin Yaxley." It had been an eventful vacation. Between his wedding and the explosion in the alley, he had finally had a chance to meet with Doria and her husband Charles as well. Upon the advice of Narcissa and Belatrix, he had gone with several vials to use in the Pater Pensieve. "So, you are," Doria had begun after witnessing the memories. "Your great-nephew. My father is currently 12 years old and is dating a different witch than my mother," Harry explained. Luckily, since this was a timeline that was never supposed to have a Harry Potter in it, it doesn't really matter whom James and Lily decide they want to be with. The Potters were sworn to secrecy. Harry didn't want to tell his grandparents or his actual parents who he was. As far as the world knew, he was just Harry Fawkes, and that was how he wanted it. Harry was taken from his daydreaming as Narcissa curled closer to him. "After this year, I will have my time at St. Mungo's as an apprentice. Madame Pomfrey wishes for me to come back to Hogwarts to work with her," she said almost lazily, her eyes still closed as she lay against her husband. "Well, seeing as how I am going to be the defense professor, it'll be nice to have you here with me," Harry said, putting his arm around her and squeezing gently. "Try not to die or get fired," Narcissa said quietly. "It's been over a decade since a defense professor has made it past their first year. Trevian was supposed to stay, but with you taking his place, even he's gone. It was the same way when I went to school. Everyone said there was a jinx on the position." Harry said, "I'll talk to Salazar about it. The position can't have always been jinxed." She made a sound that could have been in agreement, but it was clear that Narcissa had nodded off at this point. The Wiltshire Vampire Coven was a dark, dismal place. Cantankerous Not hated it here. He hated the way the vampires stared at him hungrily. Only his status as an emissary kept them from killing him. There was only one of them he felt safe around, the servant of Lady Declan. The servant, Elizabeth, still used her mortal name because she hadn't willingly become a vampire. She'd been turned into a South Avenue by Lady Declan, and the two, one a wizard trapped by his desire to be better than the ones he considered lower, and the other a vampire forced to serve the woman who had ripped the mortality from her. He was in his quarters. The coven had taken over a convent after murdering the nuns who had lived here. Now no one came near the place, and those that did weren't heard from again. Ostensibly he was here to help them coordinate when Voldemort needed the coven's assistance. But he felt like meat in a locker with the way they eyed him. There was a soft knock on his door, and a quiet, "May I come in?" Not opened the door, revealing Elizabeth carrying a small bottle of wine and a glass. I brought you something, she said quietly. I'd have brought 2 glasses, but you know. She smiled sheepishly and gave him the bottle. He took it, pouring a small amount into the glass and drinking it. Thank you. I sleep better when I'm too drunk to think about the others here. They won't kill you, Elizabeth said to him. For one thing, you are a guest here, and for another, I won't let them. She sat down on the other chair in his quarters. Admittedly, I'd probably die in the fight, but that would be better than staying here. Then why do you stay? He asked her. She sighed, because I can't leave until Lady Declan allows it, or she's killed. Elizabeth sighed softly, looking down at her feet. I'm trapped here because I made a wrong damn turn. How long have you been here? He asked her. When she didn't answer, he took another sip of his wine. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. It's been 39 years. She said. I was on a hike and found the place. It was pouring rain, so I stayed in the chapel, waiting for it to clear up. By the time it did, my neck was opened and I was blue-lipped and dead. She smiled sadly. You know what I miss the most? The sunrise. I used to get up early every morning so I could do my exercises in the morning sunlight. The two continued to commiserate until Nott had to go to sleep. Elizabeth left his room and added another detection charm to the door before going out to hunt with the others. A curse on the defense position. Salazar repeated, his brow furrowing in thought. There wasn't in my time. It would take a powerful bit of magic to continually thwart the headmasters of the school. Have you spoken to Albus about this? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Harry said. Could it be similar to the Goblet of Fire, where someone used a charm to affect the position? He'd been thinking about it ever since Narcissa had brought up the fact that even now the position had been unfilled for longer than a single year at a time. That had gotten him thinking about his own time at Hogwarts. Something had to be the cause of this. But what? It wouldn't be anything connected to the school. Salazar mused, but perhaps it is something connected to the actual position. Someone could have used a cursed object to put a hex on the title, rather than on any one person. The man paced inside his painting. It would be a powerful object, something that could affect a person regardless of their own magical power, but be subtle enough that they didn't notice it. He stroked his short silver beard. Rowena had a diadem that could manipulate the intelligence of the wearer. If someone had found it, and placed a hex that worked with the diadem's abilities, they could have used it to boost a jinx. So, could that be the thing we are looking for? Harry asked him. Salazar thought for a moment and then nodded. Most likely. It's the only object I can think of that could be used in such a way. It could also be another Horcrux. After all, Riddle used items from 2 other founders. It would make sense if he could get hold of the diadem that he would use it. You need to speak to Albus about this theory. Harry nodded and prepared to leave the chamber. The ride up the pipe on the floating stone gave him time to think. If the diadem was hidden here at the school, it had to be somewhere no one would think of looking. He thought back to his first year at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore said he once found a room full of chamber pots. Maybe the diadem is hidden in a room like that. With that idea on his mind, he raced from the bathroom to the grand staircase to make his way up to the headmaster's office. Inside his office, Albus listened as Harry described his idea. A room, hidden from others. I found it full of chamber pots, you say? He asked the younger man. Yes, sir, Harry replied, at least that's what you told me. Harry watched as Albus stroked his beard in thought, the gesture oddly similar to the one Salazar had performed earlier. I believe, Albus said after a moment, that there could be something to this. He stood up from his chair. I require a house elf, please. He called out, and in an instant Wobbly, the house elf that Harry had most of his dealings with at Hogwarts, appeared before them. Wobbly, is there a place where someone could hide something? A place where no one would think to look? Harry asked the diminutive creature. Wobbly will go ask the others, Professor Foxy, Wobbly said before vanishing again. He returned a few moments later. You is wanting the come and go room. Wobbly will take you there. The elf grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him out of the office and out of sight. Albus chuckled at the energetic nature of the house elf and then followed along. Wobbly stopped at a tapestry featuring a man teaching trolls how to dance. You needs to walk past 3 times thinking of what you needs. He explained to Harry. Harry looked at the tapestry and began to pace back and forth. I need a place where someone could hide a magical artifact. He said aloud, somewhere no one would find it. On the third pass, a door appeared before them. Harry looked at Albus and then opened the door, finding a large room full of broken and useless-looking junk. In the corner sat a broken cabinet. I was unaware we had one of these. Albus said, it's linked to a twin cabinet somewhere in the world. Were it repaired, someone could bypass the wards that prevent someone from coming into the school without my knowledge. This is how they got in. Harry said slowly, this is what Malfoy was working on. It has to be. He fixed this and that's how the Death Eaters got inside. A sudden rage overtook Harry at that moment as he stared at the object that had spelled the doom of his friends and family. Everything, from the death of Dumbledore at the hands of Snape all the way to Ginny's death 6 years later, happened because Draco Malfoy had found a way to bring Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Now he was standing in front of it. His wand was in his hand and the incantation for a blasting hex was out of his mouth before he knew what he had done. The spell struck the cabinet, reducing it to splintered fragments that he doubted anyone could put back together. Still, he knew that he couldn't leave it to chance and cast a burning charm, reducing the shattered cabinet to ashes. That seemed more personal than merely avenging my death, Albus said quietly. Panting, Harry looked at his wand and then put it back in his holster. That's because it wasn't just you. This was the reason for everything that happened after Voldemort returned. If he couldn't bring the Death Eaters into the school this way, they would have had to use the tunnels. Which meant we would have seen them on the Marauders map. He turned back. Without this cabinet, we could have found what we needed and stopped Riddle. Perhaps. Or perhaps he would have found another way. It doesn't do much good to second-guess fate. Albus said, from everything you've told me, I believe I would have died that year regardless. He didn't elaborate on what he meant, and so Harry began to look through the piles of garbage for the diadem. Do you know what it's supposed to look, Headmaster? Harry asked once the realization that he didn't know what a diadem was crossed his mind. Albus nodded as he stood before a small bust upon which sat what Harry had discounted as an old tiara. I do, according to historical depictions, this should be the diadem. Harry reached into his robes, pulling out the small dragonhide bag he'd used to carry the ring and the cup. He used his wand to levitate the diadem into the bag. Time to destroy this Horcrux. Do you wish to come with me? He asked the headmaster. I believe it would be a good idea to have someone with you when you destroy it. We don't know what sort of protections, if any, Tom put on this. Albus said as the two men left the room and prepared to go back to the chamber. When do you suppose Riddle had time to hide this? When he was a student, maybe. Harry mused, more to himself really than to Albus. Albus shook his head. I don't believe so. This wasn't the only time Tom has applied for the defense position. The last time was about 10 years ago. My best guess is that he used his time then to hide the diadem. Harry called the stone to come to them when they arrived at the bathroom. What was he like? He asked as they made their way down the pipe. Tom was a brilliant student and very polite to the professors. Of course, he was polite because he wished for them to consider him a star pupil and not a threat. Albus said, with the other students he made people believe he was their best friend easily enough, but I do not believe Tom Riddle has ever had a friend. Servants, yes, but never a friend. Inside the chamber, the destruction of the diadem was similar to the others with one notable exception. As Harry brought the basilisk venom-laden tool down onto the diadem, he heard a woman screaming in pain, though in the blackness that came forth he saw an older man with a drooping mustache. That's it. The diary, the ring, the cup, the locket we saw him use up, and finally the diadem. Do you think there are any more? He said to Albus as they watched the metal twisting as if exposed to great heat. It's possible, but the only objects belonging to Godric Gryffindor are here at the castle. His sword and the sorting hat. Albus replied, it's possible he will try to make more, but he would want items that feed his ego. That left Harry with plenty to think about as Albus and he ascended the lift and went their separate ways. In his quarters, he found Bellatrix sitting on his bed. I didn't think you would be here today. He said to her, weren't you going to stay home and work on the ward structure for the fields? He asked his eldest wife. I was, Bellatrix said, but I realized something important. The father of my child will be sleeping alone for the first time since his second wedding and I couldn't have that. She grinned and rose, coming to embrace him. Did I forget to tell you that? She thoroughly enjoyed the stunned look on her husband's face. I am pregnant, a few weeks along at this point. She took his hand and pressed it gently to her stomach. "Our first child," she said before moving closer and dotting him. "Between that and the destruction of another Horcrux, that's the best news I've had all day." Harry said, "We found the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw and destroyed the soul fragment inside." He explained, "I will care about that in the morning." Bellatrix promised him with a smirk gracing her features. "For now, let's get to bed, Mr. Fox." She pulled him back to the bed and began to undress. "As you wish, Mrs. Fox," Harry said, using his wand to kill the lights and doing the same. They had made progress, and as long as they continued doing that, his children would grow up in a world where Tom Riddle was just a name in the history books. "Professor, do you have a moment?" Jane paused at the door as the other students milled out. Alexandra was at her side. "Alex and I have been working on a project and we'd really appreciate having a professor nearby. Before I say yes, how likely is this to result in an explosion?" Harry asked as he used his wand to repair the damage done by an errant spell on the floorboards in front of the dueling circle. "It shouldn't result in any. Well, I mean, with transfiguration I guess there's always a possibility for an explosion." Alexandra replied, "Jane and I have been working on becoming animagi. We want you here for the final test, so to speak." Jane finished, "You are someone that Remus trusts, so if something does go wrong, I know you will help him in case I either blow up or stuck as a she-wolf." "Alright, if you two are sure that you've gotten everything worked out. But I do want to warn you, these sorts of transformations are very advanced magic." Harry replied to the girls. He also knew, though, that his father and godfather had been able to cast the spell in their 5th year, so he knew enough to trust them. Jane went first. Holding up her wand, she began to channel the magic inside of herself. She concentrated on the shape she'd seen during the meditations. There was a flash, and where Jane Thornton had stood, the space was now occupied by a brown-furred she-wolf with black markings that matched the twin moles on her left cheek. She circled around the floor of the classroom before changing back. "That was brilliant," she said, raising her fist in triumph. "Your turn, Alex." Yeah, hold on to your knickers, Wolfie," Alexandra said as she took her place and drew her wand. Like Jane, she began to concentrate, and Harry felt the biggest shock he'd had in months. "Hedwig," Harry thought to himself. Sure enough, the blonde witch was gone, and in her place there was a white owl with markings that, like the twin moles on Jane's cheek, matched the freckles on Alexandra's face. The owl on the floor flapped her wings and took off shakily but swiftly, righting herself and landing on Harry's desk. Changing back, Alexandra was sitting on the edge of the desk. "It worked. I can't wait to show Peter." "Who's Peter?" Harry asked, hoping that she hadn't taken a page from Jane's book and fell for Peter Pettigrew. He had difficulty imagining the quiet hanger-on with someone as boisterous as Alexandra. "Peter Pruitt, we grew up together," Alexandra said, turning slightly red when she saw the widening grin on Jane's face. "He's been sick, so he stays home during the year." The truth was that Peter Pruitt wasn't sick. He was a squib, kept largely hidden from the others by his parents. Alexandra swore that she would find a way to help him find his magic. Every year she brought him her old textbooks and notes. He wasn't capable of casting spells, but he was a very good potion brewer. "Would you like to use my flow?" Harry offered. "You can tell him about it." Alexandra nodded. "It would be nice to see him. You spent all of Christmas with him." Jane teased, earning a glare from her friend. "And I go the school year without seeing him. Besides you and Roger, he's my best friend," Alexandra said before standing at the flow. She tossed in some powder before shouting, "Pruitt House, Swansea." At the Pruitt home, Peter was doing his usual chores. He was trying to fill the void in his heart with busywork. He had overheard his parents talking the night before. Since he still hadn't shown any trace of magic, they were beginning to discuss sending him to the Muggle world. He needed a miracle. Then he heard her voice. "Petty, are you there?" "Alex," Peter said, turning and setting his dusting cloth down before walking to the fireplace. Seeing the girl he considered his closest friend, he smiled. "What are you doing in the fireplace?" "I wanted to tell you, the project I was working on, you know, the one. We finished it. I turned into an owl." She was thrilled and it showed on her face. "The flow is open on our side. Come in, I want to show you." Peter nodded and stepped into the green flames. He saw Alexandra, her friend Jane, and an older man he didn't recognize. Alexandra took a deep breath to calm herself and changed into a beautiful snowy owl. Merlin's saggy undercarriage. Peter said softly, "That's amazing." Alexandra flew over, landing on his shoulder and rested against his cheek. Jane smirked and leaned over to Harry. "If I had my DAS camera I would have taken so many pictures of this moment." She said, "Thank you for letting her have this. I'm going to go show my boyfriend what I can do." Jane walked out leaving Harry with Alexandra and Peter. Jane found Remus in the library studying with his friends. There was a new addition, a girl in Slytherin robes she vaguely remembered as a Parkinson. She sat down beside Remus, throwing her arm around him and thoroughly enjoying the growing red on his cheeks. "So, I have a surprise for you, but since it's technically illegal I need you to follow me to an empty classroom," she said, reaching over and closing his textbook. "Do it," James and Sirius said at the same time, earning twin glares from their respective girlfriends. "Define illegal in this context," Regina said. "Are we talking detention while Sprout tells you why what you did was wrong, or full-blown, named as a dark witch and thrown into the Vale of Death?" Jane waved her hand dismissively, "More like, if I get caught before I can go to the ministry I get fined a few hundred galleons." Jane looked at Remus. "Come on, I want you to see this." She stood and pulled him to his feet, leading him out. Jane led him to an empty classroom and closed the door. She flicked her wand at it, locking the door. "All right, get ready," she said as she went to the middle of the room and concentrated, shifting into the wolf form. She sat on her haunches in front of him, her tail wagging slowly as he reached out with a trembling hand and touched her fur. "Jane, this is amazing," he said softly as he caressed her cheek. She closed her eyes and leaned into his hand. Remus had never expected someone would go to this length to make him feel less alone. He knew two things. The first was that he would probably love Jane Thornton for the rest of his life, and the other thing that he knew was she deserved better than a coward. "Could you please change back?" he asked her. She did so, straightening up from off of the floor. He hugged her tightly. "Jane, this is the greatest thing anyone has ever done for me. I love." She stopped him with a finger on his lips. "Don't say you love me. I just turned into a wolf for you, so you're feeling all sorts of things. Give it some time, okay?" She smiled and hugged him. "When you were ready to say that for real," she whispered, "I'll be waiting." They left the classroom. She let him go back to the library as she went to collect Alexandra from the dueling classroom. When she returned, she found Peter and Alexandra were discussing something in a hushed whisper while Harry was working on something at his desk. "So, what did I miss?" she asked as she came up beside Alexandra. "Peter is about to be forcibly emancipated. He overheard his parents and they are tired of waiting for him to show his magic," Alexandra said, looking up from the impromptu huddle. "It just so happens that Professor Fox is in the market for someone to help take care of his orchard." "Well, that's what this notice is going to say." Harry spoke up from his desk. "Pound's house has plenty of room. Peter can stay there and work on his brewing. I still can't believe the Pruitts would do this. Fabian and Gideon they are my cousins, Professor," Peter explained. "Their side of the family is much more tolerant of me than my father's part. To them, I'm an embarrassment. And to me they are jackasses," Alexandra said, sliding an arm around him. "You are so much more than your lack of magic." Peter returned the embrace and sighed happily. Harry stood up and gave the notice to Peter. "There you are. This will act as a portkey to Pound's house when you are done getting your things." He used his wand to check the time. "If there's nothing else, I believe it's time for me to prepare for the 6th-year dueling class." Alexandra walked over to the flow with Peter, giving a final hug before watching him go back through the green flames. "Thank you, Professor. Peter deserves better than how his family treats him." Harry smiled. "I know the feeling. I grew up with my mother's family, they hated me." Harry hadn't really thought much about the Dursleys since he'd came here. Privet Drive had been destroyed in what should have been Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts. Voldemort had decided that the way to deal with Harry was to destroy everything he held familiar. That had included the only family he'd had left. The Dursley family wasn't a good one, but even they hadn't deserved the torture and execution they had suffered. In the original timeline, Dudley had been left as a warning to Harry. In the end, the first killing curse Harry had ever cast had been at his cousin in order to spare him the horrors he'd seen. Jane and Alexandra left the classroom, giving Harry a moment to himself before the next class was due. He drew his wand and cast his Patronus, message to Bellatrix, there will be a young man arriving later with his things. His name is Peter, please give him one of the guest rooms and show him the potion lab. He watched the silvery stag race off and then turned to the door. His students would arrive soon. Emile Delacour had only been an assistant to Director Lemille for 3 weeks. Magical law enforcement wasn't the easiest career, but it was the path he'd chosen. Today found him sitting inside one of the interrogation rooms as a witness while the Auror on duty questioned 3 people who had arrived in Paris with an unregistered portkey. One of them Emile actually knew quite well. Antonin Dolohov was a respected champion on the European dueling circuit. He was respected, but not liked. Emile considered him a bully when they'd faced each other. The other 2, twins, were unknown to Emile. Would you care to explain the unregistered portkey that brought you here? The Auror, Yvette Lalaurie asked them. Use of an unregistered portkey is a Class 6 felony punishable by 3 years in prison or a 6,000 galleon fine. It was registered in England under Thurman Davis. Dolohov replied, the fact that is not showing up is registered in a failing in your ministry, not ours. He looked at the Auror and then to Emile, Delacour, you know as well as I do, I wouldn't do something illegal and be caught. I am here as an observer only, I have nothing to say to you or for your defense. Emile replied before looking to Yvette, Madame Auror Lalaurie is the one whom you should speak to. Thank you, Yvette replied before turning her attention back to the trio before her. In a normal situation involving an unregistered portkey, we would simply contact your ministry. But, and here she looked at the blonde twins, you 2 refused to give your names. So, I am forced to use Veritaserum to question you. You can't do that. The witch said, it is against ICW law. Yvette shook her head, it is if we know that you are underage and we know whom your parents are. Then we are not allowed to use truth serum on you without their permission. She leaned back, we have no such knowledge. Emile was surprised to learn that under Veritaserum the portkey was indeed revealed to belong to Thurman Davis. The twins before him, Amicus and Electo Caro, had confessed that they had picked up the portkey but had failed to sign the last of the paperwork. It was their business in France that had caused the biggest surprise. Amicus had said in a dull, sluggish monotone that they were here specifically to purchase lodestone. Why? Yvette asked. She watched the young man struggle and so she repeated it, why do you need lodestone? Our master is building AHHAHHH. He cried and then Amicus slumped in his chair unconscious. Yvette and Emile could smell something burning among another foul odor, the young man had soiled his robes. Reaching for his arm, Yvette pulled it up, revealing a wound on his arm that hadn't been there before. A secrecy pact, Emile said quietly, the magic would have burned itself out of his mind. Yvette checked the other 2, they have matching marks on their arms. She told him, we need to contact the department. The French Department of Mysteries, much like the British iteration, was the place where they had the best chance at figuring out what sort of magic had been used. Emile nodded, I will take our findings to Director Lemille and then have him meet with you. There's something very strange going on. Cecil Croker looked at the report he'd been sent by his French counterpart. The Death Eaters are trying to buy lodestone and a lot of it. That concerned Cecil a great deal. Lodestone on its own was just a harmless natural magnet. It was used in nearly every ward scheme around due to its ability to hold onto magic in the atmosphere. But the amount uncovered when the French ministry went to the location on a map in the pocket of the now deceased Amicus Caro was astounding. No one needs that much lodestone unless they are warding a building the size of Hogwarts, or they are summoning something. Summoning spells were a class of ritual magic not taught at magical schools. Cecil rose from his desk and went to his flow. Using the powder kept inside a small silver snuff box, he stuck his head into the green flames. Harry, I need to speak with you immediately. He looked at the empty office. Harry, damn it, where are you? Cecil sighed with relief when he saw Harry come from the classroom door. The Caro twins are in France buying lodestone. Do you remember Voldemort using lodestone in your timeline? Harry shook his head. I never saw any. Cecil frowned. I am going to have a sample of the lodestone brought to my office. When it arrives I will ask you to come here. I get the feeling he's planning something big. The purity of the lodestone will tell me if I'm right. The call ended as abruptly as it had begun. Harry stepped back from the fireplace. He needed answers and he knew where to go to get them. He went to the door and stepped out of his office. He rubbed his temple as he saw who was standing there. 12-year-old Severus Snape wasn't as aggravating as the abusive jackass he remembered from his timeline. His friendship with Lily Evans meant that he wasn't quite as enraptured by the dark arts at this moment in his life. Harry had, under the guise of checking on Sirius, spoken with a few of the other professors about him. Slughorn thought that Snape was a brilliant student, though he admitted that the boy would win no friends with his acerbic nature. Minerva as well considered him a contender for the number 1 spot for this batch of second-year students. In fact, Harry had only found one professor who did not like him at all. Trevian considered him too keen a student in the defense course. He's far too interested in what we are teaching him to defend against, Trevian had told him when he asked about the second-year students. Mr. Snape, may I help you with something? Harry asked, trying his best to keep his irritation with being kept from his planned visit to Salazar out of his voice. Snape, to his great surprise, seemed concerned. Professor, I have overheard plans by one of the other Slytherin students. Corbin Yaxley has brought a corrosive potion and plans to replace the ink in a Gryffindor student's supplies. He explained, if I were to go to Professor Slughorn with this information, it would be known that I am the one who supplied it. And knowing that I am on good terms with the future Lord Black, you decided to tell me. Harry supplied. To his surprise, Snape shook his head. It is because I believe you would be the most effective person to deal with this. You have several duels under your belt, some against wizards deemed a threat by credible sources. Snape told him, I am reasonably sure that you would be able to stop him and do so in a manner that would prevent others from thinking it was a good idea. The student he's planning on using an extremely dangerous potion on wouldn't happen to be one Lily Evans, would it? Harry asked, and Snape's silence answered him. Why would a 6th year harass a girl 4 years younger than himself? The answer to Harry's question was actually very simple. Corbin Yaxley hated Lily Evans on principle. She was, in his opinion, far too enamored with herself and her abilities. He didn't like the way she acted like the magical world should change because she didn't like something. Hurting Evans was his ticket into a new group of witches and wizards that would bring back the old ways. Mudbloods would be forced into hiding, at the least, and more likely they would be Ents, avenued. But to join, he had to bloody a Muggle-born student. Preferably kill, but they were willing to accept a painful assault. The next stage had come when he used his fat lump of a cousin to put Evans in the right spot. They were in the library studying together. Evans was on the left side of Peter Pettigrew, on his right was Patricia Parkinson. It had been sheer luck that Parkinson had become friendly with Peter. Knowing how Evans liked to lord her knowledge of charms over other students, it had been easy for Corbin to get his brother Connor to convince Peter to get some extra studying time with the ginger bint. If he'd have noticed the second year leaving the common room, he might have postponed his plans. But, caught up in the excitement, Corbin Yaxley made mistakes. The biggest mistake, of course, was not noticing Snape's departure. The next biggest was in choosing Lily Evans. He made his way to the library from the Slytherin common room. He found his target, however. It wasn't just Peter at her side. It was an entire study group made up of Peter's entire circle of friends. Including Jane Thornton and Alexandra Tate, 2 girls a year under him. Damn it, there's no way I can get Evans without them noticing. He thought angrily. He continued to watch as Snape put a note in his book. Jane stood up and ruffled the hair of the boy beside her before walking out of the library. Corbin didn't like the look the brown-haired witch gave him as she stepped past him, but paid no notice as he turned to leave himself. As he rounded the corner, Corbin found Professor Fawkes standing there, as if waiting for him. Mr. Yaxley, Harry said, would you mind coming with me? There's an incident I need you to discuss with me. Corbin Yaxley had been a regular threat to Harry in his old days. He hadn't been especially strong. Instead, his threat had come from the fact that Corbin was difficult to kill. He had a knack for shrugging off curses that should have killed him, enough that when he finally was killed, Bill Weasley had spent weeks examining the body trying to find runic tattoos that could have made him semi-impervious, but hadn't found anything. What sort of incident? Corbin asked cautiously. There was, in his mind, no sense in bringing up anything that the professor didn't know about. Harry looked at him evenly. Someone reported that you brought contraband into the school. If you can prove to me that you do not have said contraband, then I will deal with that student. Harry motioned to him, "Turn out your pockets, all of them." Corbin froze. Someone ratted me out. But who it had to be that fifth-year Thornton. Miserable little by.ch. I haven't done anything, and I demand that you let me go back to my common room. My father is deputy director of the DMLE and he will hear of this. Corbin said, his hand twitching as if he wanted nothing more than to draw his wand. I tried to be reasonable about this. I really did, Harry said, flicking his wand and sticking the teenager to the wall. I need a house elf, please. With a pop, one appeared at his side. Hello Wobbly, will you please bring me Professors Dumbledore and Slughorn? The elf vanished and Harry looked back at the still struggling Yaxley. He leaned against the opposite wall and waited. You know, Harry said quietly, I was really hoping you would have cooperated. I was hoping that my source was wrong. Not out of any sort of affection for you, you're a dunce in my classes, but rather because my source isn't my favorite person. What do you think you are going to get out of this? Corbin asked him with a sneer. My father isn't here, came the voice of Albus as he and Professor Slughorn appeared around the corner. Professor Fawkes, I believe you wished to speak with us. Why is Mr. Yaxley stuck to the wall? Professor Slughorn asked, what is going on here? Harry stopped him with a hand held up. I was informed by a student earlier this evening that Mr. Yaxley here had brought a corrosive potion that he planned on putting in the inkwell of Lily Evans. To that end, I asked Miss Evans' friends to assist in setting a little trap for him. When he arrived, one of them came to see me. He looked back at Corbin. I asked him to turn out his pockets but he refused. And you are sure he has such a potion? Albus asked him. The tone of the old man's voice made it plain that he was really asking, was this student a Death Eater in your time? When Harry nodded, Albus shook his head sadly and drew his wand. A silent summoning spell brought a coin purse and a small vial out of his pockets and into the hands of Albus. Horace, would you mind telling me what this potion is? He asked, handing the vial to Slughorn. Slughorn didn't open it. Instead, it tilted the bottle and allowed its contents to swirl around. Judging by its color and general viscosity, I would have to say it is a combination of manticore venom and something else. The light indigo color is clearly from the manticore venom. He looked at the Slytherin 6th year. Why would you have this? I don't have to answer to any of you. My father will have you put in Azkaban for assaulting me like this. Corbin spat defiantly. Even if Corbin was expelled, his father would merely move him to Durmstrang by the time anyone came for his wand. Albus sighed sadly. I see there is no sense in trying to talk to you. I am afraid that the only course left to me is to summon the Aurors. Dumbledore used his wand to unstick Corbin from the wall, and with Harry and Professor Slughorn behind the boy, the foursome walked towards his office. During the same time, Jane re-entered the library and retook her seat beside Remus. Everything is working. Professor Fawkes was waiting when Yaxley turned the corner past Charms. She smirked and reopened her book. Hopefully by tonight, the little Dixnot will be. He won't be anywhere except in detention if he's clever, or in his own bed if he's not, Alexandra said, cutting her off. He's a well-connected little ward. She really hated the fact that Corbin Yaxley would have most likely been one of her superiors, had he not shot himself in the foot tonight. The Yaxley family was one of the worst pure-blood families around. They had approached her parents about a marriage contract, but luckily David and Rebecca Tate had no interest in joining their families together. Her mother had especially taken issue as she had attended school with Cedric Yaxley and had nothing good to say about the man. Sirius looked over at Snape. Thank you. He said quietly, if it hadn't been for you. I didn't do it for you, Black. I did it because Lily is my friend. Snape said. After a moment under the gaze of his red-haired best friend, however, he crumbled, I accept your thanks. It still irked Snape when he saw Sirius holding hands with Lily. It could be worse, it could be Potter. He thought as he watched that very thing happen across the table. Being with Lily had changed Sirius. He wasn't as impulsive with his pranks. They still happened, but now it was more, turning someone's hair blue, instead of making them sweat Toad's blood. He had never been able to get that stain out of his shirt. Regina looked at James and shook her head. Your families are both well connected, can you do anything at all? She asked James. He thought for a moment. I'll send an L to my father. He knows Director Crouch. He could try going over Yaxley's head. However, James didn't think it very likely. Fleemont Potter was politically very cautious. It was more likely that he would try to get Cedric Yaxley through his contacts at the Wizengamot, but even then the Yaxley family was very well connected. The only person I could talk to already knows. Sirius said, Professor Fawkes is the regent for my family. I'm sure he will do what he can, but he doesn't know anyone. He's Lord Slytherin, that has to stand for something. This came from Patricia, seated beside Peter. He could leverage that name and form a block, especially with the Blacks behind him. The Blacks and the Potters. He's also a Peverell, so there's a name he could throw into it. Peter said quietly. The fact that he'd been used by his cousins weighed heavily upon him. It cemented something in his psyche that he'd always secretly known: he was the weakest link in his group. He was gullible, and that had very nearly cost one of the few girls to tolerate his presence her health. You lot realize that, unless Professor Fawkes can read your minds, it's not likely that your war council here will do anything. The twinspeak came, appropriately enough, from the Pruitt twins. Fabian and Gideon each sat down at the table. You were very vocal, one of them began. So we couldn't help but overhear, started the other. Also we were eavesdropping, finished the original twin. We are planning to talk to him, Lily said, glaring at the twins. Believe it or not, you two aren't the only ones capable of thinking up plans. Heaven forbid. Perish the thought. The twins said in unison, before the one on the left spoke again. We would never assume that 12-year-olds don't have a firm grasp on politics. Oh, never fab, said the one of the right, Gideon, unless they were lying about who was who. We are only here to swear allegiance and tell you that, should you go to Professor Fawkes, we will also send a letter to our dear mum and dad. Alexandra frowned at the idea of bringing in the Pruitt twins. Why would we want your family involved? She asked them. Your family was ready to abandon Peter when he didn't show his magic. Right family name, wrong branch. Fabian, or perhaps Gideon, said to her. The other twin continued, Pettyboy had nothing to fear from us. Albert and Martha are backwater relations at best. With that, her distaste was somewhat alleviated. She had no further objections, and so the twins slid into the conversation. By the time curfew was called, Harry was the unknowing recipient of a potential alliance that would bring houses together that had never been on the same side before. Amelia and Diana arrived at Hogwarts to take custody of Corbin. You know we're going to get fired for arresting him, Diana said quietly. Amelia nodded, her lips growing thin with distaste. I do, but I also know that we can appeal the decision. Diana rolled her eyes. When has that ever worked? We are only bringing him in for questioning. It's not like we are going to end up breaking his jaw. Amelia said defensively. But the truth was, in order to prevent his son from going before a court, Cedric Yaxley would argue that anyone and everyone had been involved in setting up his eldest. They were the Aurors assigned to Hogsmeade, which meant they were the ones who dealt with students who needed to go into a holding cell. They would be the scapegoats of his rage. If they managed to survive his anger enough to stay employed, they would probably never leave the tiny village again. Crouch won't let him fire us, she said to Diana, trying to convince them both. Crouch hates witches in his department, Diana said miserably. Are you sure we can't just slit his throat and say he ran away? Amelia didn't answer, and Diana knew why. I'm just trying to get your mind off of it. Off of him had gone unsaid. Amelia had been on a very unsuccessful date with a young reporter. Zeno Lovegood had been removed from the Daily Prophet and was now a freelance writer. He was talented and handsome enough, but the problem lay in the fact that he had been the single oddest man she had ever met. Love never came easily to Amelia. She was much more comfortable punching or hexing her problems away rather than talking. The time for introspection was gone, however, as they were greeted by Albus. Thank you for coming so quickly, Aurors, Bones and Spencer. Headmaster, what seems to be the problem? You sent your house elf to tell us that you had a problem with Corbin Yaxley. Amelia began. I take it this is something that can't be solved with detention. You are correct, Auror Bones. Mr. Yaxley was caught with an illicit substance that we believe he was planning on using to harm another student. Albus said, leading them inside. You will need to hurry and get him to London. Deputy Director Yaxley will be here soon, as Professor Fawkes and I have summoned him to talk about his other son's part in the events tonight. You're giving us a chance to get him to a holding cell and let Moody interrogate him, aren't you? Diana said to the older man. Albus merely smiled and led them onward. He'd learned from the mistakes the other him had made. He wouldn't be so trusting that people could change. Not when they were willing to burn the face off of a 12-year-old girl. Voldemort watched as the, regrettably inferior lodestone was placed down in his ritual chamber at Avery Manor. Around a stone plinth of granite, the lodestone was carefully etched and engraved with runic markers. The etchings were filled with the blood of the Muggle children Crabbe and Goyle had procured from a nearby village. Those broken bodies were placed on the edges of the outermost ring of stones, payment given for the one he wished to summon. "Is everything to your liking, my Lord Voldemort?" Avery asked, cautiously. Avery was a blood purist always, he hated Muggles and Muggleborn. The deaths of those children didn't cause him any issue, it was the next step that put a chill in him. "It is acceptable enough, given the situation," Voldemort said quietly. "Bring her in." Avery swallowed hard and nodded. Stepped out of the ritual chamber, he drew a steadying breath. He climbed the stairs leading up into the yard. It was a blood moon. If it wasn't the night of this ritual, he would think it was beautiful. He looked at the house. Upstairs there was light in the easternmost bedroom. His daughter's bedroom. Johanna had been told to wait, to not return to Hogwarts just yet. Arrangements were made, an illness he'd told the headmaster in his letter. Johanna would be back to school once she was feeling better. But she wouldn't be going back. Not if he obeyed his master. He stepped into his house. Silent. The manor had been quiet ever since the death of his wife. Lady Victoria Avery née Parkhurst had been the light of his life. Then she died giving birth to their only child and the light left him. His hand traced the railing as he climbed the stairs slowly. Each pause gave his daughter another heartbeat. Another breath of air. He paused at a portrait. There was Victoria smiling down at him. The enchantment for portraits was difficult, this one had failed and so she was unable to speak. Instead she silently watched her husband. He brought his hand up and touched her canvas, an action she mirrored. "Forgive me, Vicky," he said softly as he turned and continued his trip to his daughter's room. He knocked on the door. After a moment he heard a muffled, "Come in," and he turned the knob. Johanna had been brushing her hair at her mirror. She turned to greet her father. "Yes, father?" she asked him. He looked at her, she looked so much like his wife. "Johanna, I need you to do something for me. Something important," he said quickly. Digging into his pocket he produced his silver pocket watch. "I need you to hold this. It's a portkey, it will take you to Hogsmeade. Go back to the castle. Go to Dumbledore, tell him that he paused and embraced his daughter, "tell him that your father loves you very much and that he hopes you become a better person than him." "Father, what is going on?" Johanna asked confused. "My guests, the ones that I've told you not to speak to." He said hurriedly, "I am a Death Eater. That is Lord Voldemort and his retinue. You have to leave, take this as well." He pressed the watch and a small piece of paper into her hands. Stepping back from her, Avery watched as his daughter, still in her nightgown, vanished. Avery stood in his daughter's room for a minute longer, trying to memorize everything he could. He knew his wife would never forgive him for even entertaining the thought of sacrificing their daughter. Perhaps he would find some atonement in his next life if there was anything after this one. When he returned to the ritual chamber, Voldemort was waiting. "Avery, where is your daughter?" he hissed in a low, dangerous voice. "Gone, my lord," Avery said, doing his best to collect his nerves. "She must have awe." Avery began to explain, was stopped by a wave of agony as Voldemort plundered his mind. "She must have used the portkey you gave her," Voldemort said after a moment. "You sent her to Hogsmeade. Do you think that old fool Dumbledore will keep her safe?" Voldemort drew his wand and with a motion, Avery was thrust onto the pillar. Golden chains began to wrap around him, securing the monk's body. "Goyle," Voldemort called, gaining the attention of a heavy-set man in black robes, "you and Crabbe are to apparate to Hogsmeade and then come back with the girl. If you do not find her in 10 minutes' time, return here." "Yes, my lord," Goyle said before leaving the chamber. Voldemort looked at Avery. "Your daughter will, in the brief time she has left, get to watch as I usher in a new world." Johanna cursed the fact that she hadn't had time to get dressed. She was deeply confused by all this, and the snow stinging her bare feet didn't help anything. She was in front of the Hog's Head, one of the lesser pubs in the village. Still, it was open and she was freezing, so she went inside quickly. At the bar, Aberforth Dumbledore took in the sight of a teenage witch in a dressing gown and little else rushing into his place of business. What, needed a pint so badly you couldn't get dressed? He asked the girl. My father used a portkey. She replied, her teeth chattering from the cold outside, told me to go straight to Hogwarts. He couldn't give you time to get dressed. D Death Eaters. V Vold, she began but stopped when she heard familiar voices outside. Without waiting to explain, she ducked behind the bar, hiding at the old man's side. Two men entered the pub. To Aberforth they looked eerily similar to a pair of trolls. One of whom seemed marginally more intelligent than the other one, that was the one who chose to be the spokesman. Have you seen A.B., owned run by here? Little Bint stole my mate's money. The one Aberforth had designated, Troll 1, stated gruffly. You two ladykillers couldn't keep your eye on one girl. Aberforth said dryly. You're in luck then, I have a beautiful owned girl just waiting for you. Johanna looked terrified as she knelt behind the counter. Where is she? Troll 2 said. Aberforth whistled and a yellow goat came from the stairway bleating. There she is, but I'll tell you, she's a fighter. The two men cursed and walked out. All right, you need to get to the castle. Aberforth said once he'd drawn his wand and locked the door. Use my flow and call for Hogwarts, headmaster's office. Thank you, Johanna said as she stood up and went to the fireplace. Aberforth raised his wand. Wait. He called. Flicking the wand, Johanna's nightgown was transfigured into a simple black cloak and boots. Just in case you don't get them and we have to walk. She smiled in gratitude at the older man and then used the flow powder to open a visual connection to Dumbledore's office. Headmaster. Are you in there? A moment passed with no response and then the face of Albus Dumbledore appeared in the flames. Miss Avery, you weren't expected back for another week. Why are you in my brother's business? He was understandably confused. You look terrified, what is wrong? Not here, please, can I come through? Johanna asked. When Albus nodded and then stepped back, she hurried through the flow. Standing in the headmaster's office, she finally was able to release some of the nervous energy she'd felt since her father had approached her. She released this energy in the form of fainting into a heap. Or it would have been a heap. Albus used his wand to levitate her and placed her in one of the plush armchairs on the other side of his desk. House elf, please, Albus said. In a moment one of the elves appeared beside him. Please bring me Madame Pomfrey, and have her bring a calming draught, also Professors Slughorn and Fox. He stroked his beard in thought. Johanna Avery was the only daughter of Lord Avery. Lord Avery was a known supporter of the more aggressive wing of pure blood thought, though Albus noted that his daughter was on friendly enough terms with the Norrie sisters. Harry arrived first. You called for me? He asked as he entered the classroom, then paused. Why is Johanna Avery here? Albus sighed. I didn't. In answer to your second question, I will have to ask Miss Avery herself. Horace is on his way, as is Poppy. Horace is Miss Avery's head of house and I have a feeling that we will need her permission to review her memories. As for Poppy, she will be able to keep Miss Avery calm should the need arise. Harry nodded. They needed a win tonight, in whatever manner they achieved it. Cedric Yaxley had been a dead end. Once he'd heard that his son had already been taken in for questioning by the ministry, he'd stormed out. Luckily Moody had sent them word that Corbin Yaxley had already been processed by the time his father had arrived back. Even his father's status as deputy director for the DMLE wouldn't be able to move his son out of the holding cell he would be spending the night in. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Slughorn arrived together. Poppy, Horace, now that you are both here, we can awaken Miss Avery. Albus said as he waved his wand at the teen. Slowly her eyes began to flutter and she sat more upright in the chair. Miss Avery, are you feeling better? Would you like a calming draught or perhaps some food? Albus asked gently. No, headmaster, Johanna drew in a breath, my father sent me here. You have to help him. Tell me what we can do, Albus said. What is the matter? The Death Eaters, the ones who attacked the alley and the village. Their leader is at our home. Johanna said, father gave me a portkey to Hogsmeade. She began to sob. He's probably Dia. At that she couldn't continue. Albus motioned to Madame Pomfrey and the healer gave Johanna a small bottle. She took a sip and then continued. They had been bringing in lodestone all week. Father kept me in my room, but I heard things through the window overlooking the garden. Two of them, I think they were the ones I heard at the Hog's Head looking for me, were supposed to have brought something for a ritual of some kind. Lodestone. Harry said, are you sure? When she nodded, Harry turned to Albus. It is Voldemort. Johanna took another sip of the potion. It is. Father never let me be in the same room as him, but he's been in the ritual chamber for the whole week. She handed Albus the piece of parchment. He also gave me this. Albus looked at Professor Slughorn. Horace, with your permission, I would like to draw some memories from Miss Avery if she is willing, of course. Johanna nodded, taking a final sip of her calming potion. Harry, would you be kind enough to summon our mutual friend at the Department of Mysteries? Albus looked at the text on the parchment and smiled. We have him. Of course, I'll be back as soon as possible. Harry said and turned, leaving the office and heading back towards his own lodestone and a ritual of some kind. He thought as he turned the corner and went down the stairs towards his office and quarters. We have him, he thought. We know where he is and we can stop him. Even if he's made another Horcrux, we can at least stop his current plans until we can find and destroy it. That thought, at everything could be over in a few hours' time, kept him going. It filled him with more hope than he'd ever known before. So many people had died because of Riddle, both in his time and this one. He'd never heard of the attack on Diagon Alley in his first timeline. That one had been his fault. The nightmare creature he'd used in Hogsmeade, that had been new as well. His presence seemed to drive Voldemort to worse and worse depravities. What could be next? He thought as hope was slowly replaced by dread. As was usual, Bellatrix was in his office. She normally stayed the night with him if he didn't come home. However, Appaline and Andromeda were there as well. Ladies, Harry said with a quick greeting, Voldemort is up to something and now we know where he is. How? Bellatrix asked incredulously. It's a Fidelius charm. Unless the secret keeper defected, it should be impossible. A little while ago Professor Dumbledore had a visitor, one Johanna Avery. Harry explained. Her father sent her to us with a note. That note gave you the location, didn't it? Bellatrix finished for him. It did, at least judging by the look on the headmaster's face. Harry replied with a smile. Now, I need to summon our friend in the unspeakables. Appaline went to him. Harry, a moment please. When he paused, she continued, please be careful with whatever you do. I am your consort and I would like to actually be able to enjoy that title. She smiled. When this is over, I want you to come with me to Paris. I want time alone with you. That goes for me too. Andromeda said, I know we've been talking more since the attack and I'm grateful, but you and I have a child on the way. I would prefer it if she believed her parents actually cared for each other. She indicated Bellatrix and Appaline. We have discussed it and we want to each have some time with you. Harry nodded. That sounds about right. I save the world and you three figure out how badly I've been neglecting my family. He teased them and then winced as Bellatrix hit him. Don't be juvenile, Harry. We are all in this fight in whatever way we can be. Now call your unspeakable. She directed her husband towards the flow with a single motion. She watched as Harry shoved his head into the green flames before turning back to Andromeda and Appaline. It is my fault. Bellatrix said, well, mine and Narcissa's. We have been capitalizing on his free time. Yes, but he could still make some time for us. Andromeda said, he's a grown man after all. She looked at him for a moment. He's too passive. He's anything but passive. He's just been living for the defeat of Riddle for so long that it's all he knew, Bellatrix said, defending Harry. She looked back over and saw him pulling his head out of the flames. Will we be having company? A small cadre of unspeakables will be coming through the headmaster's flow. I need to get back to him immediately. Harry said, walking over and dotting her before turning and giving the other two women matching keys. If everything goes well, all current Peverell children will be born into a world with no Riddle. He said and raced back out of the room. Avery screamed as Voldemort began his work. His screams would have reverberated for miles around had Voldemort not removed his tongue. Avery, you poor, witless fool. You should have given the girl to me. Now you will experience her agony. The Dark Lord said as he carved the final rune into the Mont's chest. Blood began to drip from his wounds, landing on the runic circle under the pillar. The blood began to glow, filling the circle with hellish light. Avery slumped and began to twitch as Voldemort chanted the spell. Behind him, watching in horror and fascination, were the other members of the inner circle. Suddenly Avery stopped, twitched and bolted upright, staring directly at Voldemort. You are the one WHO summons, the one WHO calls begs entreats to come. Come, we have Tom Marvolo Riddle, come to your call, bound by your chains for now. Came a strangely hollow voice that sounded like a large group whispering as one. You wish to be rid of the one who marked you, the one you have marked, the wheel spins and you have chosen to stop it before you are pulled under it. Yes, Great Spirit, Voldemort said, looking into the multicolored lights that filled the eyes of the being that had been Lord Avery. Harry Fox must be destroyed if I am to rule. You have nothing to bargain with. No full soul. Yours is fractured and nearly all has fled to the abyss. You give us these bodies, a betrayer and children. We require more, we require proper respect. The head swung unsteadily, looking past Voldemort. The ones who serve, you have command of their blood. Give it to us. You have it. Voldemort said, give me what I need and you can have my Death Eaters. Suddenly there was an outcry as the others understood what their master had said. Voldemort held up his hand and instantly the door to the ritual chamber was hidden behind a wall of crackling flames. Behind him he heard the screams as each Death Eater was taken by the host inside Avery's corpse. It is done. These bodies will cloak us as we seek out the one who stops you. You will rule this world and we will feast on the souls of those who stand against you. This is our pact. The voices were now diffused into the bodies around him. Voldemort turned and saw the still masked Death Eaters watching him, a green glow in the eyes of the masks. As one, they turned and vanished through the flames. He had brought hell to earth. Hell would come to Hogwarts. Cantankerous Knot shivered as he saw the black-robed wizard approach the vampire's lair. He wore the face of Crabbe, but there was something dead in his eyes. You are needed back at the ritual chamber. Come immediately. He said to Knot, an attack is being prepared for Hogwarts, all are needed. He didn't enter the lair, instead, he spoke to Crabbe from the courtyard. His voice seemed off as well, harsh and, if Knot had to use a word to describe it to someone else, he would have had to say, hollow. Why didn't the Dark Lord summon me directly? Knot asked, trying to keep his voice level. If it is so important he would use the mark to summon me. He felt the presence of Elizabeth beside him and took comfort in it. Elizabeth had promised to protect him against her fellows, hopefully, it would hold the same against his. Elizabeth tensed beside the mortal wizard she'd found a connection with. Something was off with this man. She'd never had dealings with the other Death Eaters except for when she'd met them all, seeing her mistress kill Lucius Malfoy. She could feel a rot inside him, like something dark and stinking hiding within him. She felt her fangs sliding down from their usual hiding place, her hands twitched and she felt her nails sharpening. The urge to protect Knot was stronger than her revulsion, a fact that surprised her greatly. Crabbe didn't say anything at first, instead, it seemed as if he was waiting for something. The Dark Lord has decided this attack will happen sooner than he had originally planned. I was sent to bring you back and then go to the werewolves led by Greyback. Come along. The words sounded right, but the inflections seemed wrong. It seemed to Knot that someone was speaking for the burly wizard. Knot's wand hand twitched and in an instant, Crabbe had his own wand out and had Knot wrapped in chains conjured from his wand. You will not come, so you will be taken before the Dark Lord, Crabbe told him as he began to drag the chain-bound wizard down the path. Elizabeth acted before she was aware of what she'd done. Using her own wand she focused on the most powerful offensive spell she knew. It was almost comical, the reaction Crabbe had when he realized there was a silver spear through his chest. The wizard looked down at the point as if confused as to why he had stopped moving forward. He dropped the chains holding Knot and grasped the spear, pulling it all the way through his chest and throwing it to the ground. When he turned back to face them there was a strange sort of grin on his face, silver. If this had been a werewolf that would have caused worry. You have ruined this disguise, I will need a new one. Luckily this, he indicated the still bound Knot, will do nicely. I knew you didn't smell human, Elizabeth said standing protectively in front of Knot's bound form. The thing wearing Crabbe smiled nastily, congratulations. It is a pity that you will have to be destroyed. Crabbe's features seemed to melt slightly, the formerly hefty form turned gaunt and nearly skeletal. Stepping past Knot, he struck the vampire, knocking her down. Abomination. He hissed, stepping down onto her wrist, trapping her wand hand. Knot fought against the chains, they were tight, but thankfully due to the concentration the thing inside Crabbe was losing due to his fight with Elizabeth, he was gaining some traction. Eventually, his hand touched his wand and he drew it carefully. He looked up from his small victory to see Elizabeth bleeding from her ears as Crabbe used a wandless curse. Rage filled Nott at that moment, more than he'd ever felt before. He felt the chains shudder around him and then burst. That took the attention of Crabbe from Elizabeth. He turned his head to face Nott, preparing to use the same curse on him. Cantankerous Nott wasn't a good man by any means. He was a bastard, raised by bastards, and he never expected to be anything other than a bastard. Then he met a woman who kept him safe in a literal vampire's den. Now that woman was laying on the ground bleeding and the person responsible for her bleeding was in front of him. Cantankerous didn't need the words for the blasting spell he hurled at Crabbe. All he wanted was the man-shaped thing in front of him to die. The spell caught Crabbe in the chest, sending him flying back away from the door leading into the coven chamber and into the graveyard of the old church. The last piece of sanctified ground. The moment Crabbe's foot touched the soil of the graveyard he roared in pain. Smoke began to rise from his wounds, that foot crumbled into ash and caused the possessed man to collapse. Nott spared no time in watching the corpse of Crabbe continue to crumble into dust. Instead, he raced to Elizabeth's side, kneeling beside her. "Elizabeth!" Nott cried as he pulled her up to rest against him. She smiled weakly, and not too bad for a Hufflepuff or a Muggleborn, was it? She coughed and a trickle of blood dripped from her mouth. She seemed to be looking past him, even though her eyes were locked on his. "You stopped him though. Dee destroyed him." He stroked her cheek with her free hand. "What can I do to help you?" he asked in a whisper. "The others will. They will hear you tell about the thing that attacked us. Lady Alice will consider that act a breaking of the pact between your Dark Lord and our coven. They will attack you, and they will kill you. That's why you are going to run. Get away and stay far away from this place, Tank." She said quietly, "I can feel my organs bleeding." Nott felt a cold fist in his heart. "You can't give up here. Please, tell me what I can do." Nott begged her. "You saved me, I'm not ready to lose you now." She looked at him and then away. "The only thing you could do, I won't ask." He knew what that meant. He pulled his arm up and thrust it at her, his wrist bared to her. "Do it." Elizabeth looked at his hand hungrily for a moment and then away. He pressed it to her lips. "Please." Nott said in a whisper, "If I get turned, so be it." She at his wrist and then bit into it. Nott hissed in pain as she drank from him. As she took the blood from his veins, Elizabeth felt her strength returning. She forced herself to stop before it went too far. She looked up into his eyes and then at him, the coppery tang of his blood filling both of their noses. "Do you trust me?" she asked quietly, panting softly as she felt herself healing from the damage done to her by the demon. Nott nodded. She took his arm, the one bearing the dark mark, and tapped her wand to it, casting a cutting charm that severed the forearm. Nott screamed and fell to his knees as the pain caused him to vomit. Elizabeth cast another spell, a healing spell that sealed off the damage done by the severing charm she'd used. "We have to go see Dumbledore at Hogwarts. If we warn him of what's coming and beg for sanctuary, maybe he'll let us stay there. In any case, death at his side's hands will definitely hurt less than your master ripping your soul out and letting a demon wear you like a suit of clothes." She sighed and checked his wound. "It's not bleeding anymore. I wish I had something to give you for the pain." It's not so bad now," Nott said, lying through his teeth. "But how can you leave? You said you can only leave if you are allowed to by Lady Declan or she dies." He looked down at his severed arm, the mark beginning to fade from it. "I'm afraid I won't be much use. That was my wand arm." Elizabeth shook her head. "There's one other way. I can leave if there's nothing left to come back to. If the coven is destroyed, then we have no home. They'll be destroyed when they lose their coffins. We can shrink mine and take it with us." She walked into the coven chamber. Stopping at the doorway, she turned to him. "I'll be right back. Pick your wand up with your good arm and then stand well back." Nott did as she asked. When she returned, she was quickly walking out ahead of a roaring fire. "Quickly now, Tank, I don't know how to control fiendfire." She grabbed his good arm and tugged him farther from the scorching flames. "We need to get down to the road. We can use the night bus to get to Hogsmeade. You've wanted to do this for a while now, haven't you?" Nott asked as they hurried away from the flames and down towards the road leading to the Muggle village below the coven. Her response was to nod. "Ever since I realized that I cared about you. If something hadn't happened, when you left, I'd have been ready to see my first sunrise." She looked back for a moment before they reached the turn. I can't believe I really did it. I'm free. She took his good hand. We are free. Until I get thrown into Azkaban. Not said morosely, I guess the good part about having a vampire as a girlfriend is that you'll still be beautiful when I get out. He laughed sadly, if I get out. She looked at him for a moment and then leaned in and key. At him, I'll be there. Wherever you are. She promised him. Now, let's call the night bus and get out of here. Andromeda and Appaline had finally gotten what they wanted. Harry was with them and his wives were nowhere in sight. Bellatrix and Narcissa were both at Hogwarts. They were at Pound's house with Harry. It was perfect. Harry was in the kitchen working on their dinner, back before he'd arrived, and this time cooking had been a way for him to relax. He'd proposed to Ginny over a meal, told Tonks he loved her while they were washing dishes. Cooking was his happy place, as much as melting the organs of her enemies was Bellatrix's. This is looking great, he said to himself as he inspected the duck roasting in the oven. Underneath the glistening bird sat sweet potatoes and parsnips softening in the fat from the duck. Dobby had taken care of the wine, letting it rest as dinner finished cooking. Peter Pruitt stepped into the kitchen. Mr. Fox. Harry, please Peter. The dark-haired man said, not looking from the glass door of the oven. What can I do for you? I understand there's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up. He drew in a breath. Could I have that day off from my duties so I could go and see Alex? The earnest look, reflected in the glass, made Harry smile. He rose from his spot, turning to face the younger man. You love her, don't you? Harry asked him. Peter nodded. I always have. She's one of the very few people in my life who never saw my lack of magic as a disability. Alex always treated me as just Peter. He smiled fondly at that. Harry returned the smile. Of course you can have that day off. Just use the flow to the 3 broomsticks and I'll tell her to meet you there. Peter nodded and left for his room with a hurried, thank you, sir. That was very nice of you, Appaline said from her spot at the doorway. She stepped in and came over to his side. She will enjoy seeing him. She sniffed the air in the kitchen. This smells wonderful. Thank you, it'll be ready pretty soon. I just want the duck to get a little browner. Harry said as he opened the oven and began to spoon duck fat over the skin. But I could have sworn that I forbid you and Andromeda from coming into the kitchen. We didn't listen, Andromeda said as she stepped inside, sitting down at the table. I'm going with the excuse that I'm pregnant and grumpy. I'm not sure what hers is. I just didn't care. Appaline offered with a grin. You can't have something this wonderful smelling and not expect a French woman to stay away. She took her own chair beside Andromeda and together they watched as Harry finished their meal and began to plate everything. Harry sat down with his plate of duck beast and potatoes when suddenly a silvery phoenix appeared. Professor Fox, you are urgently needed. We have advanced knowledge of an attack on Hogwarts by Voldemort. The voice of the headmaster came through the Patronus before it faded away. Harry muttered an oath and put a potato in his mouth, chewing it slowly. Damn it. He rose from his seat. I'm sorry, but apparently Dark Lords have no respect for my free time. He looked sadly at his plate before turning from the table. I swear to Merlin, when I get my hands on Riddle, I will turn him inside out and use him for a dragon treat. Andromeda growled as she took a bite of the duck. It was delicious, but it didn't mask her annoyance. Will you come back? She asked him. I'd accompany you, but I'm not really in the shape to possibly fight a Dark Lord. She motioned to her swollen stomach. I'll do my best, Harry promised, coming back to the table and then key at each woman's cheek. If I'm not back in an hour it means there's a battle for the fate of the world. He left the kitchen then and went through the flow. Harry was surprised to see a one-armed cantankerous knot in the headmaster's office alongside a pale auburn-haired woman. Albus motioned for him to take a seat. Professor Fox, you know our wayward Mr. Not. Let me introduce you to Elizabeth Russell, Hufflepuff and class of 32. What is this about, sir? Harry asked, keeping his tone polite. He had told the headmaster that he was going to spend the evening at his home. Leaving had annoyed him greatly, but he trusted the headmaster that this was as big an emergency as he had claimed. It may be better if we show you. Mr. Knott has kindly provided me with a memory of the events of the past few hours. Our mutual friend from the ministry will be here shortly as well. Albus said as he handed Harry a small vial. I believe you know where I keep the pensieve. Harry nodded and went to the stone bowl. He poured the memory into it and then plunged his head inside. He pulled back after what felt like an eternity. Demons. Riddle is daft enough to summon AF, King Hellspawn. He wasn't this desperate. He also had his entire soul, Albus said, cutting him off. The Chief Unspeakable will be bringing some research on the matter. Sure enough, in a few moments, they heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Cecil Croker, garbed in his gray robes and carrying a thick tome, walked into the room. "Headmaster, Professor," he said, his voice garbled slightly due to the enchantments that kept his identity hidden. "Judging by what you described, I have a theory as to which demon was summoned. I want to check the memory to make sure that I am right." They waited until, as with Harry, Croker came back from inside the memory. "It's worse than I feared. Riddle has bound a greater demon and is using its avs as his own." Croker turned to Nott. "Do you have any idea how lucky you were?" "I do," Nott replied. "Elizabeth saved me. She saved you from a demon who was toying with you too. If that thing had wanted you dead, you would have been. It needed you alive, at first so it could put one of its brothers inside you and later when its other form was damaged so that it could wear you." Croker looked at Elizabeth. "You, on the other hand, took far too many chances regarding your coven. Fiendfire is a good start, but it's traceable. Even without the native soil, if your mistress was born anywhere she can travel to before sunrise, she can find more." Elizabeth squeezed Nott's remaining hand. "I had to do it. I needed a way to leave with him, to keep him safe until he got here." She said quietly, "He's the only friend I've had in nearly 4 decades. You will be safest here then." Albus said to her, "You will both stay here until we are certain that the danger has passed." Croker scoffed. "Albus, this is a demonic general and his army. Anyone who dies can be used to increase his army." He set the book on the headmaster's desk. "Hogsmeade will need to be evacuated until this is over. Bagnold will have a conniption, but I don't really care what she thinks. I'll send word back to the ministry that this is a full alert." Harry nodded. "The fewer people between Riddle and the castle, the fewer people that will be hurt. We will need to move the younger students to somewhere safe. The Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms?" Albus asked. "They are the most defensible." Croker thought for a moment. "We need to put up more wards around the castle. Having the ground around the castle consecrated would help as well. They would have to find a willing mortal to profane them once more." "You mean like Riddle?" Harry pointed out. "He'd be only too happy to do whatever it took to make sure his demons had an easy path to the castle and all the fresh souls he could want. That was the problem. Making the place secure was only as good as the preparation they could devise." The trio continued to discuss the preparation when Albus snapped his fingers, summoning a house elf. "Please take Mr. Nott and Miss Russell to the infirmary and have Madame Pomfrey inspect his arm. Afterward, please have the Slytherin headboy's suite prepared for them." The elf led them out, leaving Harry and Croker with Albus. "We have an unknown number of demonic entities coming here at an unknown time." Albus said, "That is the job best suited to your department, Cecil. We will need something large-scale to defend against Riddle. Here at the school, Phileas and I can attend to the grounds proper, while the other professors work on strengthening the protections on the castle." Albus stood. "Harry, I need you to confer with Salazar, see if there is anything he knows that will be of use." He stroked his beard. "You have the stone, and the wand, but we need the cloak if you are to truly be the Master of Death. The Potters have that. I inherited it from my father my first Christmas at Hogwarts." Harry said, "I don't really want him to know that his son has given him detentions." Harry didn't want to tell James Potter or Lily Evans about anything if he could help it. They were happy the way they were. "We don't need to. Fleemont is the head of that part of the family. I can speak to him on your behalf." Albus told him, "You are taking the Master of Death part rather calmly. You're Albus Dumbledore." Harry said dryly, "If I have learned anything, it's that you always have a plan of some form, even if it's nothing better than, let teenagers fight against an army of Death Eaters. Still, I believe that status, as Master of Death, will be invaluable. We are dealing with a threat beyond most mortal reckoning." Albus sighed and stepped towards the fireplace. "Prepare to meet your grandfather." Fleemont Potter was just as he had imagined him, an older version of the James Potter that Harry had seen in the Mirror of Eyes. As Albus allowed the man through the flames and into the office, Harry did his best to keep emotion from showing. "Fleemont, I'd like to introduce you to my friend Harry Fox, also known as Harry Potter, Albus said, completely ignoring the shock on the man's face. We have a lot to explain and not very much time to explain it in. Fleemont was shocked to say the least. The man introduced as his grandson from the future was nearly the twin of his son James. The difference lay in two places: he was more slender than was usual for a Potter and his green eyes. Albus, what is this? He asked as he tried to place the man before him. James is 12, he doesn't have a son. He doesn't yet, Harry said, and honestly even if he does, it won't be me. According to the research done by the Unspeakables, I was sent to an alternate past. He walked closer to Fleemont. I am not exactly your grandson, but it's still nice to meet you. When I went to Hogwarts in 91, all of my family was dead except for my mother's sister and her husband. If it will help, Albus said, Harry has left me with copies of his memories. I would be willing to allow you the use of my pensieve. But first, we need the cloak. The cloak, why? Harry posses the Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone. I believe that our coming battle with Voldemort will require the final artifact of the three brothers. Albus began, we have received information that Voldemort is planning an attack on Hogwarts. He began to explain the events of the past few hours. Harry watched as his grandfather in his old life listened intently. The way he seemed to dissect every sentence reminded him of Hermione. He missed Hermione a lot. They had never been intimate, barring one drunken night after the death of the Weasley family. What would she make of this timeline? That was a question he'd asked himself quite often as time had passed. Obviously she would work to the same goal, the destruction of Voldemort, but her methods would have been far harsher. She had been the one who'd planned the destruction of Malfoy Manor as retribution for the death of her in-laws. Would she approve of the way he'd done things? He doubted it. She would be angry that he'd fraternized with her killers. Especially Narcissa, she would never be able to get past what the Malfoy family had done. He was broken from his thoughts when Fleemont and Albus went to the fireplace. His grandfather went through the emerald flames. He will return with the cloak. Albus explained, we need to gather our forces and to that end, I am going to send for some connections I have in the ministry. Croaker and Moody will be here of course. Harry said when the headmaster nodded. He continued, who else are you thinking about? Albus thought for a moment, I have a number of Muggle-born former students that have gone into the armed forces and the clergy. I have a theory that we need to test, actually two of them. The first is what will happen if demons encounter entrenched soldiers with blessed bullets, the other is can we bless an augmenti spell as it comes out? Harry turned and drew his wand, summoning a Patronus. He sighed and began to dictate a message. Andromeda and Appaline, turns out it is the fate of the world after all. I won't be home for dinner, tell Peter that the Hogsmeade trip is cancelled until I say different. His silvery stag vanished through the wall and Harry turned back. I was having dinner. He said simply. A meal is a terrible thing to waste, Albus said as he began to use his own charm to summon the people he wished to speak with. Narcissa was glad for her sister's company. She missed Harry when he was away, but she understood that the others deserved a chance to be with him as well. Bellatrix was going over one of her dueling manuals while Narcissa studied her healing spells. Madame Pomfrey had promised an exam before the end of the next week on bone setting and she wanted to be ready. Bellatrix groaned and tossed her book aside. I am so bored. Bellatrix exclaimed as she stood up from her chair and flopped down on the carpet by the fireplace. The Death Eaters are laying low. Our husband is with his consorts. I can't even sneak you out for drinks because you are studying, she groused. From her book, Narcissa replied, so your problem is that it's peaceful. She rolled her eyes as she continued to read. Peaceful is good. Peaceful means our husband is still alive and will be able to meet his firstborn. At that thought, Bellatrix smiled at her stomach. She was looking forward to what she hoped was the first of the set of 3 children she'd seen in her dream so long ago. I am looking forward to that. She admitted to her youngest sister, I never thought I would be excited about having children. Because you didn't want to have your first husband's children, Narcissa said dryly. Bellatrix laughed, no I did not. Imagine a girl with his mono brow, or a boy with his back hair. Narcissa joined her sister in laughing at that, only to be interrupted by Harry walking into his room holding a silvery cape. Well, look who came to visit. Bellatrix said walking over and dotting him, what did you bring us? Is that an invisibility cloak? It's the invisibility cloak, the first one, Harry said as he continued to his desk. Albus convinced my grandfather that he should loan it to us. Why? For that matter, why are you here? Bellatrix asked him. Narcissa rose from her seat and walked over. She touched the cloak with a trembling hand. The Black family had been very interested in relics like this for as long as anyone could remember. It really was the cloak. She could feel powerful magic inside the fabric. Harry frowned. Turns out the headmaster thinks that the Master of Death, part of the legend, might have an upper hand in this fight. Harry sat down at his desk and opened the drawer. Inside a small box sat the ring containing the stone. The demons have possessed the other Death Eaters. As far as Nott knows, they have all been taken. Bellatrix's hand came up to her face. She covered her mouth in shock. So much for pure blood meaning anything to Riddle. Narcissa said after a moment. All the pure bloods are good for in his mind is money and an easily led band to use as his own private army. Bellatrix's hand went from her mouth to her stomach. She felt her heart clench at the idea of being used as a vehicle for Hellspawn. So, she began as she regained her words, when are we attacking Avery Manor? The Chief Unspeakable is sending a team of specialists there. The plan is to destroy whatever they can there so that Riddle has as few soldiers as possible. Harry said, I'm worried though, if they can possess any corpse they get control of, what stops him from using any of the Unspeakables they kill? Nothing. Bellatrix said, however, nothing will stop him from opening every graveyard he finds either. She sighed and walked over to his side, we need to bring Andy and Appaline here. If he's going to attack, I'd rather have everyone that I would miss in one place. Harry nodded, I'll bring them all to Hogwarts. Alex will enjoy having Peter here. Will you be alright having Walburga here? The winces from his wives told him the answer, perhaps she could stay at the house and attend to the wards. I trust her with that even less that I dislike the idea of being near her. Narcissa said after a moment, bring her if she will come. If she won't, I suggest stunning her and locking her in a cupboard. She rose from her own seat and walked over to Harry. She leaned against him. She didn't get a chance to finish her thought. A Hogwarts elf appeared in front of them. Professor Foxy, they are needing you. The tiny being vanished, leaving the trio alone. Get them here as quick as you can. Harry called and made his way out the door and back towards the headmaster's office. He found a grim-looking Albus standing beside a chair holding a bloodied man. Cecil Croker was tending a long gash on his arm. What happened? What happened was Riddle had Avery Manor rigged to blow. Croker said angrily, more at himself than Harry. The ward's scheme was smart, I'll give him that. The outer wards fell like normal, but their falling triggered a secondary ward that sent the explosion outwards. The shockwave took the legs out from under 3 of my men. So he's fallen back to somewhere else. Harry asked. Malfoy Manor is in Wiltshire, and the Riddle home was in Little Hangleton. We checked those after Albus sent a letter about the ring and the diary. Croker said, put charms on the outside of the grounds to keep an eye on them. They are all still reporting as normal, so either he's not there or he's put in a workaround. In any case, I've got another team preparing to perform a physical check on them. He winced as he pressed his wand to the wound. I have done my job before, you know. In that case, what's the next step? Harry asked as Croker sealed his wound with a muttered spell. Croker sat up in the chair, regroup. Once my team returns from their recon they will report to me here. This is where he's planning on attacking, so this is where we'll make our stand. He turned to face Albus. The headmaster has been busy while you were with your women and I was getting thrown into a stone fountain. I finished my flow calls to the men we discussed. Father Brendan Riley of St. Margaret's in Wensleydale is very eager to try blessing both our ammunition and our waters. Major Malcolm Davis of Her Majesty's Armed Forces will be conveniently losing a small supply of munitions and the whereabouts of a few dozen former students of Hogwarts. Albus said as he made a note on his parchment, in a few hours we will have a small contingent of men. I will need the elves to prepare rooms for them. Room for the soldiers and for my men as well. Until Riddle is dead and gone we aren't leaving. Croker added, mending his torn sleeve. Now, are we sure we've gotten all the Horcruxes? That's impossible to say. Harry said, we don't know how many he had made for certain. You don't think we're going to have to keep killing the bastard? Croker grimaced at the thought. I had a better idea. We're going to trap his soul when he dies. He stood up from the chair he'd been sitting in. I'm going to bring a very powerful artifact from my personal lab. You've seen it before, the Mirror of Arised. The mirror that shows the viewer their heart's desire. How would that help? Harry didn't understand how that would be useful. However, the slowly growing grin on the face of the normally humorless Croaker concerned him. I've made a few modifications to the enchantments on the mirror. It'll still show the viewer their heart's desire, but it will also trap them inside it. Croaker chuckled darkly. I think an eternity trapped in his own mindscape will be just the sort of punishment he needs. With that, Croaker stood and walked to the fireplace. He vanished in a swirl of emerald flames as he used the flow to go to his office. Albus looked at Harry. The village will be alerted. Those who will accept it will find shelter with the ministry. Cecil will be informing the minister of the threat while he is there, no doubt. And the ones who don't. The headmaster frowned in worry. That frown told Harry enough. No matter how much they prepared for this battle, people would die. The question was how many and on whose side. Alexandra was surprised to have the Fox House elf appear in front of her. Dobby, why are you here? She asked the tiny being. Dobby was asked by Mr. Petty to tell you he's in Master Harry's office if you wish to see him. Dobby explained. Mr. Petty is looking most worried. About what? Dobby does not know, ma'am. With that, Alexandra went past Dobby and made her way out of the common room. When she arrived at the classroom, she found Peter looking at the practice dummies. Peter, why are you here? She asked as she walked over to his side. Without prompting, he put his arm around her and drew her into a hug. Peter surprised her by doing something he'd never done before. He initiated a key. When it broke, he stroked her cheek. Harry brought us here. This is the most defensible place they have. The Death Eaters are going to attack Hogwarts. What? Alexandra said frantically. Attack here? Yes. He's coming with an army and my husband and the headmaster are going to stop him. Alexandra and Peter turned around to see Bellatrix at the door leading to the professor's quarters. He's going to die before he gets to the courtyard, and he's going to stay dead and gone until men are nothing but a fairy tale told by rabbits. Alexandra took in a breath. I want to help, however I can. You can help best by keeping an eye on Peter then. Take him somewhere quiet and don't let him get any bright ideas about fighting. Bellatrix smirked. He heard about the attack and his first thought was to come and protect you. She watched the two look at either, a small flush on both of the teen's cheeks. Just in case it needs to be said, the spell is Sterilius and you didn't learn it from me. Bellatrix watched the two leave the classroom with a smile. I know you are behind me and you know they need each other. She turned to face Narcissa. If Riddle is coming here to try and add our souls to his army, I think the least we can do is let those two love each other. Love each other? Narcissa repeated. You just gave them permission to find an empty classroom and do as they will, and you gave the spell to make sure that she can finish her schooling. Exactly. She can finish. Bellatrix said, even if something did happen, that squib of hers would take care of the baby and we both know it. She sighed and went to Harry's desk and sat down at it, looking over the classroom. Albus offered me this job when Harry takes the defense class next year. Wonderful, Narcissa said. I can't be rid of you, so you might as well be at the school where I'll be performing my apprenticeship. She groaned quietly. At least you won't be here full time. Harry came to his classroom from his last meeting with Albus. Well, you look exhausted, Bellatrix said to her husband. Come into your quarters, we have something for you. She grabbed his arm and pulled him. Inside, there sat Andromeda and Appaline with the dinner he had made. Appaline gave Harry his plate, still full of potatoes and duck from earlier. We need to all eat as best as we can. She took out a bottle from a wicker box on the table. I brought some wine for us to share as well. The five sat down with the meal and the wine. It was the most peaceful moment Harry had experienced since finding out that the attack was coming soon. One side was Bellatrix, leaning against him, the mother of his first child. The other was Narcissa, his youngest wife and one of the most brilliant people he'd ever met. Appaline and Andromeda, two witches who, in spite of all the danger that being a part of his family involved, was still here. He couldn't help but fall a little more in love with his wives, and for the first time, he truly felt open to romantic feelings with his consorts. We might not see the end of the battle, Harry said, bringing up his glass, but when they write the events in the history books, they will tell the story for us. Hopefully it will inspire the next generation when they face whatever power-mad jackass they come across. To kicking the ass of the biggest threat since Grindelwald, Bellatrix said, touching her glass to Harry's. Andromeda raised her own, to giving our children a world worth living in. To freeing us from evil. Narcissa brought hers up. Appaline raised her glass, to finding our way to the dawn. The glasses clinked and they drank their wine. That night found Harry in a position he'd never been in before, sleeping in between 4 witches. Bellatrix and Appaline were on his right while Andromeda and Narcissa were on his left. Bellatrix and Andromeda had the outside and so Narcissa and Appaline were cuddled into him. It was nice, he thought as he pulled Narcissa and Appaline slightly closer. Appaline pressed herself tighter to him. When his arm moved around her waist she gripped it in her sleep. He leaned over and at her temple softly. They would survive this and they would have a life together, all 5 of them. James Potter did not hide his glare when the prefect told the other Gryffindor students that they were being moved to the Hufflepuff common room. He wanted to face whatever this was with Regina at his side. He went to their dorm with the others, ostensibly to gather what they needed for the next few nights. Once the door closed, he turned to the others. I need you guys to make a distraction so I can sneak in with the claws and get Regina. James said to his friends, Peter, if you want I can get her cousin to come with us. Peter blushed and went to respond but was interrupted by Sirius. James, as much as I want to break these sorts of rules, how precisely do you expect us to get past the prefects, teachers, ghosts, and portraits? He looked at his friend. I've never seen everyone this on edge before. They're going to be triple checking every name on their lists. Remus spoke up then. I won't be there. It's a full moon tonight, so McGonagall will be with me for at least enough time to take me to the shack. As if summoned, the door to their dormitory opened and Professor McGonagall stood at the door with Harry. Mr. Lupin, we need a word with you. Due to events in the village tonight, I am unable to escort you tonight. Professor Fawkes has offered to take my place. She indicated Harry. Professor, I'll leave this to you. I have to assist Professor Flitwick. She hurried back out and left Harry with the younger boys. Full moon's S.K. Harry said, breaking the quiet and earning a thin smile from the boys. I've arranged with the headmaster to put you in one of the chambers below the school. Normally you would be alone, but since I haven't checked to see just how big the chamber is exactly I've arranged a chaperone for you. A chaperone? Remus asked, but W.H. Jane. Harry nodded. She's preparing as well. The general idea will be she'll stay in her animagus form and keep you in the vicinity of the entrance. I've put up a few wards meant to keep livestock in their pens, but since you aren't exactly a sheep, it's a bit, well, iffy as to whether or not it will work. And since werewolves don't attack animals, Jane in her animagus form is safe. Remus finished, so she can keep me from getting too close to the boundaries you've set up. Exactly. Harry said. Now, as for the rest of you. He looked to the other boys. I'm going out on a limb and guessing that at least 2 of you want to sneak into Slytherin to check on your ladies. The only reason it isn't 3 out of 3 is because this one, here, Harry indicated Sirius, has his girlfriend in the actual same house that he's in. That is not inaccurate. James said, can you? I could. If you wanted the next 5 years of your time at Hogwarts to be spent with everyone thinking that you receive special treatment from me. Or, Harry drawled the last word out as he reached into his pocket and drew out a small piece of parchment and unfolded it. You could use this and take your girls to my quarters. Why are you risking getting into trouble for us? Peter asked finally, if the headmaster. The headmaster is, as I am, under the impression that given what is coming tonight that you will be better served by having those close to you in easy range of the flow. Harry interrupted him. If this goes south, the professors who aren't helping us in the front lines will be guiding the students through the flow in the common rooms. If what goes south? Sirius asked Harry. What is going on that has Hogwarts locked down like this? Short answer. Harry said to the boy. Sirius nodded and Harry's face lost the slight smile it had before. Armageddon. Longer answer is that Voldemort is bringing an army to attack Hogwarts. We are setting up defenses, but if something happens, I want you all prepared to run. But we could help. James interjected. You are 12. You are, all 4 of you, very clever boys, with above average skills. But Voldemort isn't a 6th year with an inflated ego. He's deadly. Harry said, I'm absolutely not discounting your abilities, but I am saying I don't want you to get ideas of being heroes. I'm pretty sure that Lily, Regina, and Patricia Parkinson would resurrect you lot just to kill you again. What is this? James said as he pointed at the parchment. It's something my father and his friends made. Well, it's not their version. That one is gone now. But it's my own version. I want you boys to have it. Harry said. He tapped his wand onto the parchment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. As the boys watched, their names began to appear on it. Gentlemen, since you like to refer to yourselves as the Marauders, I give you the Marauders map. Mischief managed. Harry said, tapping his wand again. As he brought his wand back up, the names receded. That's how you use the map. He re-rolled the map and handed it to James. Use it well, more to the point, use it responsibly. Never let anyone see it without clearing the map first. He told them. Your father had a map like this. James asked him, that's amazing. I didn't think your parents attended Hogwarts though. Sirius said, confused. With that, they left the dorm and made their way into the Gryffindor common room. In an instant Lily was beside Sirius. What is going on, sir? She asked Harry. Lots of very bad stuff. We'll go into more detail once you are all safely where you need to be. He explained as he began to lead the students out. Into the hallway. Harry led Jane and Remus to the bathroom that lead into the chamber. Get ready, you're about to see part of the castle that next to no one knows about. Harry said before hissing at the sink and opening the way. Wicked, Jane said as she watched the stone platform raise for them to use. She held onto Remus as the stone shakily lowered them into the chamber. Are you sure that this is safe, sir? Remus asked nervously. If something happens to Jane, it'll be all right. The wards will keep you out of the pipes and here in the main chamber. Harry said confidently. The I hope he added silently was for his benefit and not theirs. There's some food for you both. Some dried venison so you can eat in either form. He said to them. If something goes bad, Jane, I want you to use this. He handed her a small stone. This is a ward stone that will get you out of Hogwarts. If the wards fail, and you'll feel it if they do, use this. It will drop you off at Potter Manor. I'm not leaving without Remus. Jane said firmly, I'll lead him past the repelling wards and we'll hide here until he can change back. She put her hand on the younger wizard's shoulder. I'm an illegal animagus so he wouldn't have to be alone. I'm not abandoning him in the face of whatever is going on out there. Jane, Remus began. He was interrupted by his girlfriend Key, dotting him. When the key broke, he was stunned into silence. A silence Jane used to her advantage. Remus, I love you. If something goes bad, then we face it together. I feel like I should say something about not fighting a hopeless battle. But that would make me a hypocrite. Harry said, it's getting late, so I need to check on the defenses of the castle. He looked at them for a moment longer. Be safe, you two. Then he left them. Jane looked at her boyfriend. How are you feeling? She asked him. Remus sighed. It's coming soon. You should shift. He sat on the floor and made himself as comfortable as he could. He watched as Jane changed from a young woman to a she-wolf. Thank you for this, he said as he reached out and stroked her furry head. I love you. Then the change overtook him. Jane stepped back from Remus as he began to change. The transformation was every bit as awful as she'd read about. She could hear his bones snapped and twisted inside him. In that instant, the Hufflepuff knew that she would do whatever it took to find a cure for lycanthropy. No matter how long it took, her man would be free of this curse. Eventually, where Remus had sat there was a trembling werewolf, roughly the size of a greyhound. Jane padded over to it and sniffed him. There, hidden in the pain and fear, she could still smell Remus Lupin. She licked his cheek, causing the werewolf to look up at her. They weren't his eyes, but she could see him, as if he was trapped behind a glass wall. They sat there together, wolf and werewolf, as above them others stirred. Bellatrix and Narcissa were gone, seeing to their respective parts of the defense of Hogwarts. Andromeda and Appaline were likewise attending to what they could assist with. So, when James Potter and his group arrived, the dueling classroom was empty. The map had been the only reason the group had made it. Professors prowled around the corridors, but thanks to the map, they knew when to hide. It hadn't all been smooth. Lily had insisted on Severus coming with them, and the Pruitt twins had followed them out of the Hufflepuff common room. But now they were sitting in the professor's quarters with Alexandra and Peter. So Jane is down there with Remus. The B-owned Slytherin asked the others. So it's up to Petty and I to keep you lot from doing something stupid. Oi, the Pruitt twins said as one. We are older than you know. The the rightmost twins said heatedly. You're also hooligans who would just as soon prank us as to look at us. Alexandra replied with false sweetness in her voice. Alex, they aren't the ones who were going to kick me out. Peter said as he put his hand on hers. Gideon and Fabian have always been good to me. Seeing the slowly relaxing shoulders of his girlfriend, he leaned in closer to her. Besides, if they did act up, we could just stun them and toss them out into the hallways for a roving ghoul to devour. He whispered, causing her to laugh. All right, you two can stay. In any event, if things do go pear-shaped, we can use you as human shields. She said as she took Peter's hand and led him back to the couch. Regina pushed James against the wall gently, but firmly. So, we both know that you are planning to do something if any of the invaders we heard Professor Slughorn and Hagrid discussing make it into the castle. What are you planning? She asked him. Reggie, we just heard about it 10 minutes ago. Professor Fawkes didn't tell us much beyond Voldemort is planning to attack the castle and that we all need to be ready to get out of here. James said, we haven't had time to ow. He stopped when she squeezed his arm painfully. What was that for? 2 possible reasons, pick your favorite. She said, glaring at him. First, we have calling me Reggie. Secondly, we have you lying to me. She released his arm. If Professor Fawkes told you before you came to see us that Voldemort himself was going to attack Hogwarts, then you've had nearly an hour to plot and scheme. That's fair. But I would point out that I spent the first 15 minutes trying to play it cool to get past McGonagall and Flitwick. Then we had to get past Hagrid and Slughorn the first time. Then again we had to get past them again, but this time with 3 more people than before. James pointed out, we don't have anything that could stop a Dark Lord. But maybe we could trip up some of his dimmer followers. Out of the infirmary, Cantankerous Nott and Elizabeth were now with the team planning the defense of the castle. Nott was still getting used to the lack of his wand arm, and so Elizabeth stood at his armless side. The message that she was protecting him was very clear. They stood in the courtyard in front of a massive stone table, brought here to hold a map of the castle grounds. It did not, however, impress Moody. All right, Death Eater, Dumbledore said you know some intel, so I want it. He growled at the younger man. If I like what I hear, then you can stay. If I don't, you'll be in Azkaban by dawn. I've already told the headmaster everything. The Dark Lord sent a demon to bring me back. He's obviously going to do the same to everyone else that he hasn't already gotten a hold of. Nott said, if the inner circle has been taken, then that will leave the ones sent out on missions to be recalled. If he's done that, then the number will go from around 15 to about 50. About, Moody said warily. The only person who knows the exact number is the Dark Lord. Nott explained, I made a list of the names I knew. It's both inner circle and lower ranked members. With that, Elizabeth handed Moody a sheet of parchment. Harry arrived then with Bellatrix at his side. Has there been any developments? He asked Moody. Nothing new. The fighting squibs have arrived and they are planting explosives and putting trenches on the grounds. The holy squibs are filling barrels of holy water and blessing the statues. Moody said, I'm going to give this to the Greycloaks and let them play with it. He said, indicating the list. Professor, may I have a word? Nott said once the man had left. When Harry nodded, Nott began, I know there's nothing I can ever say that will make anything I've done right. I know that I will probably end up in Azkaban just like Moody said. If that happens, can you help Elizabeth find somewhere safe? Tank, I'm going nowhere. If they take you, then they take me. Elizabeth said quietly. Nott took her hand with his remaining one and squeezed it. I love you. But I refuse to let you rot in that place with me. He looked back at Harry. Please, sir. She hasn't done anything to deserve the life she's had to this point. Nott smiled sadly. She sees something worth keeping in me and I'll never understand it. Harry nodded. That's love. He squeezed Bellatrix's hand. If I can help her, if you end up being arrested, I will do whatever I can to help her. After those words, the 4 looked at the map of the grounds. Hell would come, and hopefully they would be ready. It was quiet on the grounds of the castle. The preparations had been made by Croaker and the other teams who were now getting some rest, with the exception of a few teams that were staying awake to ensure against midnight incursions. They were not alone. Here and there the brave or foolish had snuck past their professors and prefects to chance a look at whatever it was that had everyone so on edge. Or in the case of one Ravenclaw's 6th year, it was a chance to indulge in her favorite pastime. Sybil Trelawney sat on a windowsill with a bottle of sherry she had borrowed from the kitchens. She liked to watch the moon and stars as she enjoyed the buzz from her alcohol. Tonight, however, she was looking into the forest. She felt something calling her. She felt her legs slide off her seat and propel her out the door of her hideaway. She felt the call pulling her through a passageway she had never known about before. Part of her wanted to resist the urge to walk out onto the grounds, but that was a whisper compared to the other voices. It was silent except for the voices as she reached the grounds and followed the whispers to the edge of the forest. "This one is a vessel. She will carry our will into the castle," came a voice from the bushes. Sybil looked into the darkness and saw robed figures. The part of her that had been urging her to resist pushed at her legs, trying to make her run away. As long as she stayed out of the forest she was safe. She could feel the ward boundary pushing them back. "Come closer, seer, come to your destiny." That voice didn't seem to come from any of them. Sybil remembered the lessons her grandmother had taught her and tried to calm her mind to regain control. "The vessel resists. Good. Resist and tire yourself," the voice intoned with a trace of dark humor. More robed figures stepped out of the bushes. They weren't human, she could feel the wrongness wafting off of them. That revulsion allowed her to scream. David Price was finishing his pass when he heard the scream. He turned and raced towards the sound. Clearing the grounds he found the source of the scream. A young girl with flyaway brown hair was staring into the forest. "Are you all right?" he called to her as he closed the distance. "You should be in the castle, why are you out here?" "There's something in the forest." She pointed into the forest. "I saw it from my window. It beckoned me down." She looked at him. "I'm scared, sir." "It's all right," Price said, putting an arm around her. "Let's get you back to the castle and I'll get some men to run a patrol through-ack." He screamed for a moment, only to have her hand over his lips as her other hand speared through his back and into his chest. He dropped to his knees and bled out swiftly. "Your blood will serve to profane this ground," she said in a strange double voice. The last thing Price saw was her eyes glowing red. Looking down at the corpse, the thing wearing the skin of Sybil Trelawney began to trace a sigil into the ground with his blood. From the forest, the others waited. Harry was speaking with Albus when Moody came into the office. "Price hasn't shown up from his patrol," he said without bothering to see if they were in a lull in their conversation. "I don't like it. Have you sent anyone out to look for him?" Harry asked. Moody's frown grew deeper. "Of course I have. Bones and Spencer are looking for him now." He looked out of the window onto the grounds. "I still don't like it. Price isn't the type to skive off for a nap." Albus thought for a moment and then reached for a small glass orb. He tapped his wand against it and then placed his hand on the top of the orb. He closed his eyes and concentrated, and then a frown traced his features. The Master Wardstone is showing a disturbance on the southeastern side of the grounds. We need to send the Unspeakables and the soldiers there now." He rose from the desk swiftly and cast a Patronus charm. "All available Unspeakables and soldiers, please go to the southeastern border of the grounds and the forest." Harry and Moody watched as the Patronus split into many smaller phoenixes and vanished through the walls of the office. "We need to get down there immediately," he said briskly and left with Harry and Moody through the stairway. At the entryway leading out to the grounds, they saw Croaker. "One of my detection wards is showing a broken ward," he said. "My team tells me that one of your men didn't report back. I have 2 men following your orders. You didn't think to tell me." Moody all but growled. Croaker shrugged. "I'm used to working around your men. Besides, you didn't ask." Seeing a fight beginning to brew between the 2 men, Albus spoke up. "According to the Master Wardstone, the breach is just across from the shack Og and Hagrid would normally reside in." He looked at Harry. "Go back to your quarters and gather the Hallows. I believe the battle is beginning." Harry nodded and raced back into the castle as the 3 men walked onto the grounds. Harry felt a nervous tremor in his hands as he made his way up the stairs. It is time. The final battle. "Mom, Dad, Sirius, everyone, if you're out there, I could really use some good thoughts right about now," he thought as he opened the door to his classroom. "There's a lot more of you than I was expecting," Harry said to the assembled students. "Well, you know how it is, Professor," Gideon Pruitt said in a falsely casual voice. "We heard there was a party and we had to be here." "Wonderful," Harry said dryly. "The attack has begun. The wards were breached, so remember what I said. If you hear an alert to leave, use that flow and get out." He hurried to his desk. Opening it, he drew out the small case that held the cloak and the stone. As he pocketed the case, he felt a strange thrumming inside him. It was a strange feeling, like a power reverberating inside his bones. He turned and walked back to the door. I know you are all intelligent and resourceful, but if I catch any of you trying to face what is outside these walls, I will not stop until I've returned from the dead and kicked each and every one of your asses. With that, he closed the door and made his way back outside. Well, that was cheery. Fabian said, it's obvious that, whatever is outside, has to do with that Dark Lord Anisword. Voldewank Fab, Gideon said to his twin. That one. So, while the Kittywinkies need to stay here, that doesn't stop us from planning how to make the classroom a defensible spot. Fabian looked over at the group. Evans, you, Pettigrew, and Snape are good with potions, yeah. Yes, but we don't have anything to use, Lily replied. Gideon laughed. Oi, house elf please. He called, and with a pop, one of the diminutive creatures arrived. Hey, the Aladdin, bring us 3 cauldrons and some basic ingredients, would you? We need stuff for simple healing potions and maybe some party favors in case something bad tries to attack us. Students is not supposed to have ingredients is outside of class. The healers needs them. The elf looked at them. Students is supposed to be in the common rooms. We have special permission from Professor Fox. Gideon said, he told us to stay here and keep these little ones safe. So, we need the stuff to do that with. Stuff like potion ingredients. Fabian added, maybe some food and drink too. Good idea, Fab, Gideon said to his brother, food, drink, and potion ingredients. We might be here a while, so we need some things to keep us occupied and not worrying about what's going on outside. The elf appeared dubious but snapped his fingers and a few plates of sandwiches and pitchers of juice appeared on the desk. On the floor by the fireplace were 3 cauldrons, 3 pouches of tools, and a selection of vials. The house elf vanished with another pop. It was Snape who looked at the ingredients first. These are mine, he said, picking up a bottle of pickled bat lungs. These are mine as well, Lily said, pointing to a series of bottles labeled in her own neat script. The elf must have brought our own things instead of using the school's supply. Makes sense, Sirius said. If there was a cock-up, it wouldn't bother the stuff the healers will need. He watched as Lily began to sort the bottles by their usage. Do you want help, Lily? No, I can manage. I would take a sandwich though, she said to her boyfriend, who walked over to the sandwiches. Corned beef if it's there, turkey if it's not, please, she called over her shoulder as she continued to work. Regina took a sandwich and opened it. A egg salad, she said, her lip curling in disgust. Well, at least there's a bit of curry powder in it. She closed the sandwich and took a small bite. Chewing it thoughtfully, she looked at James. What do you think is going on? I wish I knew, he said. James Potter was uncharacteristically quiet, and that troubled Regina. Putting down her sandwich, she took his hand. James squeezed it and smiled. Thanks, Reggie. I'll smack you later for the name, provided we survive to later, she said quietly. For now, we need to work out a plan for if something comes into the classroom. We need a way to delay anyone from getting into this room. I have the ingredients to make a tanglefoot potion, Lily said. It'll glue anyone's feet together. Peter looked at his ingredients. I have the stuff for healing potions, so I'll make those. He drew out the silver knife he'd gotten for Christmas from James and began to chop dittany leaves. Snape didn't say anything. He began to dice his bat's lungs and added them to the cauldron. As each second year began their work, Snape was the first one to place his pot by the fire to heat. What are you making, Seb? Lily asked him as she poured fairy egg dust into her cauldron. You are making a tanglefoot potion. I'm making something to work with it, was all the answer her friend gave as he sliced a black mushroom. Peter Pruitt didn't have a cauldron for the elf to bring since he wasn't a student. However, he'd brought his own from Pound's house and set to work on something of his own. Alexandra watched him and then moved to sit behind him, her knees just touching his back. What are you making? She asked him as she watched him crushing a white object in his mortar. Smoke in a jar. If they can trap whoever comes, that's wonderful. However, we still need something to keep us from behind scene as we leave, Peter replied as he poured a yellow liquid into his cauldron. Harry met with Croaker and Albus. Both men looked very concerned, though in the case of Croaker it was all body language as his face was hidden. Did you find anything? Harry asked as he stopped beside Albus. Nothing, I am afraid, except some dried blood in the form of a sigil. There are some footprints in the soft earth, but nothing that we can really use as they vanish before they reach the castle. Albus said quietly, his eyes fixed on the path Harry had taken. Did you bring the Hallows? Croaker asked Harry. When he nodded, Croaker smiled, though it was hidden to the others. Good. I want you to see if there's a spot for the stone to connect to the other two. What do you mean? Harry asked. How would the stone connect to them? Still, he drew out the case and pulled the cloak out first. The cloak was as familiar to him as his scar. He had never seen a catch or a clasp, anything that the stone could catch on. Still, as he drew out the stone, he felt the thrumming even stronger now. He felt rather stupid as he pressed the stone to the front of the cloak, but that was before he realized that the stone had affixed itself into the cloak itself. A flash of green light, the same green as a killing curse, flashed in his eyes. Harry nearly dropped the cloak as a reflex of terror overtook him. Harry held off the urge and looked down at the cloak. It wasn't the same silvery silk-like material, now it seemed older, more worn. At the front, there was a tarnished silver clasp that hadn't been there before. Set into the clasp, he saw the stone, now inscribed with the Peverell sigil. Put it on and then draw the wand. Croaker said to him, the story said that if they were brought together that wizard would be the master of death. I had a theory that, bringing them together, would mean more than just having them on your person. It seems I'm onto something. He watched as Harry slid the cloak over himself. Normally wearing the cloak was a simple, if slightly disorienting affair. This wasn't his cloak, this felt different, wrong even. Harry heard whispers as if he was surrounded by people talking about him. The thrumming was even stronger with the cloak on him as he drew his wand. As the elder wand left his spare holster, he felt a strong jolt and looked down at his hand. It wasn't a wand he was holding, instead, it was a sickle with a short handle of elder wood. He looked at Albus and Croaker and saw them looking at him with more than a touch of fear in their eyes. He realized that he could see through the hooded robe of the Chief Unspeakable. More than that, he could see in each of their chests a flicker of red and yellow, like coals drawn from the fire. This feels strange, Harry said. To his ears, his voice sounded normal enough. But it was clear from the slight flinch from Albus that it wasn't his usual voice. Harry pulled the cloak back off, and with its removal, the whispers vanished from his ears. Croaker looked at Harry for a moment and then spoke slowly. You were not mortal just then. I don't know what you were, but my hood has an enchantment that detects vital signs. You didn't have any. Harry looked down at the cloak in his hands. When I put it on, I heard things, whispers I guess. The elder wand wasn't in my hand, instead it was a sickle, with a terrible silver blade. Albus said softly, you were the master of death. Barty Crouch was annoyed, to say the least, as he stepped into the hallway leading to the classrooms that served as the Auror dormitories. His father had sent him here before he could leave to join his master. I wonder where the old bastard is, probably sticking to his whore in Nocturne, he thought angrily as he stomped past the trophy room. The only good thing was, at least if he is here and his master attacks the castle, he'd be able to join the battle with the element of surprise. He hadn't heard from the other Death Eaters in weeks. It worried him, but not overmuch. Voldemort didn't call his servants for weekly staff meetings, they were called when they were needed. But the news of an attack should have been old news to him. He heard a quiet sniffling in the trophy room. Turning, he saw a young brunette in Ravenclaw robes standing beside Price, one of the younger Aurors. What's going on here? He asked them. I was sleepwalking, she said unconvincingly, earning a frown from Barty. Come with me, we need to get you to your common room, then Price and I need to have a talk. He said as he tugged her arm, pulling her out into the hallway with the other man following them. We should stop and see your fellows. Came a strange voice from the girl, and Barty felt himself become pinned to the wall. A stabbing pain forced him to look down, and he saw a spike formed from the fingers of the girl. A girl that he saw had black eyes now. You are bound to him and he is bound to us, though he does not yet know this. Barty felt something drawing himself out of his body and then no more. The host inside, Sybil Trelawney, was glad to have shed one of the other demons into this form. It was getting rather crowded. The trio walked towards the classrooms. There were 6 Aurors back from patrolling the grounds, and that would do for the moment. More would come, and they would be used to grow the army from the inside of this castle. They were the first of the Legion. The others were waiting with Voldemort. They were meant to soften the way. Voldemort would get his part of the bargain and they would take their part afterward. The foolish wizard thought that with a split soul he would be able to get out of the pact, but they would take the fragments they could find. They had eternity after all. Albus felt the wards of Hogwarts buzzing as if a swarm of ants had begun attacking each stone. "Harry, I believe there is a breach," he said. "We need to check the grounds." Harry pressed a key to Bellatrix and Narcissa's cheeks and left with Albus from the infirmary and heading towards the grounds. "The priests and the soldiers should be in place, but the words died in his throat as they came to the grand staircase. At the bottom of the stairs stood one of the Aurors and a student. But they weren't alone, there were a half-dozen others. They were watching them from the landing. "I'm putting on the hallows," Harry said. "This doesn't feel right." Albus nodded, his wand in his hand. Harry slipped the cloak over his shoulders. With it on, he could see the auras emanating from the group on the floor. Instead of the bursts of life inside them, he saw a strangely purple color, as if the color of a fire had been reversed. "All the wards we set up and we didn't think to put one up that could tell if someone had an extra passenger. This is my first year all over again." Albus held his flinch in this time. Seeing the Grim Reaper where his friend had been standing before was unsettling, but at least this time he knew it was coming. "They are possessed." He saw the hood move as Harry nodded. "Damn him," he said quietly. Harry moved past Albus and stood between him and the possessed humans. "Where is Riddle?" he asked as he tried to sense the life force of Voldemort. He could feel, almost a tickle, as if Voldemort was exploiting the link between them as he'd done in Harry's 5th year, but he couldn't pinpoint it. "The summoner is nearby," the one wearing the form of Trelawney said. It didn't seem that the demon was particularly surprised that Harry knew what they were. "You are an aspect of death, as such your soul is hidden from us. For now." The face smiled in a manner that made it appear that her face was being stretched from the outside. "Once we find your women you will offer us anything to spare them. Or I could send you back to hell now." Harry leapt from the landing and swung his wand, now in the form of a short-bladed sickle. The one wearing Trelawney's skin moved back, narrowly avoiding being split in half. With that, the battle began in earnest. Albus began to summon great fiery birds that raced into the demon-possessed Aurors. Harry and the false Trelawney, however, were fighting one another. Harry could sense that this was the most powerful one, though he wasn't sure how he could sense it. What mattered was that he could, and he wasn't going to throw that away. Albus continued using his flame spells as Harry and the demon fought. A silvery hedgehog appeared beside him and Moody's gruff voice erupted from it. "Albus, we need help out here. Riddle has shown up with nearly 100 in fury." Albus muttered an oath and his fiery birds swarmed and exploded, the waves of flame burning through the demons. "We need to get outside to Alistair," he called Harry. "Little, busy at the moment." Harry forced through gritted teeth as the nimble demon avoided him again. "I know I don't have an instruction manual, but there has to be a way to cast spells like this," Harry thought as he leapt back from her claws. "I'll meet you. Go." Albus nodded and raced out. Neither he nor Harry saw the demon using Barty Crouch sneak away, making his way upstairs. In Harry's quarters, the preparations had been made. Gideon and Fabian had each traced wards at the entrance. If the door opened they had 10 seconds to cancel the spell before the bottles containing the potions, including Snape's mystery potion, would shatter and their contents would flow out at whoever came inside. Regina couldn't remember the taste of the sandwich James had practically forced on her. They had already heard muffled thumps through the door. Whatever was going on, was happening now it seemed, and she held her boyfriend's hand as she stared into the classroom, hoping that any moment now Harry would return and tell them everything was fine now. That the danger had passed and she wouldn't have to fear the chaos outside. Peter jumped when the latch on the door moved. The little sandy-haired boy gave a frightened squeak but moved so that he was slightly in front of Patricia. The other Parkinson girl didn't react much, save a small twist of her lip that might have been a smile. Sirius stood with Lily, they were the pair closest to the flow. Lily was not aware of it yet, but Sirius had a pinch of flow dust in his pocket and already planned to shove her through the emerald flames the moment the fighting started. "Better she hates me than I bury her," he thought grimly. He, for his part, was not aware that Lily had done the same and for the same reason. Alexandra and Peter Pruitt stood with Gideon and Fabian closer to the door than the others. 3 wands and in Peter's case a small vial of Tanglefoot potion were readied. Alexandra wanted to be an Auror when she graduated. This, as much as anything could be, was proof for her that her career choice was the right one. The handle moved again. Whatever is out there is listening. She whispered as quietly as she could to the twins, we can either hold our breaths or give them a reason to come in. Staying quiet keeps us alive if something is out there, Gideon said, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Fabian nodded. For funsies though, anyone studies the charm for conjuring spears. I like hexes as much as the next bloke, but I think stabbing our intruders in the brisket would be a smarter way to do things. From his place beside the desk, Severus was going to speak, but the door opening stopped him. In the light from the hallway, they could make the figure of a man. Good. They heard a voice say quietly, more bodies and more vessels. The figure stepped inside, breaking the ward barrier. Much later, Gideon would call this, the moment all hell broke loose. The wards activated as he, Fabian, and Alexandra sent curses at the man. Nimbly he avoided the curses. He raised his hand, the nails lengthening as he enjoyed the looks of horror in the eyes of his supposed victims. He brought his hand up and the nails stretched out even farther. Peter Pettigrew saw one of those nails coming toward Patricia. He pushed her down to safety, crying out as he felt the tip of one slicing through his robe, putting a long cut on his back. The man laughed at them. Stupid children, you try to defend yourselves from the inevitable, he said with a cruel smile. That was when Severus tossed a small vial at him. The small explosion from the potion bottle breaking stirred Peter Pruitt to toss his own, ensnaring the man in gluey black strands. At first, their attacker focused himself with slashing at the muck with his claws, his wand trapped at his side by the Tanglefoot potion. Then the potion Severus threw began to eat his skin. The potion worked swiftly, the skin dissolved, exposing the angry red of the man's muscle before giving way to gleaming bone. Severus threw a second bottle, this one going short and landing at the feet of the now screaming man. The potion began to bubble violently. Severus raised his wand and cast a spell that buckled the knees of the man, forcing him to fall into the bubbling potion. The combination of the potion on him from the first attack and the second caused a fire that swiftly brought an end to the attacker. Gideon sent a blast of water to put out the flames once the screaming ceased. This is why people don't like you very much, he said dryly. While effective, that might have been a little scary as all hell, Fabian said. Awesome, but now at least 3 pairs of robes are damp in the trousers. Pick your favorite, Gideon said. Still, that was disturbingly lethal. Yes, thank you, Fab, he said to his twin after a moment. It was easier to keep everyone safe if the attacker couldn't hurt us. The quickest way to do that was to kill him, Severus said in a tone that suggested the 2 older students should know this. We aren't duelists, or aurors. We are students. Where did you learn those recipes, Sev? Lily asked. The attack had been so quick that neither she nor Sirius had enough time to enact their plan for the other. What should we do about the body? As if the universe itself wanted to answer her, the body began to collapse into ashes. Was that part of the potions? She asked her sallow-skinned friend. No, he answered, eyes locked on the body. Humans don't do that, even with the potions I've found. Severus turned black. Take her to Professor Fawkes' home. We will follow you. I had enough ingredients for those potions and no more. Patricia worked her way off of the floor. She knelt beside Peter. You saved me, she said quietly. She noticed his rapidly paling face. Peter, she said, watching with horror as the sandy-haired boy fell to the ground. The wound on his back was bleeding heavily now. Someone. We need a potion here. Peter has been hurt. She turned to the others. She saw Lily rushing over with a dark red paste. Lily knelt with her. She opened the jar and went to dip her fingers in. Patricia stopped her by placing her own fingers in the paste and then pressing it gently but firmly into Peter's wound. You're going to be all right. Or I'm going to kick your ass, Pettigrew, Patricia said softly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lily flicked her eyes over at Sirius and James, who looked concerned for their friend. She moved back to his side and put her arm around him. We aren't going anywhere until Peter is ready to travel, James said quietly. Sirius and I are staying with him. Sirius nodded and then turned to Lily. Severus is right though, you need to leave. He tried to ignore the sharp look in the green eyes of his girlfriend. But Sirius Black was a mere mortal and not capable of remaining stoic when faced with Lily Evans glaring at him. Please Lily, I would much rather know you are safe. Listen to me, Sirius Black. She began, gripping his robes and pulling him down slightly so they were face to face. The only way I'm leaving is if you are with me. I'm with Evans. Regina said, I don't honestly trust you two to just stay here and keep Peter and Patricia safe. James began to say something but was cut off by Regina. Look at her, James. If that was you on the ground, do you think I'd go and leave you here with those two? James didn't really have an answer for that. Then we all stay here. The minute Peter is capable of moving, we will all leave. Alexandra said, her eyes not leaving the doorway. She stared past the door to the black ashes on the ground. What was that thing? She said just above a whisper. She felt arms go around her waist. Without moving she knew who it was. Like Patricia Parkinson, she had found herself in love with a young man named Peter. She leaned into him and allowed herself to finally blink. It stung like hot vinegar when she did so, but that was the result of forcing her eyes to stay open in case the ashes suddenly reconstituted themselves. Outside the window they heard the muffled sounds of combat, both magical and artillery going off. A storm had come in and now rain pelted the glass, making it impossible to see out the window. She looked at the ashes again. I knew him. That was Barty Crouch Jr., he works with my dad at the ministry. She managed after a moment, I'm scared, Pete. We all are, Alex. Peter Pruitt said softly, we all are. Where the F? King hell did Voldemort find a goddamn giant's corpse? Moody spat, along with a tooth that had been wrenched from his gums by the impact of a blasting curse cast by one of the possessed Death Eaters. It wasn't an exaggeration. Along with the inferi of humans, the defenders of the castle were contending with a nearly 30-foot-tall giant's corpse. It had brought a Muggle telephone pole from somewhere along its journey and had, under its master's command, wrapped heavy chains around one end. Inferi, unlike summoned undead, were merely corpses under animation spells. Thus, they were the perfect cannon fodder for Voldemort to send in and overwhelm the wards. The blessed bullets and holy water of the defenders did nothing to stop them unless the bullets took out the legs from underneath one of the shambling corpses. It was up to good old-fashioned spellfire. When Albus had arrived, with Harry following shortly afterward, they had already begun to slowly lose ground. Voldemort had the numbers to keep them running ragged. He had taken to summoning the bones from the dying defenders and turning them into skeletal spears, which he then banished back with lethal accuracy. They had already lost 2 Aurors to that tactic. Albus began, just as he'd done in the castle proper, by summoning fire to scorch the undead. Now he was against the stairs leading into the castle, nearly back to back with his brother Aberforth. The 2 Dumbledore brothers cast spell after spell. The ground under the attackers shifted into loose sand, and when the inferi sank into it, it was suddenly turned back into solid earth, crushing the corpses. It was working. They were slowly thinning the number of attackers. Albus allowed himself a grim smile. We will protect the students in our world, he thought as he sent a yellow bolt of light at the corrupted body of what had been a Death Eater. The spell hit and the body of the demon began to crumble into itself. Albus. A voice cut through the storm and the shouting like a blade. Albus and Aberforth both turned in horror. There in the wet grass was a girl in her teens. She had messy blonde hair and eyes that seemed just slightly too far spaced apart. Albus. Why, brother? Ariana. Albus blinked. Dimly, he heard Aberforth curse and a jet of red light shot past him at the soaked figure. Why did you kill me, Albus? Why did you hate me so much that you killed me? She said piteously. You know you were the one who cast the spell, you murdered me. Her voice turned from sad to angry. I didn't I? Albus was shaken from his near stupor by his brother punching his wandless arm hard. It's not her, Albus. It's one of those things. Aberforth said grimly, his eyes locked on the figure. You are an ass, but you aren't a murderer. Albus blinked and felt life returning to his hands. Thank you, Albus said, turning his wand on the figure wearing the face of his sister. You will go back to hell where you belong, he said with rage building as the tip of his wand glowed. But the hesitation was still there, the demon was still wearing her face. He was too slow in countering as the demon sent a spell into him. Albus fell silently to his knees, his vision dimming even as he heard Aberforth curse again and a spell threw the demon off of her feet and onto the ground. His last thought as the darkness overcame him was that at least his brother was still the strongest of the family. He'd seen through the lies. Aberforth pulled Albus towards the castle. He needed to get him to the infirmary. his brother was still breathing, but he didn't know how long that would still be true. From his own spot in the battle, Harry watched the two men. The best he could do right now was give Aberforth some backup. He spun around, jets of black energy striking the nearest attackers and pinning them to the ground as another wave of energy began to combust inside them. I won't let them get to you, or to the others. Bellatrix watched as Albus was placed into a bed by his brother and Madame Pomfrey. Cursed by one of those things. Aberforth said, damn thing took the face of our sister and made him drop his guard. Pomfrey began to cast charms. From her place near the window, Bellatrix could tell by the way the matron's jaw tightened that it wasn't good. We'll keep him comfortable as we can. We can ease his pain, but it will be up to him to pull through. She said, her voice soft as she placed a hand on the edge of Albus' bed. Bellatrix saw the lined face of the last standing Dumbledore age 5 years as Pomfrey worked. I'm going back out there. Aberforth said, Albus would want me helping keep the people safe, not sitting in here watching him. With that, the older man walked out of the room. Bellatrix looked at her two sisters. I'm going too. She told the matron. No, you aren't. Andromeda said loudly, your niece has chosen the worst possible day to be born. Bellatrix looked down to see a dark stain spreading on her sister's robes. Andromeda moved onto one of the cots and pulled a screen around her so that she could strip out of her robes. Why now? Bellatrix thought as she gripped her wand hard enough to send a purple spark from the tip. When Narcissa opened the screen back once Andromeda was sitting in the bed with her outer robes removed. You need to stay here and help. Appaline. Sissy, you're going to stay here and get a crash course in delivering a baby. A house elf appeared with a crack holding a limp student. Matron. This boy needs healings. The tiny creature squeaked as he levitated Peter Pettigrew onto a bed. What in Merlin's name happened to him? Madame Pomfrey said to herself as she rushed over. She waved her wand and frowned. Bring me blood replenishing potions and some of the holy water from the priests outside immediately. She said to the elf who nodded and then vanished again. Appaline moved from her place watching the windows and stood closer to the cots. The fighting seems to be quieting outside. Perhaps it is something good. Just then a muted thump shook the castle and she cursed in French. Harry shook the sickle he carried, and the dark blood of his latest kill spattered on the wet grass. The battle seemed to finally be turning in their favor. The soldiers and priests were working together, and blessed ammunition, along with the Auror's spell work, was forcing the inferi and possessed humans back. The demons seemed less willing to attack when faced with opponents that could send them back to hell. The thing that worried him was that Harry hadn't seen Voldemort. Show yourself, Riddle, King Coward. Harry thought as he pressed closer to the boundary. As he approached the ward boundary he saw a shambling corpse that might have at one time been a very attractive woman in her early 40s struck out at him with a hand tipped with broken, claw-like nails. I'm tired of playing with your puppets, Tom. Harry snarled as he severed the corpse's head with a smooth wave of his sickle. Harry heard the head fall and continued without looking back. He smelled the ozone as the spell came towards him. Fiendfire, Harry thought as he brought a powerful shield up and deflected the animated fire back towards the Forbidden Forest. Getting desperate, are we, Tom? He called to the black-robed wizard. Harry concentrated on the glow inside the chest of his opponent. Like all of the living fighters, Harry could see the flicker of life within him. But the light inside Voldemort was different, more fractured. The Horcruxes took their toll on him more than he knows. You're not looking too healthy. Don't worry though, I'll make sure you get to hell where you belong. Professor Fox, why don't you take off your costume and face me like a real man? Voldemort said as he pulled the fire back into his wand, dispelling it. The two men circled one another as they looked for an opening, a chance to end this quickly. You've cost me more than most, I respect that strength. Your death will be as painless as I can manage it. But you will die. I don't think so, Tom, Harry replied and vanished from sight. Hidden from the eyes of the living by the powers of the cloak, Harry smiled as he stepped closer to the other man. That was when he felt the explosion. It knocked him back onto his knees and caused his concentration to break. Scrambling back, Harry shot a blasting curse towards Voldemort. The spell went low and hit the ground instead. Did you feel that, Fox? Voldemort said with a triumphant note in his voice. While your men have focused on my inferi, my demonic servants worked to damage the wards that limited their number here. You absolute idiot. Harry cried, and suddenly it wasn't enough to just kill Voldemort. He leapt at the man and it was only the hastily thrown up shield that prevented him from grabbing Voldemort by the throat. Worried for the students. It was your own stupidity that put them at risk. You should have surrendered. Now they will die and continue to feed my army. Voldemort laughed and pointed his wand at Harry. Will you let them die for you now? Rage bubbled inside of Harry like he hadn't felt since coming face to face with the vanishing cabinet again. He drew deep from the well of power coursing through the hallows. Suddenly Harry could see the very threads of magic, not just the ones that linked the fractured ward boundary, but the ambient magic that connected the plants to the earth itself. A sudden wash of energy revitalized him. This time when Harry brought his fist out it went through the shield like it wasn't there. If anything, he noticed, the spell seemed to flow into him and then back out into the atmosphere. He grabbed Voldemort's hand first and drew the wand from it. "You pathetic son of a muggle and a squib," Harry said, his voice deepening into the tones he had used when he'd first donned the cloak in his office. "Tom Marvolo Riddle. You are unworthy of the peace of oblivion." He half-dragged Voldemort along the grounds towards the castle. "You can't kill me, Fox." Harry was pleased to hear a tinge of desperation in the voice of his foe. "I am eternal." Harry didn't hide his chuckle at that. A cup, a diary, a ring, a locket, and a diadem. He felt the stiffening of the wizard and continued, "Plus one that you didn't intend on making. You destroyed 2 of them for me." Harry didn't say anything else as he pulled the struggling wizard onward. "You want the demons to come inside so badly, then you can greet them." Harry thought grimly as he continued walking. "Press down harder, damn it." Patricia hissed to Sirius as he pressed a strip of his robes into the wound on Peter's back. "You listen to me, Pettigrew, you die and you will live to regret it," she said to the boy who'd risked his life for her. "I'm doing the best I can," Sirius said heatedly. Behind them Lily and Peter Pruitt worked on the best healing potion they could think of that would be ready quickly. "We need to get him to the infirmary." "Step back, I'm going to try something," Alexandra said as she moved closer. After a moment Sirius moved his hand, the blood beginning to well up and freshly stained the robes of the still unconscious Pettigrew. "Apisky," Alexandra called out, touching her wand to the wound. The wound began to close, but it closed poorly. Alexandra cast the spell again and this time the skin pulled tighter over the wound. "It's not perfect, but at least he won't bleed out. We need a replenishing potion though. Any ideas?" "One," Fabian said. "Oi, house elf." He called out and with a small crack the one who had come before appeared before them. "We need our friend here taken to the infirmary, he's going to need some proper attention." The elf looked at them before grabbing Peter's limp hand and vanishing again. "All right, he's in better hands than a bunch of teenagers now." James said, "We need to use the flow and get out of here." "I'm not going anywhere," Patricia said heatedly. "I'm not leaving this school until Peter is well again." She looked at her cousin. "Regina wouldn't leave if you were hurt." Regina stopped short. Patricia was right, and she hated to admit it. "James, maybe we should stay. I mean, what if something happens outside of the grounds?" She saw her cousin smile slightly and Regina did her best to not return it. "If we leave, what happens if things go even worse? Where do we go?" James didn't have an answer for that. The castle shook, interrupting anything he wanted to say. The students all moved closer to one another and waited for someone to tell them it was over. "Croaker," Harry called as pulled the struggling Voldemort into the defense classroom, "is it ready?" He saw the mirror of Arised in the middle of the room and smiled behind his hood. Seeing the mirror there seemed to replenish the flagging strength he felt in his arms. He'd hidden it well, but Voldemort hadn't just been struggling physically but also using his magic. He'd been trying to force a wandless curse past the barrier the cloak had created. The magic of the Hallows was drawing from his own core and Harry felt himself losing strength with each step. "Nearly," Croaker replied from his place beside the mirror. Harry saw that the Chief Unspeakable was busily etching wards into the frame of the mirror. Hermione had been the one who understood runes. Harry had never gotten the knack of them and so he had no idea what the man was doing. "Hold him for a few minutes longer." "We don't have a few minutes," Harry said. This idiot had his demons break off and attack the wards directly. Voldemort moved again, and Harry was done with him. He threw the wizard against the wall as hard as he could. Voldemort landed in a heap and before he could do anything Harry brought the sickle up and concentrated on binding him to the stone. The magic was there, but Harry felt it burning through him as he secured the still sluggish Dark Lord. The pain spiked through Harry and he dropped the sickle. Something is wrong, that spell felt like I was on fire. Harry slipped the cloak off and looked down at his hands. His skin was much paler than normal. I think we are getting closer to the death part of the Master of Death. I can feel the energy of the Hallows pulling at my life force. Well, you've got him here. Pick up the wand and keep it on him. Croaker replied, still etching symbols. Send a Patronus out onto the grounds and warn everyone about the demons. Croaked said after a moment. Harry picked up the Elder Wand. Now that he wasn't in the cloak, it had reverted back to its more familiar form. Harry felt the magic flowing through him as he cast the Patronus charm, but it burned him as if the wand had heated up. Prongs stood before him, but the silvery stag seemed weaker than it had before. Go to the soldiers and the priests, tell them, the demons have broken through the wards, they will probably be summoning even more of their number. The stag bowed and then vanished through the wall. Harry looked at his hand. I don't know how much more we can do, Croaker. It feels like I've been breathing fire. Harry leaned against the wall a few feet away from Voldemort. Albus was hurt by a demon wearing his sister's face. I feel like one more spell will make me catch fire. What happens once this jackass is dealt with? If we are lucky, the demons lose their connection to this plane and go back to hell. If we aren't lucky, pray that we are. Harry flexed his free hand and winced. Any idea about why everything is hurting? Croaker grunted. Basic magical exhaustion plus the fact that Death was probably kind of pissed at the three brothers. Odds are Death intended for the Hallows to get them to kill each other, and when they did that the magic would be returned. Combining the Hallows gave you the edge to manhandle Dickless over there, but your body is struggling with containing it. Hearing Croaker call Voldemort, one of the most dangerous men in recent history, Dickless brought an actual smile to his face. The other man noticed and pulled back to look at his work. You'll be fine after we finish this. You have a family to look after, and I have a great nephew to meet in a few years. Neville is a good man, I think you'll like him, Harry said. He was going to say more, but then he felt his wand tremble. He tightened his grip in time to see that Voldemort had rejoined them in the land of the living. Is Tom's new home ready? It is. Just bring him over and let him see his future. Croaker said to Harry. Harry slipped the cloak back on and felt the burning intensify. He gritted his teeth and used the sickle to slice the bindings on the now struggling Voldemort. Voldemort leapt from the wall and crashed into Harry, using the adrenaline rush to try and overpower Harry. Harry braced himself as best he could, but with the pain from his magic and the Hallows mixing, he was brought to his knee. Croaker rushed over with his wand, but Voldemort sent the unspeakable hurtling against the wall with a wandless spell. You fools overplayed your hand. Voldemort hissed as he grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled the sickle towards the floor and away from himself. He and Harry fought until Harry felt the blade slide through the cloak and pierce him. A sudden chill replaced the burning and Harry's hands dropped. Voldemort kicked him away and rose with the Elder Wand in his hand. You came closer than anyone ever has, Fox, but no one can stop Lord Voldemort. There was a flash of green and Harry knew no more. Harry opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in front of the Veil of Death once more. Did the universe send me back to try again? He wondered aloud as he tried to figure this out. No, pup, I sent you back the first time. But you're going to have to send yourself back this time. Came a voice that made Harry believe he was dreaming. He turned and saw Sirius, his godfather, leaning against the door that had led back out into the Department of Mysteries. He looked just as he had when Harry was 15 and a familiar smile danced in his gray eyes. So, I'm like half your father in that reality. Sirius said with a grin, I'm not mad at all, your mother always was a fox. Sirius, what's going on, where are we? Harry said after a moment, I don't understand. You are in, well, I guess we could call it Death's antechamber. If you go with me through the veil, then you are reunited with everyone you lost in our reality. Sirius explained, I can think of a few different witches who would enjoy seeing you again. Sirius said teasingly and then pointed at the door, you go through that and you are completely removed from our timeline and go back to your body and kick Tommy's ass for good. Why did you send me away? Harry asked, looking at the veil. In its shimmering mists, he could see Ginny and Tonks watching him. Tonks had a strange look in her eyes as if she knew his decision before he said it. I have to go back and finish this. You all deserve at least one world where there's some peace. I agree, that would be nice. Now, As for your question, I sent you into the other reality because you also deserve some peace. Sirius said gently and then laughed. I wasn't expecting you to wind up shagging my cousins, but you've at least been a good influence. He walked over and embraced Harry. Harry, for his part, flinched for just a moment and then hugged back tightly. I'll miss you, Harry. Don't worry about the pain. I have it on good authority that with the Master of Death, on this side of eternity, that those artifacts don't work anymore. I'll miss you too, Padfoot. Harry broke from the embrace and stepped back to the door. He turned and looked at his godfather once more before stepping through and vanishing. Sirius watched him leave and then turned to the woman who had been there but unseen the entire time. Thank you for letting him go back. The woman's form shimmered as she revealed herself. Taller than Sirius with messy black hair and pale skin, she watched the door and then snapped her fingers. In an instant they were in a messy-looking office. I told you I would let him try once more. But you owe me now, she said in a huff as she tore up a report on her desk. If anyone asks, this was a near-death experience, do you understand that? Of course, Sirius said with a laugh. Hecate longed for the halcyon days before Sirius Black had died. He was a nuisance. Still, she thought, bringing in Riddle for summoning all those demons without going through the proper channels will look good on my report to the bosses. You will tell me what he did to make this wand work. Harry felt the pain of his wound fading away slowly. He opened his eyes and saw Voldemort aiming the Elder Wand at Croaker, rage in his voice as he shouted at the other man. Harry rose as quickly as he could and decided the best thing he could do was give Voldemort a taste of his own medicine. He threw himself at the man and knocked Voldemort to the ground with a heavy thud. Fox, you died. How many times must I kill you? Harry was pleased to hear a tremor of fear in the man's voice. You are really bad at killing me, Tom. You keep trying and failing, Harry said and pulled the Dark Lord off the ground and back to the mirror. But I bet if you tried even harder you could find a whole new way to embarrass yourself. Voldemort fought back and then his eyes locked on the mirror without intending to. He saw it. Those fools. They didn't put the right runes on this mirror to contain anything. He stopped struggling and drew upon every ounce of manipulation he had in him. What is this? I see myself as the ruler of this world, the way it should be. He felt Harry's grip loosen and he decided to continue to play it up. He felt the power returning to the Elder Wand. Soon he would be ready to destroy everything in his way. He touched the mirror's surface. It was warm, like silk on a sunny day. He felt the power of the mirror drawing into his body. He would use this power too. Harry and Croaker watched as the corporeal form of Voldemort vanished into the mirror of her eyes. Croaker tapped his wand to the frame and the glass vanished. It's done. He's trapped forever in there. Harry nodded. All we have to do is hope the demons vanished with him. He looked out the window. The sky was clearing and the full moon shone on the grounds of the castle. He saw the soldiers, the Aurors, and the priests pushing the Inferi back to the edge of the forest. And then they collapsed, the corpses falling back to dust at their feet. He heard an infernal shriek from the eastern side of the castle near the greenhouses. Somehow he knew those were the demons fading back to hell. It's over, he said. Come on, let's go check on everyone. Harry and Croaker left the classroom and walked into the silent school. It felt peaceful, in a way that Harry could scarcely remember. They separated, Croaker going to the grounds and Harry up to the infirmary. The walk seemed to take no time at all. Harry found himself at the doorway in what felt like record time. He opened the door and found Bellatrix holding her wand in a low ready stance. We got the bastard, Harry said, walking into the room and pulling her into an embrace. He felt her tense, as he had done embracing Sirius, and then slowly returned the hug. Good timing. Andromeda's baby is here, Bellatrix said, leading him back to the cot. There nursing in her arms was a plump little baby. Meet Nymphadora Peverell. I did my best, Dora, Harry thought with a smile as he was then embraced by Narcissa. He hugged back and then looked at the matron working on Peter Pettigrew. What else happened? Bellatrix gave him a briefing as he watched the baby pull back from her nursing and yawn before falling asleep against Andromeda's bosom. And Albus? Harry asked after a moment. He didn't make it. Poppy already sent a message to Minerva to come up as quickly as she could, Narcissa said quietly. Harry sighed sadly. I tried to keep him alive, Harry said after a moment. He would have liked meeting Tonks again. Bellatrix drew her wand and cast a Patronus. Minerva, the Battle is over if you haven't already been told. Come up as soon as you can. Her silvery raven flew out of the infirmary and then it was quiet once more. It was over. Harry felt like every part of him was aching. He looked at the cot where Albus had breathed his last and sighed. The headmaster's body had been moved so that the injured would not see him. The order to move him had come from Croaker and Harry couldn't say that it was the wrong choice. It was hard enough seeing them bring in Pettigrew. He thought as he looked at the curtains surrounding Peter Pettigrew's cot. Patricia Parkinson had been camped in the same chair since the all-clear had been given. Harry watched her looking furiously at the curtains before growing misty-eyed and looking at the floor. The others kept a rotation in the second chair beside her. Currently, it was Sirius, he noted. They had gotten very fortunate. There hadn't been a great number of casualties, not nearly as many as there could have been anyway. They'll need a new caretaker, he thought as he remembered Pringle. He'd been found at the boundary. He'd tried to make a run for it and was caught by the Inferi. I wonder if Minerva will hire Filch. He wondered idly as he allowed the minutiae of running the school distract him from the biggest worry he had. Ever since coming back his magic had felt off. He'd felt a pain in his chest when he'd come back from whatever his visit with Sirius had been, and while it had eased, it still lingered dully. You're being very pensive at the moment, Bellatrix's voice cut through his thoughts. You're going to have to tell me what's wrong before I can find the problem and kill it. Harry turned to look at his wife and smiled softly. He took her hand and squeezed it before speaking, just thinking about the future. I've never lived in a time where Riddle wasn't lurking somewhere. You have your job. Harry Fox, defense professor. It isn't the most prestigious job, but who knows? Maybe in a few years, you'll leave and find something better. Belatrix said with a shrug, the important thing is that we have a future we can plan for. It's not just that, Harry said, something is wrong with my magic. Ever since that final confrontation. He lifted his wand and levitated the cushion on the chair beside her. The pillow hovered shakily for a moment and then dropped. Harry did the same, falling back onto his pillow. I think mixing my magic and Death's magic might have done something to mine. I'll go find Croaker. He's probably still in the headmaster's office. She told him as she rose. She leaned over the bed and stroked his hair before leaning down and dotting him. Get some more rest, all right. He nodded and watched as she hurried out of the infirmary. Harry raised himself up from the pillow once more as Narcissa came back from the cot where Andromeda sat nursing the newborn Tonks. Appaline had gone back to Pound's house to oversee Dobby as he transformed one of the smaller rooms into a nursery. How are they? He asked as she sat down beside him. They are fine. Nymphadora is apparently a very hungry girl though, Narcissa said with a small grin. She noticed the flinch at the name. Perhaps this version of her won't mind the name so much. Harry made a mental note to bring that up when Tonks had her first tantrum over the name. At present, he said nothing until Narcissa brought him back into the moment. You will need to take Andy somewhere nice after this. Appaline as well. A wry grin traced her lips for a moment. I would suggest separate dates though. Harry laughed softly at that, with Narcissa joining him. For that moment Harry wasn't afraid of what that pain in his chest might mean. No, in this moment of laughter Harry felt something he had never known before. Riddle was gone. The generation he came from would grow up with no Death Eaters. Frank and Alice Longbottom would grow up and Neville would have his parents. Hermione would never have to send her parents into hiding. Now he could look to the future and there was no great threat to the world looming in the distance. That feeling of euphoria ended as the doors opened and Bellatrix, followed by a grim-faced Croaker, entered the infirmary and made a beeline to his cot. Tell me everything, Croaker said, drawing his wand and beginning to cast charms. Harry explained how he felt ever since dying. Bellatrix offered what she'd seen when he'd levitated the pillow. Harry watched as the frown Croaker wore grew darker and deeper. That isn't good. From the scans I just did, you might have permanently damaged your core. The only thing we can do is wait and see if it stabilizes. You mean Harry might have lost his magic? Narcissa asked quietly. Harry could see the shock on her face and took her hand in his. I know, Narcissa said, looking down at her husband. The more important thing is that you are alive. But Harry, you deserve to live your life without also losing your magic. I don't care if I can cast another spell for as long as I live. Harry replied, what matters is that this isn't going to kill me. His words were directed to Croaker. From what I could tell, your core is damaged but not your physical body. The older man shrugged. Perhaps your core will replenish with time. Harry lay back onto his bed. This will make having a job a bit more difficult. It's kind of hard to be the defense professor if I can't cast any spells. 3 days later found Harry back in his classroom. Classes had been cancelled as Minerva and Phileas began to grapple with their new positions as headmistress and deputy headmaster. Harry was using the time to begin packing his things, using the flow to take packages from his office to the study at Pound's house. Hearing a knock at his door, he called out, "Come in," and watched as the door opened, revealing Minerva standing there with a strange look on her face. She looks determined but also vaguely sick. Harry thought probably just checked her mail. "Hello, headmistress," he said in greeting as he used a roll of spellotape to secure a book filled with books. "Harry," Minerva's voice wavered slightly as if she was trying to keep her emotions in check, "Phileas and I wanted to talk to you. It's about this." She drew a roll of parchment from her pockets and unrolled it. "I, Harry Fox, hereby resign from my post as dueling instructor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." She read his words back to him and then stopped. "Might I ask why you wish to leave?" Harry set the dispenser of spellotape down. "The reason is in the letter, Minerva. I can't cast spells anymore and I don't know when I'll be able to cast them again." Harry sighed softly. "I'm a squib for all intents and purposes and that means I can't do this job anymore. I went ahead and resigned so you wouldn't have to pay me. Bella will be here next term, so she can take over this class, unless you decide she'd make a better defense professor. I don't want you to leave. You deserve better than being quietly replaced." She looked down at the letter almost angrily. "Damn it all, you saved all of our lives and possibly our world. That's why Phileas and I have an offer for you." "What is it?" "Become headmaster. I hate this position. 3 days of it is enough to prove to me that I am a much happier woman as a teacher instead of an administrator." Minerva noticed that Harry seemed rather shocked about her offer. "Phileas doesn't want the job. In fairness, I believe that he worries his status as part goblin would prevent the governors from fully accepting him. They would accept a squib instead." Harry said after a moment. "Wait, don't answer that. Of course, they would prefer someone who could pretend to be a wizard over someone qualified but comes up to their waist." Harry moved from his desk and paced for a moment. "I'll have to talk to the others, but if they approve and you can talk the governors into it, then I guess I could at least try." Minerva looked much happier as she left than she had when she came into his office. Harry went to the fireplace and tossed in some flow powder. "Bella, I need everyone to come here. Something just happened." He hoped that Bellatrix was still in the study where she'd been when he'd returned with the last parcel he'd taken from his office. Sure enough, a moment later and Bellatrix stepped out of the fireplace along with Narcissa, Appaline, and Andromeda, who was carrying her daughter. "All right, what is the something?" Bellatrix asked as the quartet of witches brushed their robes clean of soot. Harry explained everything that had happened in the short conversation. "So, that's it. Minerva and Flitwick want me to take the position as headmaster. Knowing those two, they have probably already been floating my name to the governors." "That would make sense," Andromeda said, setting Tonks down in Harry's chair and using a sticking charm to keep the infant from moving. "You killed the violent supremacists. The ones who were content to just sit back and stay rich didn't go anywhere. So, while they wouldn't be outright hostile to McGonagall or Flitwick, they would ride them far harder than they would the man who defeated the biggest threat since Grindelwald." Harry ran his fingers through his hair. "So, do I tell her that you approve?" he asked the group. Appaline looked pensive for a moment. "As headmaster, you would be able to ensure that future part-human children have an opportunity to learn. I was only able to attend Beauxbatons because my mother and the headmaster there knew each other during the war." "Let's be totally honest," said Bellatrix, "you wouldn't be happy if you were sitting at home twiddling your thumbs. You know the system is shit sorry Andy." Bellatrix winced in the face of the glare that Andromeda gave her sister. "You know the system is corrupt, and it would eat at you if you weren't doing all that you can to change it." "I agree with them," Narcissa said. "I would also appreciate having my husband here while I work through my mastery. Madame Pomfrey has already promised me a spot working with her here at the school." "Fine," Harry said with a tired laugh, "in light of the fact that yes, I could help make things better for our family, yes I could help make things better for everyone else, And yes, I would be bored to tears at home if I didn't have something to keep me occupied. I will tell Minerva that if the governors agree I will take on the role of headmaster." Harry walked over to the chair where the sleeping baby lay and smiled as he looked at the infant form of Tonks. "You'll get a chance to have a better life this time, but I'm fairly sure that Remus is spoken for." For a moment, Harry wondered if Tonks and Charlie Weasley would end up together this time. Probably not. I can't imagine any world where Charlie isn't obsessed with dragons. Would Tonks still want to be an Auror in this timeline? Harry didn't know. To him the important thing was that she would grow up in a world where she wouldn't be murdered by Voldemort's twisted version of Bellatrix. "How is she doing?" he asked Andromeda. "She's fine, she's been sleeping a lot today, and from what I've told new mothers at St. Mungo's about their babies, I know I need to enjoy it while I have the quiet." Andromeda replied with a smile, "I haven't decided when I'm going back to work yet. I will probably go back once she's no longer nursing though." Bellatrix didn't say anything. Harry knew she was thinking about their own child. "If it turns out you want to stay home longer, we are rich." He pointed out to Andromeda, "Between our original money and the bounty from the Ministry for Riddle and his cronies, we're pretty well set." "You say the sweetest things." Bellatrix deadpanned before coming over and dotting him, "I still don't know what I'll do when our baby comes. When we found out I was pregnant, we were still in the middle of this shisha mess." She flinched when Andromeda stared at her again. Harry laughed and pulled Bellatrix into an embrace. "Well, regardless of what the governors say, we have the summer before I'll have to come back if I get the job. I say we spend at least a month in France." Seeing the beaming smile on Appaline's face, he smiled back. "I take it at least one of us approves." "I do," Appaline said. "Since we are bonded, I should probably introduce you to my mother." "Can't be worse than when he met our mother," Andromeda said dryly. As the conversation devolved into a discussion of places in Paris and elsewhere they wanted to see, Harry walked to the door. "I'll be back, I just need to tell Minerva what we've decided." He received no sign that they'd heard him, and so Harry shrugged and walked out of the office. As Harry didn't know the password for the headmistress' office, he stood at the gargoyle and came to a decision. "I need a house elf," he said, and with a crack, one appeared. "I need to speak to Headmistress McGonagall. Could you pop into her office and tell her I'm outside?" In lieu of an answer, the tiny being vanished again, and a moment later the gargoyle stepped aside, allowing Harry to walk up the stairs. Minerva sat at the desk when he reached the office, looking at a stack of letters. "I spoke with Bellatrix and the others, I'm in." "That is wonderful," Minerva said, smiling as she broke away from her letters. "I was drafting a letter to the governors about repairing the grounds." "Exciting," Harry said with a smile as he sat down in the chair opposite her. "If they agree, I will be back a month before term starts. I promised my wives and consorts that we would spend some time in France. I don't mind being the deputy," Minerva said to him. "I can keep the castle running. I just can't handle the people wanting me to hire their son over someone else's son. I keep remembering why I left the DMLE. Why was that? I kept wanting to curse people for annoying me," she said dryly, earning a laugh from Harry. "I suppose I should at least try to learn the job," Harry said as he drew one of the papers from her desk and began to read it. The pair sat in a comfortable silence as Harry slowly began to understand just how screwed he was now that he was willing to take on this job. The answer was extremely screwed. Albus, Harry learned swiftly, had made his job look much easier than it was. Upon hearing that he wished to become headmaster and had the blessing of both McGonagall and Flitwick, the governors had agreed. Thus, not even a week after he'd returned from Paris with Appaline, he found himself performing interviews for the open position of caretaker. The woman who stood before him was thinner than anyone he'd ever met before except for Aunt Petunia. Idly he wondered if she would still wind up with Vernon Dursley as he half listened to the woman, and Eileen Norris, talk about her time as head housekeeper of the Leaky Cauldron. She had a pinched face and eyes that seemed to bulge slightly, her straw-colored hair was in a loose bun. She reminded him of someone, but he didn't know who. "And, after that, I knew that it was time for Argus and me to leave London. We heard about your opening and came to apply," she finished, looking expectantly at him. "I'm sorry, who is Argus?" Harry said, really hoping that it wasn't the only person he'd ever met named Argus. "Argus is my fiancé," she said, blushing slightly. "He's been with me wherever I go since I graduated in '63. "Oh, was he in your year?" Harry asked politely. She shook her head. No, Argus never went to Hogwarts. He was privately taught. Harry noticed that she looked away from him when she said that. There's no way this isn't him, Harry thought as he sent her back downstairs, promising to send her an owl in a few days once his decision was made. If it is him, then I know why he named his cat, Mrs. Narcissus, he named it after her. There was a flash of green light from his fireplace and Appaline stepped inside, brushing the soot from her robes. I have a surprise for you. She told him as she took his hand and helped him up from the desk. You and I are going to have dinner together by ourselves. Andromeda and the others are staying at home, so we can go to London. She looked very excited and Harry couldn't help but share her enthusiasm. The time they'd spent in Paris had been wonderful, but Appaline still wanted more, alone time, with him. She would forever be grateful to Andromeda, whose daughter had commanded the attention of the other Black sisters, thus allowing her this chance. That sounds wonderful, Harry said with a smile. Where would you like to go? Appaline just smiled serenely. I have already taken care of everything. Enid Pettigrew knew that she wasn't magically powerful. None of the Pettigrew family had ever been very notable in this way. She'd honestly never had high hopes for her son, and so to find out that he had saved his friends' lives during that terrible night had been a great shock. Ever since coming home at the end of the year there had been visitors every day. 3 of them hadn't been a surprise at all. Peter had written home about his friends James, Sirius, and Remus since they'd met before their first year. It had been the others that had surprised her. A very pretty red-haired girl named Lily Evans, Sirius' girlfriend, had come over the day before. Today there was the Parkinsons. Regina, James's girlfriend, and her cousin Patricia. Though her son and Patricia hadn't said anything official, Enid wasn't a dumb person, she could see it when they sat together. Those two will probably end up married the day after graduation. Enid smiled as she heard the Parkinson girl giggling at something. Hopefully, we can arrange it so all the boys get married at once and we can save some money. Peter had never expected to be a hero. But he'd learned that night that the idea of seeing Patricia hurt had galvanized something inside of him. His first and perhaps only act of real bravery, he thought as the smile left his lips for a moment. The healers were concerned that he might never walk again. Corruption from very dark magic in the wound, they had called it. Patricia noticed the look on his face and squeezed his hand. No melancholy allowed Peter. She smiled, taking the sting from her words. We are alive and safe from those things. She leaned over and kissed at his cheek. You saved my life, you know. Regina stood and walked out of the room, giving the two their privacy. She wasn't sure if they would stay together. After all, no one knew the future except for seers and they were very rare. But for now, they seemed very happy together in the first bloom of whatever they would share. It was very different from how she and James had gotten together, she mused. Theirs had been a plot to make Lily Evans jealous. But it had very swiftly gone off the rails. She knew that being 12 they weren't capable of knowing if they would really be together forever, but she knew that she wanted it. James wasn't the same prat he'd been when she'd met him. Being flung into a war had a way of bringing your true self to the fore, and in the case of James, Regina thought that his true self was a very good person. He'd sort of gotten his wish though. Lily, like everyone else, had been somewhat terrified of Snape's potion and the dispassionate way he'd dispatched the demon-possessed man. She still cared for her oldest friend, but it was clear that Sirius would never have to worry about her secretly being in love with Snape. Introspection is stupid, Regina mused. It's the summer. I should be at Potter Manor, bullying James into buying me some chocolate in Diagon Alley. Still, they had plenty of time for that later. Being on good terms with Patricia meant that occasionally she had to do something that didn't involve her boyfriend buying her things. It didn't mean she had to like it. Narcissa thought that the end of school would mean the end of studying. She knew that she would come back to work with Madame Pomfrey at the start of term, but she hadn't expected the appearance of a school owl bearing a very long list of books. Morrigan's Mercy, this is nearly as long as the past 7 years together. She thought as she began to read the list silently. Herblore for practical potioneering, curses and their cures, how to reattach severed limbs, Skelegrow and you. She looked down the list and silently thanked the heavens that she was married to a wealthy man. Still, she knew that Madame Pomfrey had been especially hurt by the passing of the headmaster. She probably wants to move on. How would she have handled Harry's death? That thought had plagued all of the women in Harry's life ever since that night. Bellatrix wouldn't admit it, but Narcissa had seen her eldest sister in the kitchen looking as if she hadn't slept a wink. Andromeda had Nymphadora to keep her occupied. The little girl was already displaying the powers she'd had in Harry's first timeline by turning the wispy brown hair on her head a vibrant red whenever she was crying. Appaline was doing her best to gain more of Harry's interest. She had taken charge of the domestic side of Pound's house, speaking with the servants who ran the grounds and ensuring that Dobby had the supplies he needed to keep the family comfortable. Narcissa looked back down to her parchment. Most of these books would require that Flourish and Blotts receive advance notice so they could order them. She opened the drawer of her desk and withdrew a fresh sheet of parchment and reached for her quill. I'll have to borrow one of the owls. Perhaps I should buy one myself, she thought as she penned the request for the books. Dobby, I need you, she called out as the house elf appeared with a crack. Please take this to the owls and attach it to one of them. It needs to get to Flourish and Blotts as quickly as possible. Dobby bowed low enough that the tip of his nose practically brushed the floor before vanishing again. With that handled, Narcissa rose and walked out of her room. As she walked past the study that led into the master bedroom, she saw Bellatrix staring out at the orchard. Are you all right? She asked her sister. Bellatrix started at the sound of her sister's voice. Apparently, she had been deep in her thoughts. I am just thinking about the future. We actually have one now. She smiled faintly, so does he. It's just all a bit overwhelming sometimes. Narcissa was surprised to see her sister acting so thoughtful. Normally Bellatrix was impulsive to the point that sometimes Narcissa wondered if she should have been sorted into Gryffindor instead. This was unlike her. If that me, the one he'd met first, if she had gotten away from Lestrange somehow, what would she have done? I wonder about it sometimes. I've been wondering about it ever since I saw her in his memories. I don't know, Narcissa said honestly. That version of you was pretty far gone by the time Harry had met her in his 5th year. All those years in Azkaban didn't do her any favors, it seemed. She walked to her sister and took her hand. What she would have done doesn't matter, what does is what you do. Bellatrix looked at her sister's hand. I feel like I have to live for her too. She was a terrible person, but she is what I would have become. She let out a breath that she didn't know she'd been holding. I hate feeling so wishy-washy. But these damned thoughts won't go away. Narcissa nodded. I know what you mean. That cold woman, Narcissa Malfoy, I am glad she will never see the light of day. From what Harry has told us, it seems a marriage to Lucius robbed her of everything except her anger. Enough of this melancholy, Bellatrix said determinedly. We are going to get drunk instead. I'm going to the village and buying as much Muggle whiskey as I can bring home. We are going to drink until this bullshit is replaced by body song lyrics. With that, Bellatrix stepped back and touched her wand to her robes, changing them in a black dress. She slid her wand into her pocket and vanished with a wink. Narcissa rubbed her temple. I don't even like whiskey. Harry and Appaline had a table at a small bistro near King's Cross Station. It was a new place and Appaline had been able to get a reservation easily. They were seated by their hostess near the windows that overlooked the street outside. Harry looked at his menu. I think I'll get the roast chicken with sprouts, he said as he eyed the offerings. What about you? The lamb chops and herb roasted potatoes, she said, nodding slowly and setting down the menu. Welcome to Callie's. My name is Helen. What can I get you to drink tonight? Their waitress had walked over and Harry's eyes widened in surprise. The young woman taking their order was a dead ringer for Hermione. I'll have a stout, Harry said. Appaline ordered a red wine and Helen jotted it down before walking away. Do you know her? Appaline asked. You looked as though you'd seen a ghost. Harry shook his head. Not her, but she looked just like a friend of mine who died a few years ago. Harry couldn't remember the names of Hermione's parents. Her mother could have been the waitress who was now returning with their drinks. They gave their orders and were alone again. So, how are the grounds coming? Harry asked as he took his first sip. The stout was reasonably strong. He hid his wince and looked over the rim of his pint glass. Appaline had taken a sip of her wine and Harry had to hide a smile as her lip curled slightly. Blah, this wine is far too sweet. The grounds are doing well. The trees are all prepared and with the addition of a few growth potions to the soil, the orchard master believes that we will have our first batch of cider in a few years. The hives Bellatrix asked for have been installed and we will be receiving some bees in the spring. Appaline paused and took another sip. When you are able to pull yourself away from the school, you should take a tour of the grounds with me. Harry nodded. That would be nice. Croaker sent me some exercises that I can do to try and help heal my core. I could do those at home. Their meal passed peacefully. Harry and Appaline left the restaurant and began to walk down the road past the train station. Appaline smiled and drew him away from their path. I have a better idea, she said to him as she took his hand. They vanished from the, thankfully empty street, and reappeared in a different part of London. A part, Harry noticed, had a large and rather expensive-looking hotel. As they walked inside, Harry supposed that if Appaline had decided to be more assertive, then the least he could do was go along with it. Especially if it means spending the night with one of the most beautiful women in the world. Harry groaned as he watched the little boat sail across the lake from the window of his office. This was it, his first welcoming feast. Idly, he wondered if he could get his hands on the veil and try another reality. Did Albus feel this nervous on his feast? He looked at the portrait of the headmaster. It had another week before it completely awoke. As it stood, Albus was sleeping in the same chair that sat behind Harry's desk, very occasionally opening his eyes before closing them again. The office was different now. Gone were whirring items puffing tiny jets of steam. Instead, Harry had pictures along the wall. He smiled as he looked at the largest one, a picture of Bellatrix laying in the bed at St. Mungo's with their son, James Cygnus Fawkes, in her arms. The baby, already possessing his parents' black hair, was sleepily clutching the front of his mother's robes. Beside that picture was Andromeda and Harry sitting in a swan-shaped paddleboat. Once she felt that Nymphadora could stay overnight with Narcissa and Appaline, they had left for a short trip to decide what they could be to one another. The answer, after much talk and wine as well as one key, was that while they would co-parent, she wasn't ready for anything else. His hand twitched slightly. His situation with his magic hadn't changed much. All he got were tingles now and again. His discussion with Croaker hadn't been promising, but he had hope. He continued the meditations Narcissa had found on a visit to see her father, and Harry hoped that it would bear fruit. He looked back at the pictures. It had taken so much, but now he had a family of his own. He wished they were all here tonight. But with Appaline and Andromeda watching James and Nymphadora, Narcissa and Bellatrix were the only ones at the castle with him. Bellatrix was taking her place as defense professor, as well as teaching the dueling elective, and Narcissa was beginning her mastery in healing as well as her apprenticeship with Madame Pomfrey. Headmaster Fawkes, Professor McGonagall is on her way to see you. One of the portraits called from by the door. Harry smoothed his robes out of nerves as Minerva opened the door. The tall Scotswoman was going over a list in hand as she walked inside. She might not have wanted to be headmistress, but Harry knew she would have been fantastic at it. The first-year students are on their way across the lake with Hagrid, she began as she looked up from her list. The carriages were a bit late due to Peeves sticking the doors shut with what the new caretakers believed to be a mixture of glue and Thestral Dawn. Ms. Norris had some very choice words about it. Beyond that though, it's time. The words, it's time, hit Harry like an iron weight. No matter how he felt, he was the head of this school now. There were a lot of students who were counting on Hogwarts, and on Harry. All right, I'm as ready as I'll ever be, he said as they made their way out of his office. Where's Bellatrix and Narcissa? He asked her as the gargoyle jumped back to its place in front of the false wall. We were giving you some privacy to sort yourself out, Bellatrix said as she and Narcissa joined them at the stairs leading down to the Great Hall. So, ready for the first welcoming feast? She asked as they paused to allow a gaggle of ghosts drift past them. No, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Whether I'm ready or not, the students are on their way and they deserve better than my breakdown, Harry said, shrugging as they stepped into the Great Hall and walked toward the staff table. Harry looked along the staff table at the row of teachers. It had been amazing to him that none of the others had complained when he was named headmaster. He'd expected at least one of them to question why he had been chosen over the others. Bellatrix, in annoyance at his lack of self-confidence, had reminded him that he had beaten Voldemort into a quivering pile of giblets before bringing him to the mirror. Magic or not, I don't think any of them would want to start a fight that could end with them being dropped like a bag of flobberworms, Bellatrix had said acidly when he'd brought it up. The doors opened and the older students entered. Harry saw the Marauders, now in their third year, coming in flanked by Alexandra and Jane. The fact that they would grow up and be able to enjoy their lives made him smile, a smile that was not unnoticed by Bellatrix, who leaned in against him. Narcissa keyed at his cheek and then made her way over to sit between Madame Pomfrey and Professor Kettleburn. The great hall buzzed with activity as the students gossiped with their friends. When Minerva entered with the assembled first-year students, Harry watched as the Sorting Hat sang to them about building friendships even while being in different houses. The sorting went faster than any of the ones Harry could remember from his time, though that might have been anxiety. He knew his speech would come afterward. Once Alfred Venrich was sorted into Ravenclaw, there was nothing left to do but stand and begin talking. Hello everyone, and for our new students, welcome to Hogwarts. We have a few start of term notices, but they can wait until after dinner. He waved his hand, which signaled the plates to fill with food. With that, he sat back down and began to serve himself. Well, that was a rousing speech, Bellatrix said, teasing him as she cut into her chicken. She laughed as Harry grumbled a response and busied himself with his own meal. At the Gryffindor table, James and Sirius were deep in discussion. Peter was worried about how he would be seen by the others. His injuries had healed, but he still tired easily. Due to his mother's worries, he had to walk with a cane to support himself. While Remus distracted him with a story about the Quidditch match he and Jane had gone to over the summer, the other two worked on a plan to cheer up their friend. We need to get Parkinson in on it, Sirius said, nodding his head towards the Slytherin table where Regina and Patricia sat talking with Alexandra. If she thought we were teasing him, she'd murder you. Just me, James said, puzzled. Sirius chuckled quietly, of course you. The way things are going, you will be cousins. Well, I think you're already 7th or 8th cousins now. He drifted off, counting on his fingers and muttering names of family members under his breath. Beside them, Lily sat with the McKinnon sisters. Alice and Marlene had spent part of the summer in the Maldives and wanted to share what they'd seen. Lily listened eagerly. She had spent part of her summer at Pound's house visiting with Sirius and the other Marauders, and due in part to that, she had been very glad to sit with Alice and Marlene on the train. Gradually the food was eaten, and Harry stood once more. I just have a few notices to give out if everyone could stay seated for a few more moments. Once again, he felt the gaze of the assembled students and teachers and felt his mouth go dry. As this will be my first year as your headmaster, I would like to ask your patience as we go through this learning process. The first thing I wish to bring up is that the Forbidden Forest is off limits to all students and that our new caretakers have made a list of banned items. That is all that I have, so I'll just say, good night, to you all. He sat down and watched as the students filed out, the newly sorted first-year students looking around as their prefects led them out the doors. Short and sweet E.H. Fox, Madam Hooch said as she passed his table. Harry shrugged awkwardly, I'm not a speech person. Hooch snorted in amusement and sat down in the seat vacated by Bellatrix, who had gone to speak to Narcissa. You know what you need. I'm almost sure you'll tell me, Harry replied dryly. She rolled her eyes, you need to go out and get drunk. Trust me on this, I never fly as good as I do when I'm hungover. Feeling like shit forces me to concentrate more. Go get rat-assed. I'm not going out and getting drunk, Harry said. The hall finally lay silent. You are the worst source of advice ever. Hooch laughed and stood up, clapping him on the shoulder. She walked out, calling to Minerva about her holiday. He saw Minerva go pink and then hurry out with Hooch following her, cackling. Harry stood and walked over to Bellatrix and Narcissa. Are we ready to go upstairs? Bellatrix smirked and took his hand as Narcissa did the same on his opposite side. So, Headmaster Fox, how does it feel? She asked as they walked out of the room. Harry turned his head and saw the candles going out on their own and turned back with a smile. It feels like a beginning. The next morning saw trouble in Gryffindor Tower. The Marauders had decided upon the perfect way to get Peter out of his funk. It had begun when Alice McKinnon and her sister Marlene, first to wake up as they were excited to begin their third year, had come downstairs and found an enormous toad croaking wetly on the seat of the best couch. Their shrieks had awoken the others, and thus the first commotion of the school year began. It's so horrible, Alice cried, looking disgustingly at the massive toad, easily the size of a small dog. Where did it come from? No one in Gryffindor Tower has a pet toad, do they? A sleepy-eyed Lily asked as she blinked and tried to catch up to the world around her. It has to be Potter and his friends. Marlene replied, if it's not someone's pet, they must have brought it. She looked at the fat amphibian, its muddy grayish-green body staining the cushions as it croaked as if the commotion was disrupting its nap. "Wasn't as," James said as he and Sirius came down the stairs from the boys' dormitory. "Lily was with us, we didn't bring any toads onto the train." James looked thoughtful. "Only toad I saw was that ministry witch Umbridge when Dad and I stopped for breakfast at the Leaky yesterday morning." He added, remembering the disgust his father had when he'd pointed out the woman arguing with Tom over the price of the morning's fare. Lily nodded. "It's true. I was with Sirius the whole morning before we got to the train. There's no way they could have sneaked a toad, especially not one that size, onto the train and none of us saw it." "Peter, you didn't suddenly become a master of transfiguration and turn one of the firsties into a toad, did you?" Remus asked as if the idea was perfectly rational. No," Peter squeaked, then continued, "I don't like toads." "Exactly," Sirius barked. "If Peter had turned anyone into anything it would have been into something much more fun." "Ooh, when you do become a master, will you turn me into an animal, maybe a dog or something?" "Please do. Keep him that way too," James said dryly, earning a laugh from the others. Even the McKinnon sisters had to smile at that. Peter, too, seemed to find himself smiling. "So where did the toad come from?" Frank Longbottom asked finally. He shared the dorm with the other 4 boys and had, since the first night of his first year, relegated himself to never quite knowing what to make of his friends. No one knew the answer, it seemed. Finally, the toad seemingly had had enough of the stares of children. It leapt at them, crashing wetly into the arms of Sirius, who grimaced and pushed the toad at Remus. With that, the toad seemed to turn into a mossy-colored quaffle as it was pushed by one student at another, none willing to hold it for long. Then with a puff of purple smoke, the toad was gone and in its place was a dazed but grinning second-year boy with straw-colored hair and brown eyes, who fell back against Remus, who had been currently holding the toad, tossed at him by Alice. "Wicked," the boy said as he slowly righted himself. "I took a piece of toffee from the table there and," he made a gesture with both hands, "poof. I was a toad." "Toffee." Sirius looked at the boy and then where he pointed. On the table sat a bag of toffee-colored candies wrapped in bright green paper. "You finally got the formula for you trick sweets working, Peter. I take it back, forget Master of Transfiguration, you're the next great potioneer of Hogwarts." Peter looked as shocked as anyone. "But those were in my trunk," he began, but was interrupted by the excited buzz from the others. "Wait, he's been working on sweets that'll turn you into an animal." Marlene asked, confused. "Why?" "It was something to do while I was resting," Peter said timidly. "It was Patricia's idea." It was," he began to explain the time-delayed potions and how the mixture interacted, swiftly losing the interest of the crowd, minus Lily. It took Sirius grabbing the bag to get him to stop. "Peter, you need to show this to Slughorn. He'll put you on his little wall of fame for sure." He grabbed Peter's arm and began dragging him along. Remus laughed as he helped the others clean the room from where the game of Toss the Toad had caused several chairs to be moved and their cushions had fallen. The truth was the candy's potion had worked, but Peter hadn't thought it would last longer than a moment. And in fact, that was all they had expected themselves when James had crept down early and placed the bag in the common room. Either the second year had really wanted to be a toad, or Peter had made a much stronger potion than he'd thought. Still, as he listened to the chatter as the former toad had begun to tell everyone about the transforming toffees, he thought that whichever it was, their friend deserved the boost to his confidence. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.